game in the league. He's sometimes inspired. A little frustrated, but Hydra, this would be for the ace. He had the incredible round one now. Can he close out the 1 versus 3? And the ace as well. He's 4-0 in this. 25 seconds left to go on the clock. Bomb now going to be planted. This is it's a tough one to get in and retake, but we'll see.
Yeah, we don't see B plants very often, but it is just so hard to retake. There's so many positions you have to clear. You have to sub as well. If there's attack in the back on that balcony, good luck.
I mean, he centers right to it. He snaps to where he knows he's going to be, but still just such a hard gunfight. Yeah, how often do you see a retake on this site? Not real often at all, right?
I could probably make up some Maven number, but it's probably like 5%.
Yeah, probably. Probably. That sounds right. I think the longer you've been casting, you've learned to sort of make up numbers too. I like that, Joe.
Yeah, you know, that's what we do.
So, tied up 1-1 now. You got what, 4 on Hydra. A lot of his team can really kill outside of Priest. First blood in the last round. We'll see if you got more of an impact here.
You have some sort of read here, right? I mean, the way they've been playing this Ultra, 2 rounds in a row, nading up top of Art, and then just kind of playing this slow retake over towards A. They're gonna go for it, everyone, but he's gonna get wallbanged right through. Kismet's on top. He gets traded on out. Now Hydra looking for that player, trying to cross on back through those doors, but it's into a 3-on-3. Daddy getting it popped. Casey's trying to find it. Through open comes the rest of them, and well, Toronto Ultra, they're going to find the defensive round one, just playing together as a group through both of those doors.
Yeah, like after the first blood comes through for Skies, you know, you're sort of like, whoa. You're getting railed through the door there, you get dropped, you think they're down a man, and maybe they'll kind of rethink the retake through, but they keep the pressure through close and open. They're able to find the kills, and they get it done.
Well, and the reason is you're probably going to have numbers, right? Because you have one player backstairs, one player on the bottom. Usually, if there's a pinch or something, you have a player like top dark, inside of Art. You're not expecting 4 players through those doors. They just get outnumbered, able to find those gunfight wins.
Well, you can just get lined up and that multiple players drop them. You can have 2 players dropping that wall paint, for God's sake. I mean, it happens. They commit to it, though. Catch them off guard, and they get the round win. Hydra will snipe out this time, gets eyes on one, tries for the wall bang, just gonna miss a little right.
It's all right, Skies has it. I think, you know, we all know it, playing ranked, you feel like that stage gives you a little bit more cover. No, that thing is paper when attack is shooting you through.
It's either like you can't shoot through it, or you can really shoot through it.
Really shoot through it.
It's like,
you can really shoot through it. Yeah, you get caught, you're dead.
There seems to be no in between. It's like the wall doesn't exist, or it does. Oh, gets eyes right as he goes to pop it. Got a little bit of help there. And Kismet able to get the kill. He was Hydra snapping around the corner with the sight. Just eyes on. Able to finish it though is Kleenex. Going to be in a 2 versus 3 now after that pick. Bomb's still going to be in Scrap's hand.
Yeah, but I think they're going to spot that one player. And again, it's a slow rotate through A over to B. And this would give them the right call. You have one player all the way in the back. That's Skies. Then 2 players at the A bomb, and Kismet and Priesta. How is this gonna play through? Kleenex with Deddy pop. Does he find the time? He's able to find one fire, the other with Scrap. Now they have to get the bomb down. They have to plant it. Skies wins the first, not able to find the second. What reads on the map right now? They're just working through the bomb sites, just having NYSL guess where the hell are these guys?
And that's a 2v4, right? I believe that ends up being a 2v4 because they got that first pick to bring it to a 2v3, the one through the window we saw, I believe, from Kleenex. And they win the round. Those feel like the daggers. I know we still got a lot of search and destroy to go, but that one hurts.
And what's crazy is I was just about to say, you know, usually in the opening rounds, like very early with this map, it's sort of a sub player finding some crazy play, whether it's like a Shotzi, a Hydra, a Kleenex. We really haven't had that, but then right there, Kleenex able to find that flank onto 2 to give them that round win.
Well, Priest was getting chased. He's able to get out. Pretty grooved up right now as NYSL. As the plant will start to get down, it'll be Ultra starting to look for the openings, and it's not going to be sort of this, what, 4-man hit.
Hydra's making the play, though. You're waiting for Hydra to make the play. He jumps out of double window. He has Denny popped. And well, he's able to find the first. That's going to reset the Denny. Priest is trying to lock down the bomb. It is finesse time for this man. Buys enough time where it's all down to Kleenex, and there we go. They had no map control. They were all the way in the back of the map besides Hydra, who jumps out of Art and wins the gunfight.
Well, yeah, that, and I think he ends up turning Kleenex's head, who's trying to look towards another fight. And that's who I think tagged him up when he started to get away. Leads to him dropping as well. Just one moment that creates a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, like Ultra thinking defensively, they're all trapped in the back, right? We can swarm them through, we can go top dart, find the angles, but Hydra makes the plays. He's up to 6 and 3 right now.
He's really keeping a minute. And 5 of those are non-traded kills, so he's finding his picks and he's playing his life. See if he has a little more magic in this round. Not gonna have the Daddy to work with. Just made the play behind it. Priesta trying to give out free haircuts, just some damage to Scrap in the back line.
Poor Hixie. Yep, there it is again. Hixie's just trying to cross to that bomb, but the tack set up. There's the wall bang, so weak. Kleenex, though, does get pushed up. He's going to challenge the gunfight, and Skies is going to win it.
Hey, Priesta is just tagging, and Skies is finishing the kills. But now they're looking to flood out Insight. Stun is going to hit. He is going to get swarmed. You'd love to be able to take down one in that situation, but not going to happen. Scrap now. Left all alone. Shots into the rear. Going to fall. New York chained together some rounds. And, you know, I felt like that 2v4 round Ultra has, like that's one of those dagger ones that's going to hurt you. Never mind. They went back-to-back rounds, right back in the swing. They tied up 3-3.
Yeah, nice adjustment there. So really, you know, on the defensive side, you have Skies and Priesta playing both open and closed, but really the key player for them is Kismet, right? Top maps, because he's making sure no one's jumping out of top art, right? Whether it's a single window, the dub window, to make sure that flank doesn't come through. And also from the angle he's playing, he's helping out those wall bangs, those shots that are coming through. They're just finding all the picks on defense.
Yeah, it's like Ultra adjusts to the point they're going to start to build this push, and you're just getting... they're getting
Just hoping
hammered.
they're running out of ammo. That's
Yeah,
pretty much
right,
it.
right. Like, how are these guys still shooting?
Looked pretty good to me.
Yeah,
Just maybe a little off to the right.
that must have barely missed.
Man's hips do not lie, that is for sure.
It looks like Kismet's just going to hold inside for now. This is his POV. The timing of that as he goes to Chow. You get the audio cue probably if you're Scrappy trying to dip out, and you are just locked in. Help me. Please, I require some assistance. He will get dropped, but not before Scrap is going to fall. Hydra going to be last alive now. Takes on one.
Has Deddy as well if he wants to invest in, he will. Has to get the bomb, 35 seconds left, and you have Hixie and Kleenex just kind of get together, group on up.
Like 50 gifted boys, here we go.
Here we go. What can he find? 20 bullets in. There's just so many angles to check. Now the problem, your Deddy runs out. Hixie, he hears it right away. Hears it right away, and there we go. They snap on him.
Yeah, it's just like you're praying there. Once you pop Daddy, you get this to a 1v1, right? Like you're able to locate one and maybe recoup the bomb.
Yeah, you want to reset that. That's really what you're looking for. But that was a nice job by Scrap. I know he doesn't find the kill, but he baits Kismet out far enough where a trade comes through to keep them with that man advantage.
Remember how we had that like cranked mode back in Ghost? I don't know how that basically became what Dead Silence is now.
Dude, that mode was awesome.
It actually was a lot of fun. Oh, that's how our Deddy works now. Perfect. Kleenex just tucked away in a pocket.
And this is the same defensive setup. The only difference is you have Hydra who's worked his way on up. Now can Kleenex find the opening? He's the one looking for the angles, but they read it. That's what I mean. Nice job by Skies, Kismet to make sure that never happens. So Priesta finds the info, but Insight sneaks on through. Kismet gets taken out. Scrap somehow finds two. And now you have man advantage and the flank come through. This should be the round done.
About time. Well, let's wait till they close it out, but I feel like about time you're able to sort of figure out how you want to deal with this top line setup. Nice little snap there, but ambitious shots at range. But yeah, they haven't really been able to find an opening in that, right? Like they've had the setup. You've been doing such a great job if you were NYSL. This time, I mean, it comes down to Scrap. I'm not sure how he got his too.
Yeah, he does. And then you have Insight. You know, the one player who normally plays Cannon for NYSL the last couple of rounds has been Hydra. He's not there, so that cross over to P1 happens.
And if Scrap loses that, I mean, more than likely those players are pushing forward, and it might not work out the same way for Insight.
Yeah, Insight's probably the last alive.
Yeah, yeah. So Scrap, we didn't see it, but some incredible gunfight wins. At least it looked like on the kill feed. One more round for Ultra though, and you bring this back to 1-1.
Getting very slow on this defensive side and offense. Nobody really looking for anything, but this time it's going to be Kleenex. Gets up in the top dub, crease open the door, has Deddy popped. Hello, sir, how are you? Almost snaps this priest, a bomb planted, but here a retake. And once again, I don't know how many rounds it's been. It's down to this man. He's able to find the first. He has Deddy to work with. They just get right onto the defuse, and there we go. Scrap wins the gunfight. Hixie trusts him. Ultra tied up, one apiece.
Unbelievable, and you nailed it, Hydra. I feel like I was expecting T-Bomb Blackout. Like, this guy was last alive every round. I kind of felt like he was going to make the play at times, but I mean, it starts with that 2v4 they're able to pull off. Yes, you allow New York to get a couple rounds through, but then finally able to deal with their defensive setup. You, I don't know, make some big game adjustments. From what you're seeing from NYSL over the course of it, you're able to pull off the dub.
Yeah, I think both teams just pretty much eliminated, anything off the start, didn't allow that to happen. NYSL, their defense looked solid, but the offense, Ultra just found those picks. They had to clean some things up there. Maybe get Kismet and Priest a little bit more involved, or Hydra alongside with them, right? A lot of times when you're that island player, it can just be so tough to rely on you to make plays, because if you don't, well, you're the last alive.
Well, I mean, I think we thought this was one that was likely going to go the distance, and you see how the 5 maps will play out. I imagine not much has changed for your thought process here, Joe.
No, I think for a lot of people, looking at this matchup, maybe you circle this map 3, this control, right? 2 of the best control teams that we have in the league, and it's just been such a momentum shift for all the teams in the league. Who can now go up 2-1?
Well, I think it's one of those things. I mean, a lot of teams don't want to get to Fortress control, right? But New York is one of those teams that's solid there, and so we're going to end up on Hotel. But so far, you had an incredible map 1. The map 2, I know, wasn't that close, but you got to see some great adjustments, some nice individual moments, a good 2v4 clutch, and these teams continue to go toe for toe. Coming up next, we got the control. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back after this quick break.
The Call of Duty Week is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUP, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Hello there, welcome back to Texas, here live from Esports Stadium, and just our first match of Major 3 as we get ready for our Map 3 control, but excited to have fans in attendance. I know it's going to be a sold-out crowd over the course of the weekend as people are starting to filter in. Excited to see their hometown team, OpTic Texas, get rolling, but I mean, last year it was a wild event. I'm expecting more wacky.
Oh yeah, these guys, they get turned here.
Yeah, they do. They get real turn. They get real turn.
I love Call of Duty.
I love Call of Duty too. I gotta be like dancing, dude.
I'm gonna start dancing, all right?
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome. But let's talk about this matchup so far. You're tied up 1-1. New York, obviously, a team that was able to win the first major, looking to kind of regain that form. Toronto Ultra have seemed to have the potential at times, just fallen a little bit short, but maybe this is the run. Maybe now with Hicksy you're able to do it, but you bring it back to 1-1, still work to do.
Yeah, 100%. I think for New York, Major 2, not the event that they wanted at all, right? Obviously, there was a lot of travel issues,
yeah.
right? The weather coming in, they just felt like they couldn't get comfortable. But here already, I mean, yeah, we knew this was going to be a tough matchup. The one time these teams did match up on LAN, it was that Major 1. It was all the way to a Game 5. They are two contenders.
Well, I get it, though. Even with the travel thing, like, it's different. But even me as a commentator, like, I had the travel issues. I got in late. It just felt weird. Like,
yeah, it felt weird.
Just showing up, like, a day late and just kind of, like, getting anything missing stuff. Like, I'm sure their scrim process was a little bit off. But this is how the LAN records look. You got Subliners at second, Ultra at fifth, so both teams have obviously been in the mix. You have the win if you are Subliners, but Ultra are wanting to be a team that, at times been in that top 2, top 3 conversation. They're battling to get back to that.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you're fifth, but it's obviously 5-4, 50%, map win percentage. That means when they go deeper in the tournament, they're playing some of these teams like New York. You're going the distance, and I mean, unfortunately for them, hasn't always gone their way.
Well, let's take a look at Scrap. We're going to talk a bit about his stats before we wait for the Map 3. And this guy has been putting on. I mean, the confidence has been there. The gunny has been there. He is, I don't know. I've been so happy to have his personality now in the league. Like, I love someone that's going to...
Yeah, you love him or hate him, I think?
People, yeah, I love that stuff. We need more of it, so it's been awesome to have him.
Yeah, you probably love him when he's not playing against you. It's probably really what it is, but you'd see #1 overall control KD, and when we talk about hotel control between these two teams, it's the map they play the most. You have the best defensive team in Toronto Ultra going up against the best attacking team in NYSL. Might have a round 5 on our hands.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if that was the case based on the first hard point, but fist bumps are out. Players ready to get rowdy. Hotel control loading on up. Everyone is making sure they get fluids. You got water in the crowd, stay hydrated. It's very important. It's gonna be a long day. We got a lot of matches. Get watered up.
Yeah, you do that.
I was on my second bottle already here.
Yeah, you do that. You have a beer, dude.
Oh yeah, that's true. Just it can just be liquid, whatever. Enjoy it, beverage. Enjoy the matches. Is now we go into the Map 3 tied up 1-1. Scrap, you saw those stats. They can be so good on the defensive side of things.
This is a fake here. Over towards A, only 2 players. They're trying to find Skies. They're going to catch him off. So 2 players over towards A. They want to get early progression done at B, but a big gunfight there for Prisa across the map towards Connector. It was a bit of a fake, something maybe you see in a little bit of search and destroy, but New York shut it down for now. It's going to be 3 dead for Ultra, make it all 4. A nice transition defense over to B.
And so this is going to be a flip of their best, right? You said New York best attacking, Toronto's the best defensive, right? So we'll see how maybe some of that comes into play in the following round, but right now, a bloodbath as the kill feed just lighting it up. Trophy out for Scrap, launched to the point. He'll look to hold that. As spawning close will be Hicksy. The other 2 trying to control mid-map, and your pre-aim just a little bit too high. The shots all go over for Kleenex. Now the collapse, able to come in. Scrap still trying to finesse around his trophy. Still takes damage from the nade. And the pinch comes in, but Kleenex right off the spawn, able to take down the 2.
And this is all you're trying to do if you're NYSL. Just find pick after pick inside of A and really just waste resources. for Toronto Ultra, right? Just hit the connector, find a kill. Now wait for your teammate, and then here comes the rest of NYSL, but a team kill. Gonna flip the odds for Toronto Ultra. That 8 point is going to be done. A minute is added on, and we're headed over to B.
I feel like we see that so often, those like corner peeks there. You're just like, you know, pre-aim a little deeper if you're an AR. The time he comes in, Priestley takes off the back of his skull, but you get several kills here. Again, 3 in a row. If you are
It's a
over
chance here.
presence, you're going to start to stack. It's really one guy that's going to be set up close. You're able to get one through with a cross. It's Hydra's got to make the play. Kleenex going to pop his head off. They're finding all the kills on the point. Just a second or so to go, and that is a quick offensive victory for Ultra. Just a 3 down in transition. I think Hydra's just left there like, okay, what do I do? Wait for the boys or try to pull off a miracle?
Yeah, and I mean, that's just props to, you know, Toronto Ultra, right? NYSL really, you know, you send those resources over to A, but when that push dies, you're going to spawn up over towards Spa. The goal is to try to cross the bedroom, right? Get 1 or 2 players over there. So when they work their way over across the middle of the map, it's difficult to do. But Hixie found 2 kills. He was the player that really opened up the point for them. Then they're able to stack it. That is just beautifully done by Toronto Ultra.
It feels like bedroom's like everything. Like if you've got control of it, keep control and keep eyes on that mid-cross because somebody's coming eventually, right? Like it's such a crucial part of the map, especially in those transition moments. But NYSL trying to answer back, talked about their pedigree on the attack and these controls. Can Hydra make a play with Deddy? He's just starting to clear his lanes.
And I mean, really, there's just 1 player over at A. So they're thinking, let's work our way over towards B. Let's just leave Kismet over there. Can we find the tick or 2? There's 3 players for NYSL here. No one really within map presence besides Hixie with a sub. So they're able to catch Toronto Ultra off guard, but scrap it inside with the ARs. Able to find 3, able to find all 4.
And you only get the 1 point of progress finished on A. You don't get the second mid done. It was close, but Kismet was by himself, and you don't even get 1 bar here.
And no progress done. We're right back onto the 8 point to just pause the clock. They still have the life advantage. With Scrap, you can see at 85 now, having himself a map. This is why he's the #1 control KD in the league.
So now we look right back over to A. Looks like you're just trying to set up kind of the mid-transition trap and 1 player deep. I believe he's going to be Scrap. And he's actually going to take the fight. He's able to pick him off, but right before he finishes it, maybe a difference of a couple of seconds as they have to rally over. They get the extra minute now put on. Live-wise, what, you're 20 versus 20, so you're all tied up. Now, how clean can Subliners make this across? Not going to happen clean at all. You're set up if you're Ultra. They get into their prime positions, they get to their spots, they shut it down with the Vaznev.
And Hydra's just been lurking over here, right? He worked his way up through the middle of the map, just trying to find any opening. Maybe they haven't found him. Do they know Hydra's in this spot? Well, he's gonna give them bedroom control. That's gonna be 2 dead on both sides. And he just wants to stay alive here. Just play his life, make sure his teammates can get to him.
We were just talking about the importance of bedroom. Even though his teammates all die on the other side. Oh, the timing of that makes you want to throw up. Hydra gets dropped right as he goes to pop the Daddy. Is Kleenex that's able to get in behind his own dead silence play. And what a snap there. You talk about the sense that this man plays at. Priest that just gets melted off the mid-map.
Yeah, the rest of NYSL, they're going to try to hit this flank, and well, Insight's got it locked down. He's got it, almost finds the 3rd. Scrap off a spawn, maybe you're going to try that, but when you have Kismet in that position, you can see where Insight is going to spawn. So across the map, this is why bedroom is so crucial. Because when you lose spot, you have to work all the way through the middle of the map defensively, but Kleenex continues to play his life. He's on 6 in a row. He's got Hixie with them, just taking their time, using their teamwork. So far, so good for Ultra. Now 7 lives remaining for NYSL.
Yeah, it feels like once you get to this spot, you're kind of playing like a solo game. You are? Yeah, like you really, really are. He's on 7 in a row. Like, teammates, do your thing. I'm patrolling. I'm trying to get the sound cues. I'm making plays, and he is doing just that. Up to 8 in a row, 16 and 7. A map round here from Kleenex that has been a thing of beauty. Gets a couple of hit markers, but can't quite finish it. A couple seconds left here in the round stuff.
Yeah, everybody's got to go on a bit of a heat check, right? You got the streak. It's fine. It is fine, and that is why that team is the best team defensively in the league on this map. You just saw it right there. And now up 2-0 on the map, 1 round away.
Think about what that like horrible timing with Hydra like led to.
Yeah, you're
like,
just stuck.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe he doesn't get the kill without the bad timing because Kleenex is flying at him with Daddy. He might still drop him, but like that led to what, 8 in a row for Kleenex from that spot.
Well, it's certainly tougher when you have some machine thing in your hand that you have to activate. I don't know, and you just get caught.
I still don't get the whole.
I don't get it.
Speaker box. No, I don't really. I can't wrap my head around it at all.
I think it's something in the shoes. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, no, you're right. Futuristic pumps. Or is Scrap. Clean little snap there at mid-map. So that's 3 down real fast after Scraps. They follow it up with Kleenex and Pixie. You get straight onto the point here at A. Now, what do you want to do if you were in YSL? Scrap mid-map. He puts some pretty good tags to the 2 players. Doesn't take out either.
Yeah, and for Ultra, this is a question, right? Do you do what NYSL does? Do you only leave 1 player on A, right? Try to get map control while that tap's coming on through, but they're going to leave 2 players on it, make sure they have the extra minute. Now can you get better control like we just talked about? You're going to have Priesta and Hydra work their way across. The rest of Ultra are going to work the flank as Scrap tries to set up the pinch. Scrap's able to find the first over towards bedroom. Now you're going to see where they spawn out as NYSL if they can get spot control.
You see Kleenex jump to try and like get outside without being seen on the cross, and then he's able to get the jump on one. A little bit of movement there from Kleenex, but the kills do go the way of NYSL. Following it.
Yep, now Hydra's set up here, just trying to play his light, get them spawning over towards kitchen side, and they really just have to make a decision. What do they want to go for? What do they want to go for? It looks like they're going to wrap a couple of players back and fight for bedroom.
Tries to avoid the stun, but good luck with that. Apple gets slowed down. Right over to Hickey. Lost a little bit of game assist. He lost line of sight of the player as well. Trying to get this one done in bed. Scrap is tagged up. A stun is his teammate next to him, I believe, but a trophy is able to get down. They're up for a second. And Inside just saves his life. I believe someone came through on the flank. Inside just able to get that done. Hydra holding close to death, able to shut it down. That's 2 before he drops. And now back in the bedroom goes Hixie.
Yeah, but this whole time, right, Ultra have been here. You can see what this does. You're fighting from the desk, right? So you're gonna have a pinch maybe through main. Maybe the nades connect. You want to try to get across over to bedroom, but Ultra's making sure that cannot happen as they fight from couches, fight from that area. Finally, Hydra able to get towards the bottom.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like step 1's already done, right? If you're fighting from there the entire time, you're in a pretty good spot. Part of the reason they've slowly been bled out. You're up 6 lives now. 14 versus 8 if you're Ultra. You got a chance here. 4 at 3 on the map. 3 with the Bulldog. Says not quite yet. The kills come through. Nearly a snapback onto a third, but Kismet was fueling himself there for a moment. I mean, that's actually a pretty big chunk. Well, it was a 3-life difference for a moment, but you brought it back.
Now it's just time. And look, with Hydra in this spot, they have to work all the way across the map. You're going to have Kleenex working on wide flank. One-on-one.
Can they do it?
That's going to stagger the push. Now 15 seconds left. Now maybe with that, it's a push through main. Priest is like, I'm getting out of here. Hits the belly flop, able to snap on the one, almost the second. But he buys enough time for his subs to get into the position. Kismet with another multi-kill, able to take them down. It looks like they're going to hold on. It was a close one, but New York survived.
Yeah, with the map on the line. You're seeing what was like a 14-8 advantage. I think you had around 45 seconds to a minute at that point. You're feeling pretty good if you are Ultra, but like, you know, you were kind of highlighting how, yeah, the fights were happening in couches, like they were in a good spot, at least you're battling from there, but like they never got the next step really, right? They never really got like a clean 3 or 4 down to actually take the fight to the point, get bedroom control, and get set up. So even though the skirmish was in a better place than it could have been, at least you're not getting like chopped out on transition. It just took too long. You never got that moving forward.
Yeah, you never got a player over towards those double tests, right? You know, you get an AR on that heady, good luck getting out of that, but you can never get multiple players on that B point. So cross NYSL, but back to defense for Ultra. Pretty spread out on both sides. As well, just some skirmishes going down on both points. Hydra now on 4 in a row, gonna get on, capture A.
You've got a heavy presence here from Ultra. Waiting for the opening, maybe a one-on-one developing to the other side of the map. Flurry of kills, Kismet last up, trying to dance, trying to snake his way to victory. Hydra right back to it. He was on 4 in a row, I think, but he will drop, so no success on the point quite yet for NYSL, but now they should be able to close this out, get the extra minute. pretty even lives, and not much of a change there. I thought maybe it took a little edge if you were Ultra, but not much.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about map number 1, really the slaying for NYSL. The difference here, look at the ARs. I mean, Priesta and Sky just being shut down right now, and a big part of that is Scrap. 25, 26, and 17 from the rookie, from the star on this map, as Priesta just trying to work the flank. But this is going to be difficult, right? Because you work through the middle of the map, all 4 players from NYSL. You have Insight just kind of lurking towards bedroom. Clinics is going to cross to help him out.
Well, NYSL being the best attacking team on this map, can we see some of that success start to open up? When you're going against the best defense in Ultra, and the defense shines through for now. Hixie and Kleenex combined for 3. They clear it out. Kleenex working to get back to his spots.
Yeah, I mean, Kleenex, he just goes hunting, right? He's trying to find a push. He's really just like the scout for the team to see where that push is coming from, but he ends up just basically taking care of it himself. Then they trap them all the way towards back kitchen. Hixie's still alive. He's able to find another one. You have what, Hydra and Kismet behind enemy lines. And now they are gonna go, trying to get on the point, just pausing the clock, trying to mess with the defense. But it is just too good right now from Ultra. Scrap just able to read it. The stun connects, finds the kill.
Up to 30 now. And just looking for more. Now, New York, no, they don't have a lot of opportunities. It looks like they're trying to set up a big pinch here. Look at number 7, Kismet, who's going the whole way around. You know you've got maybe 1 or 2 really good shots at this, so they're going to take their best effort. They're looking to get that bedroom side control. Kismet trying to look for the opening 2. Priest is able to get 1. Kleenex now lining up the streak.
Okay, you get on the B, you get on the B. I don't think they have a trophy, so he does not have a trophy, so they're gonna get off of it, but you have the kill. Scrap, able to at least find 1. Still, Insight is alive as well, so they cannot get these players out of bedroom. Can the subliners, is Ultra, the 2 players gonna spawn all the way out? They're just trying to pause the clock right now, trying to find the gunfight wins, but Ultra are giving them nothing. They are giving them absolutely nothing. 10 seconds to go.
And it's just gonna be Hydra. Really sitting on the point, just playing from the block. The collapse is gonna come through. That's Kleenex is able to pick up the kill from behind. Now sub 10 seconds to go. Remaining in this round. Ultra look to lock it down, take back-to-back maps, and take a 2-1 advantage in this series. Pause for a second, but that will do it. Ultra, the defense simply too strong.
Just impressive stuff, honestly. I mean, it really is. You have a lot of opportunities, a lot of chances. They could just never crack through, get the subliners. You get a couple of players back to box. What that does, right, the defensive players then spawn out all the way top side of the map, top chandelier, over towards that store. And that can be tough, but the players at bedroom, they just played their life so well, finding a pick, running away, just wasting the offense's time.
Yeah, I thought when they were developing that big push, I didn't see how it ended up playing out because we ended up popping the streak. But when Kismet was going the whole way around, like, it looked like he was sort of making plays towards bedroom, and then by the time he came out of the streak, he was basically on the point. So I didn't
find him.
Yeah. That's what it felt like, right? At least when he came out of the streak, I was like, I assumed he was going to get a gunfight. We're going to see him kill the kill.
Well, and really what you're trying to do is kind of bait those players out of the position by being on the point.
Yeah.
But they could never find that kill, but it's Scrap again, 33 and 20. Kleenex, he continues his monster series, almost 3,000 damage. And again, on the other side, I mean, the ARs could not get going for NYSL. Priesta, not the best map from him.
Yeah, something about, you know, I think a sub duo is probably one of the hardest things to figure out for a team. It's always been kind of wild. You have such. Whereas like AR, I know if you're talking like take the flex out of the position, just like main AR, there's a lot of similarities in how people play. But like subs, I think there's so much diversity in how subs will play the particular role. Like finding that correct pairing is so difficult. For whatever reason with Standy, I mean, Kleenex maybe was playing it away. Maybe it wasn't quite as comfortable for him, or wasn't just out eating and flying around like he wants to. But something about having Hixie here, it just seems like, yeah, Old Spy is just out there soaring, man.
Yeah, playing his game, and I mean, even then, I mean, Hixie's stat line isn't crazy, but he has some of these big moments where he's finding some multi-kills and making sure he's doing what he needs to do for his team to win.
Listen, man, before Simp and Abisi existed, for the most part, you had a sub that was like more of the OBJ type sub, like, I don't know, like a Looney or somebody that had like a 0.9 to a 1. Like, that was kind of normal. And then your other sub could kind of pop off. Like, that's just how it was for so long. Then Simp and Abisi came around, and like, it's almost like the expectation is, oh, well, everybody can fry. But that's not really the case. typically there's a bit more of a give and take.
Yeah, no, there's really only one sipping a BZ in this league, but there you can see it. Ultra 3-1 in the map, now up 2-1 in the series. But the good thing for New York, you're going to Hydro. You are undefeated on this map on the year. You don't play it too often, but it's looking good. 4-0. Can they get this to a map 5?
And was this the one where I'm trying to our stats notes that we had come through that it was like the rotations are really pristine, right? For New York, was it?
Yeah.
That's where like they would really lead the way, and we'll have to see how the breaks are going to go down. But we're going to take a look at Hydro, just talking about Hydro as we get ready for this map 4. And yeah, he's had a lot of great plays. You know, he had some interesting situations in the search where he was like last alive in a ton of situations, but almost close to pulling off some heroic moments. But when you talk about top 5 hardpoint KDs this season, he's sitting at number 2, and all the way from France. I believe we've got Hydro's mom in attendance. Welcome. That's absolutely amazing. Hello there. Welcome. I hope you're having a blast. It's got to be amazing to watch your son on the main stage, and I can imagine just the process of this with him traveling here to compete. I'm sure it has been a very, very stressful thing with the family, and that's awesome to see here.
100%. You know, he's all the way over here competing. I miss his family, missing his friends, so it is awesome to see that she is happy to be here. And yeah, we're happy to have her. She's like, get this dang camera off me, please.
She's like, all right, that's enough. That's enough. Bye-bye.
Yeah, back to my son. Back to my son.
I love it. I love it. But now let's see if he's got the mom buff. Is he able to pop off here on the map 4? Because you've got, I mean, we've seen teams obviously go to losers and make the run. Historically, it's been a thing. Just a month or so back, we saw the Thieves are able to do it, but it's not an easy thing. You want to put yourself in a winner's bracket position to make this run, but there's some of the stats you were kind of talking about. And so yeah, it's the whole percentage that was nuts. Yeah, for NYSL, like when they get rotated, when they get set up, it is incredible.
Yeah, 90% hold, and that's pretty tough to do on this map, man. When you talk about some of these hills, you know, most importantly, P3, P5 spawns get a little bit crazy, get a little bit wonky.
It's one of like the weirdest maps ever, because sometimes it seems such like a traditional Call of Duty map, but then like you've got entire underwater system. I don't really know what's going on.
We love swimming. We sure do. We're gonna see some water routes in NYSL.
What do you think if they added like you know, we have AI in Warzone, they had like piranhas or like great whites?
Yeah, I'm down.
Let's put them down there, and you get through the swim route. It's like, okay, do the swim route, but Jaws might bite off your legs.
I could see that probably in the next one.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm down. What, you gonna open a gunfight, dude? Like, punch a shark in the face?
Dude, all right, back to the action. Sorry, we have distracted by AI sharks. With Kismet. Chopping out one, Priestess there to follow it up with 2, trying to push all the way through will be Kismet, but not going to happen as it'll get stuffed out, and then quickly there for the trade will be Hydra, but still spawning deep. You've got Ultra.
Yeah, I mean, you take this though, if you're NYSL, you're spawning on the left side of the map. Ultra is just playing very conservative, trying to hold spawns for P2. But Hydro, he goes swimming, nice little dive, gets on up, able to find the first. But his teammates not there yet, as they're gonna take some long routes all the way through. That is just a beautiful breaststroke out of Kismet. He is working that flank. Look at that man go.
Surprise!
Hello, that is gonna be creepy. And now, set up the pinch, the spawn comes in. Now, can they break? They gotta break sooner rather than later, and that does not help you out.
It's like, yeah, so you get to get in the water. You know, we had that, what was it, the stats we had in Black Ops 3, where it's like time spent wall running, that thing. I need a time spent swimming.
NYSL are going to get on the point. And well, they will take that 30 seconds, but I guess you take the first 30 if you're Ultra, because now you have rotation all the way through towards P3. As Kismet, we're just going to do it again. We're going to take a long route.
It's dangerous, too, with the gun dangle like that. Could get caught on, like, some sort of underwater rock, and then you drown, Joe.
That could, yeah, you got to watch out for that.
Water safety, Joe. I studied it at the universities.
Kismet with the water route. What can he find? Inside just playing his life. His teammates, though, getting taken down around him. As P3 controls so far, so good here for Ultra.
Shout on to the next, but Scrap with the movement there makes it difficult for the centering to be on point. He wins the fight. Now Hixie in the chaos, just looking up, down, left, right. Is he swimming in behind me? I don't know. I'm going to keep popping and snapping as he finds the kills. About to be maybe a lead change here as it'll go back over to Ultra and up from the top rope. comes everybody soaring through when they kind of line up in front of Scrap. He's taking the damage from the nade, so his screen is just a cluster, but he's able to keep the shots on point.
And now you can see the spawns come in. So 2 players spawn behind, 1 player spawns behind that player. So Kismet, he's gonna find 2 kills, but he is gonna get taken down. That is where things just get crazy at P3. As Hixie wants to fly forward, as we rotate on over, back over towards Ruin side. You're gonna have Priesta all the way in the back. You're gonna have Hydra over towards Broken. Skies does spawn all the way out. Well, Kleenex is going to read that, but early control for the subliners.
Just trying to get the tags in if you were Scrap, but you're not seeing much. The nade, though, able to connect. It's Hixie gets 2. Hixie actually gets 3. And he's like, all right, I'm soaring forward off of that. Unfortunately, it's Sky still top that's able to get the angle, but it's Hixie that makes the play to open up the point. And now Kleenex finding kills on the cross-in transition, snapping back to deal with spawners. The subs doing it all right now for Ultra.
Yeah, that was a great play by Hixie to find that opening, and then they just let Skies back there, right? They don't allow him to make a play as NYSL. They get some split spawns that come on through. Now Hixie on 5 in a row, 1 away from that cruise. But he's just gonna take that route, and on rotation towards P5, you already have insight on the hill, and Scrap all the way in the back.
I think Scrap won a fight too. Yeah, I think he already killed 1. He was on the real early rotation. I forget who it was, but he was able to pick up 1, so he puts them in a position to look at this low map onslaught coming in from subliners. They are looking for the flood on forward. Through the watery rocks goes Scrap. Pre-aiming it, though, will be the subliner side. They were able to take down 3, I believe. Still a battle on the point. And look at this. I mean, you're spawning out like number 2, and Hixie's like right between 2 players. He's able to shoot 1 in the back. Then he gets shot in the back. Yeah, it's
yeah, P3, P5, that's where things just get a little bit weird. Yeah, with the spawns, but Ultra, they get on the hill now. You have everyone from NYSL spawning out, so a 40-point lead. And we talked about just sort of the rotations for NYSL, but a couple of breaks for Ultra have put them in a driver's seat, but Skies almost connects on.
Yeah, my guy's looking like a ballerina. Just dancing around inside, nearly the triple. Considering there from Kismet, but it's gonna be the headshot multiplier through for Scrap, so good luck with that gunfight. The advantage growing a bit, now up to 50. Skies just playing from this dominant heady. At times you can get up on the bridge, but not gonna last long. Pistol out, that's the advantage of having a pistol in the back pocket. You go swimming, you can take those shots down low, able to find 1.
Yeah, you gotta have a pistol if you're gonna take those routes. Just gives you that advantage, Hydra. I mean, every player we go to, I'll tell you what, I'd never take these routes. Never. I'm gonna have to start.
Oh no, I'm just too impatient to get in the water, yeah. I'm not a swimmer, Joe. Even if I got the body for it.
But Ultra with a 45-point lead. New York, though, they have spawns for P2 right now on the hill. They can get them right back into it. But right through the front, Hixie having himself a map 20 and 11, now 2 in a row.
And see, this is, you know, people were maybe hard on Hixie at times because the stats weren't there, but what did you just say? Like those moments where he needs to step up, he has it. It's happening right now within that map, but another man that's trying to get the heroics through. It is Hydra, the snap there, but just gets second shot in. Not able to win that fight. But 20 and 12 from Hixie. I mean, where would the lead start? Really with that 3-piece onto the point earlier.
Yeah, now this needs to be the response for NYSL. They are down 50 points, down 2-1 in the series. Let's go to a listen with NYSL.
Top dome is dead. Top dome is mount. Mount, we're missing one taking around or something.
I'm seeing right, I'm seeing back right.
What could be in the back?
Oh wait, he's in the back. Top dome. Back weak. Check. Next. Last one back right.
He's top dome on me. Top dome is one shot, absolutely tight. And one's pushing out, left side hood.
Playing new
Left side hood, top dome.
Yeah, he's right side dead.
Nice shit.
Did you kill the guy?
Left side, no.
He's still right.
Yo, press, I'm gonna go top right.
I'm gonna back up.
I can hold this.
I can get new time.
I don't see anything. They're gonna go
I'm
back
seeing
right.
water.
The one stop right.
Nice. Play for the right.
One more top.
Top out.
Nice. They can be the back. Okay, we're missing 2.
No, you just spawn. You can just spawn the other one. Yeah, I can see you double shit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. Yo,
They
listen,
still
water's
look
open.
around
I'm in the hut.
They're gonna take water out and shit. They're gonna
I'm trying to look deep, yeah.
Yeah, one's on me. Don't.
I don't see him down. It could be like bottom down. Stand mid P5. I have
On the back.
On my hut.
Stand mid P5. Wait,
In the back, Scrap. He's blocking. He's in blue. He's in blue right now. Everyone's playing. Just stay live red. You're good.
Give me top.
One's in the back. Scrap. Okay. Nice. Scrap in the back.
One more top red. Good next. Out of the back swap again.
Top red.
You want stop? What's out of the back? Spawn in the back.
I got some P5.
I can
Time.
I'm looking at
I'm dead. He's left side timing one stop right.
And the comms are alright, but do you hear like a little bit of frustration maybe with some of the plane draft, but also like the 3-piece from Kleenex? They just get wiped off the board again. It felt like they were a little in the blender. I mean, I heard them getting called out, getting stunned more than I heard anything else.
Yeah, they were in the blender because this guy is popping off. I mean, Hixie and Kleenex, the sub-duo, are taking over Hydro. And that's just what can happen, right? One of those sub-players takes a route, makes a play, a multi-kill goes in. They had the P2 set up, but Kleenex just goes right on through.
Was it Kleenex
and now,
like 12 and 11 when Hixie got the 20? Like, I'm pretty sure he just...
It was just that P2
off
through right there. Yeah, just goes off as he was on a 7 spree, and now they are in the driver's seat of the series.
I feel like he's at a spree in every single map. They can win it here with 3-1 and move on within this winner's bracket, but it's scrap for now. Dialed in, just set up. Kleenex now with the streak he's able to earn. Let's call on the cruise. Bare minimum, you get information. Do you hit a trophy?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do. How do you feel about the concept, Joe, of streaks just not really doing anything for you when you're in a...
Yeah, it can be tough. No, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of it, but well, I mean, hey, what can you do? Yeah, I think we saw it's like 20% of cruise missiles are successful. It just is what it is right now. But yeah, it doesn't turn into much. And behind that, now if you're NYSL, you're only down around 40 points.
They're bringing it back. Now you think maybe the comms starting to calm a little bit. Feel that scoreboard get a little bit closer. The speaker is out though, the radio ping. Maybe heard, and it was. Inside able to pick it up.
He's just hanging out now, just on top of the rush, trying to play his life. A clean setup so far for Ultra. They deal with the players on the pitch, but Hydra trying to do what he can from inside the hill, able to find the first, the movement on point, back and forth, finessing his life away as Skies finds the other two. And now just look at this.
Here we go.
You get this time, and it is very close to a tie game.
It felt like Ultra blowing the wheels off of this one, but not the case now. Subliners have made their stand. Second by second back into it. Scrap able to take down 2. Kismet back into the point. A team kill through for Skies, but they get the rest of the kills behind that. Still though, sitting inside the point despite all the kills. I mean, getting the final couple of seconds was Hixie that was actually in the point. And now we focus on rotation. There's about 25 points separating the two teams now, Joe. Are you going for a split thing? No, go ahead and drown. I don't know what accident was.
But now you can see P2 control over to Toronto Ultra. You have Hixie, Pop, Denny. He's going to try to take a route. And while P1 control, they're just playing patient. They're allowing them to have the spawns for now. They know that Ultra's going to have to get aggressive. They do not want to lead change and come in. And what beautiful shots out of Hydra with the Basnev. But Scrap it inside. Do deal with the players off the hill.
Sneaky, sneaky! Hydra continues to finesse. Finally, the chow not going to pay off as 2 players will be there. Down 6. Now it's NYSL. Kismet right back 2 for the wall bangs. Lovely there from inside to take him out. The Skies POV we go. Through on the cross. 1, 2. Lining up for Skies. Lead change. NYSL now in front. What a turnaround this has been.
Okay, on the last P2, it was Kleenex that really made things messy. This time, Hydra trying to do what he can. Able to find the first. Back down for a swim. Trying to find any other players. Where does the spawn come in? It's a little bit split right now. But there we go, Ultra deal with the first push, but not out of this quite yet. Both teams couldn't win it here on this hill. So NYSL, they're going to need a break as Sky starts to work top broken. Preset able to find 2. Can they get on the point? Scrap!
You had Kleenex spawning out so deep, but Scrap just puts them down. Priesta, though, still on his bit of a streak, and he was able to get to the back. Now looking for the break onto the point. You got a 2-on-2 here for a moment. Scrap gets it done with a Vaz. He gets a triple with an attack, a double with the Vaz, and then Hixie to pick it up, but Subliners get in for now. So you're no longer able to win it if you're on the other side. We got to think about the upcoming rotation.
Yeah, Scrap, he's going to call in the cruise. He's going to get all the info on the rotation. He's calling out Kismet right now, right in the middle of the map. We have to deal with him on the hill. He's not going to find a kill, but they know where everyone is. But did they find Kismet? There it is. Kleenex able to take him down. Now 18 seconds left.
That's the best part of the cruise. You get the info, right?
Like, get the info, but here comes his spawns. Close spawn. Scrap spawns all the way out. He is out of this fight. NYSL, they're going to get on the hill. Hixie, he's got to deal with so many players trying to play his life.
This is where it gets a little bit wonky. Another one though from Hixie. Can he be the hero? Kismet swimming away with his life for now. Just trying to get out and reposition. That's going to get picked up. It's Insight that's able to do it. 3 points needed for Ultra, and they've taken this series. It's Hixie that's making the plays, and Hixie pops off lane and goes through with the dub. I'll tell you what. Considering, like, when you saw Scrap spawning out the whole way, the close one came in for New York, and they, like, cleared him off the point, I was like, oh my god, they're going to lose on that.
Yeah, but I think maybe because Hixie's two-piece, he pulls NYSL forward. I think they got a couple of spawns in that back hut.
Oh, that's the one you said it. Guess why? It does.
Yeah, and I mean, Hixie, just the fact that he's able to stay alive, find those 2 kills, that allowed sort of the chaos to ensue.
Well, you think, I mean, what stands out to me is, like, at least for Ultra, you know, you have the Hixie 3 on the point early in the game to get the opening. Whatever the hell Scrap did at the point with like 5 kills to get this streak there. Kleenex that wild stretch, and then Hixie at the end. I mean, New York had their moments, but it just felt like bigger ones for Ultra.
No, I think like as a team play, New York, they got themselves back into it with those nice rotations. We were talking about some key plays, you know, inside of P5 and P1. But it was the individual moments for Ultra.
Yeah.
That was the difference. And that's why Hydro can be a tough map for some of our teams.
Well, it just seemed like whenever, and I'm New York at times, it felt like it was almost the same time it was happening on the Ultra side. Like when Priesta got what you thought was going to be 3 to open, and instantly Scrap gets 3. Some of the big plays from Hydra, like we're watching it happen to kill feed, like Kleenex is getting 2 or 3. Like it felt like there was sort of they balanced out some of the big moments from YSL and didn't let it snowball too much.
Yeah, just that early lead, they were able to hang on to it. It gets a little bit mixy, a couple of cruise missiles will give them the info. And well, there you can see Toronto Ultra 3-1 this series. It was a very close hard points, but I think, you know, the control especially, I mean, Ultra, they were just a step ahead.
Yeah, and you've got to feel good too, because I know Hixie's been with the roster a bit, but like, got to feel like just getting better and better. You know, just more time with the roster, now getting the reps on LAN. I love what I was seeing from that sub duo, but we've got Bryce on the main stage, Scrap, with some ludicrous moments down this stretch. Can't wait to hear about it.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, joining me here on the main stage, Scrap. First of all, before we go much further, let's start talking about the hard points. The first one was incredibly close. You didn't get away with it. What do you think went wrong in those final moments?
Well, you know, hotel hardpoint, you know, we call it the Bermuda spawns. You know, it's just spawning bedroom, spawning kitchen, lobby. So it was kind of unfortunate, but you know, it was war at the end. So.
And it happened again in the other hardpoint. Let's talk about the end of Hydro. All the way, like P1 and P2 was an absolute blitz. How did you guys regain in that moment? Because Hydra was holding down L for so long.
Yeah. Yeah, so Hydra had our dome control. You know, we just had to slow down, get some kills, just progress on the map slowly. And, you know, P1 didn't go our way, so we had to rotate for P2. And, you know, I just started slamming at the end. So, yeah, that was it.
You certainly did. Let's talk a little bit. So there has been comments made about your how well you guys have been playing from online to LAN. What adjustments have you made? What's different coming into Major 3?
I don't really know what's different. People say that, but it's all good. Like, you know, we take it on the chin. They can say what they want, but, you know, we're coming for it.
All right, I like it. There's also been a lot made about basically everybody's trying to set you up as a rivalry with everyone in the league. Obviously, you're one of the most outspoken rookies we've ever had. How do you feel about basically everybody trying to take shots at you every single time you get up here?
Yeah, you know, it's fun. It makes the matches way more, you know, mean way more. And, yeah, it just gets the heart pumping. It's just a fun time all around. So, yeah, I like it.
Awesome. And kind of last thing coming into this as well, you guys haven't managed to get to a major chip this year, even in your rookie year. What's been the main thing you've been concentrating on the run-up to major number 3?
Yeah, you know, our S&D wasn't really up to par the last 2 majors. We had to fix some things on the hard point, but I feel like Troll's in spot right now. So, you know, we just fixed up a little bit on all of our game modes, and, you know, we're looking good coming into this major.
Oh, you certainly are. It was a fantastic first game. All right, thank you. Give it up for Scrappy here in Texas. And we'll throw this one back over to our desk to break it down.
Scrappy getting the job done along with Toronto Ultra. I think for a lot of us, we predicted probably going Game 5, going the distance. All we got was 4 maps. Toronto Ultra, the #1 seed, nameless, and they look like the #1 seed.
Absolutely. Toronto played great, capitalizing on the mistakes of New York. We saw a few of those throughout the series in the search and destroys, a couple times New York throwing their life away. Toronto was able to capitalize, and then also the control. Once again, last series it was the difference. This time it was the difference as well. They absolutely smoked them on that. We saw the defensive stands that Toronto had multiple times. New York trying to go around the back. It's just not working. Toronto, the comms are too good.
Well, New York Subliners is a team that I thought was going to be very strong, and I think they were strong in a lot of different moments. They managed to get that Hotel Hardpoint just by 4 points. That really set the precedence to what we could expect in this series, Allie.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that Hotel Hardpoint was a banger. It's not very often we see Hotel end on P1, and I think it was just a little bit of the knowledge of the spawns that kind of edged out New York Subliners in that map #1. But I think that map #2 Fortress for me was really impressive from Toronto Ultra, simply because, I mean, they're not a very strong offensive team when it comes to search and destroy, and it really was that round #8 where Scrap was on that A side, gets those first 2 opening bloods onto New York Subliners, and that gives them the edge there when it comes to the offensive rounds, as it was back and forth majority of the time.
And what's crazy about what Allie's talking about is, like, New York had first blood in that round, and then New York tried to, like, bang out sight, and Scrap finds a 2-piece, just mistakes there. Yeah. And then earlier we saw them as well, like, New York's on offense, and Kismet tries to chase that kill outside of open when Scrap was tucked away in the corner. And I know what their strat was there. They're like, all right, I'm going to hit open. The guy Map's going to try to kill me. Hydra, you kill him as I do that, right? So sort of over-challenging, they throw that round away. So you lose a couple of rounds there, and then, you know, in the hard points as well, Toronto got outslayed by 1,000,000 on that map 1 and still kept it so competitive. It's a good indicator of where this team is at strategically. They're sound.
And I think, honestly, the Hydra hardpoint, we've seen so many big pop-off moments in that certain sense as well. We talk about the outslay, but they find the kills where they need to. P2, we've seen Scrap go on that 7 spree at the end. Yes. It's insane. Kleenex finding the 3 to break it on another occasion.
Yeah.
P2 was a bit mixy, but it always felt like Ultra were the ones who came out on top at the end. Yeah, it felt like, especially in that map 4, you could really see Ultra. They're firing on all cylinders. Everybody's doing their job, but we got to move into a special moment. Let's look at our scut play of the game, because I think for me, man, it was all Scrap. Scrap was tearing it up. We got to go straight into that map #4. Ton, I know you were hyped up, baby. You mentioned that 7 spree going into P2. Talk to me about it.
I mean, it was insane, but looking over towards the control and what he was doing, yeah, so good at playing that bedroom side when he needs to, finding the kills and slaying out for the squad. But yeah, I mean, we can talk about the Hydro so long, but really impressive in the control as well.
Yeah, and I think a big turnaround as well. Even though they beat New York Subliners last time they went up against them, they were heavily outplayed that time too. Scrappy had a .93 overall in that matchup, but a .8 in control specifically. They rematch up today. He drops a 1.65. So I definitely think we're seeing a scary Scrap at the beginning of this major.
Well, we highlighted him for a reason. He was one of our players to watch, and I'm sure going to be one of our players to watch throughout the major. But we got a cool thing coming out from Upper Deck. You can start your digital collection. I love this idea. We got our 2021 Call of Duty e-trading cards by Upper Deck, the official trading card partner of the CDL. Collect your favorite teams and players on upperdeckepAC.com, or you can scan the QR code on screen. Our first series is done, but we have a second series ready to go, or just about ready to go, at Seattle Surge versus LAG. #1 place, #8. We'll see who ends up ahead after the break. And welcome back to Major number 3, the OpTic Texas Major here at the Esports Arena in Arlington. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble filling in for Puckett this weekend, and I couldn't be more excited to be with each and every single one of you. Our second series, Seattle Surge versus LAG, about to be underway, and that's going to be a great one for a number of different reasons. Of course, got Merc on the desk this time around. What's up, Merc? How you feeling?
Oh, I feel good, man. Hanging out. You know, first cast is always a good time. Getting the rhythm of things. Crowd's already lit. It's going to be a wonderful weekend.
That's right. That's right. Like I said, we have Seattle Surge LAG. Ali, Nameless, I know you're pumped up for it. Number 1 seed versus number 8. Nameless, what can we expect from this series?
I mean, well, when you look at it on paper, you look at the qualifying performance, you can expect Seattle to come in and have a relatively easy series. Now, the Search and Destroy has been unbelievable for Seattle Surge. Number 2 Search and Destroy team that we had only to face throughout Major 3 qualifying stage. So I expect them to come in here and clean house with LAG. Wow. But as we know with Call of Duty, doesn't always go as expected.
That's right. That's what I was about to say. Yeah, you never can predict anything despite the stats, Ali.
Yeah.
Anything can happen, but let's talk about Seattle Surge. These boys, they're ready to go.
Yeah, and they've had quite the road to get here, right? We're talking about a team that was on a Search and Destroy losing spree, possibly to break the record, and then we headed to Major 3, and it's just been a huge turnaround for them. They're our number 1 seed, and I'd say they kind of had a middle-of-the-pack road. They beat the Royal Ravens that were looking a little bit better at the end of the year. They beat the New York Subliners, our Major 1 winners, and they beat the Minnesota Rocker and Florida Mutineers. So not the hardest road, but regardless, they've made improvements across the board.
Well, I know Sib's always getting hyped up by Puckett, but let's talk about Fred, right? This man is incredible. He was our Rookie of the Year last year. Merc, what does Fred bring to this team?
I mean, he is just a monster. When he gets going, he plays with such confidence. You know, in hardpoint, he's pushing out these cuts. He's making the individual plays. It feels like when he gets going, this team is just so difficult to beat. He is a point of view we all look forward to watching, and when he's playing at this level, they are, they're always going to be a contender.
That's right. And Nameless, when it comes to Fred, what game mode, right, is he going to be the guy to pop off and be the hero?
I mean, well, I would have said hardpoint like a week ago, but now it's every single game.
Now it's every
We're talking about a guy who is unbelievable in First Bloods. Like the last SD we saw him have, he's 6 First Bloods in 8 rounds. That's been unreal. We've seen, you know, everybody saw the tweet. I think Brian Stats put out. He's at like a 1.1 and above for like 10 consecutive stages. The kid is ridiculous. You can see the KD leaderboard once again. I mean, these are LeBron numbers that he's dropping.
And not even on that, like in Search and Destroy, he has a 1.79 right now for this split. So like Ann said, in all game modes, he has been stepping it up across the board.
Well, of course, Brett, he's going to be popping off number 1 KD. He's going to be a threat on the battlefield. But let's hone in on LAG, our number 8 seed. They've definitely got their work cut out for them. But I do think, like you said, right, anything can happen on each day of the week. LAG, 4 talented members. They're here for a reason. Merc, what can we say about them?
Well, I think when this team first came in, right, you saw them throughout stage 2, and it was all about their hardpoint, right? Their hardpoint, they were playing some of the best hardpoint in the league, but they were really struggling in Search and Destroy and Control. Then you look at this qualifier, and it's kind of the opposite, where their hardpoint is struggling, but their Search and Control is looking a little bit better. The question for me is, can they be competitive in the hardpoints? If they're able to take a hardpoint or a respawn away from the Seattle Surge team, that's where I think things do get interesting. But yeah, you're looking at, you know, Joe Deceives, you're looking at Exceed to match the output of guys like Mac and Fred.
Love Joe Deceives. He's had such a good run, but let's talk about Exceed, right? Our player to watch when it comes to LAG. Exceed, hey, I think we're going to have a banger of a series from him, Nameless.
Yeah, you know, quietly he's been making some moves, especially these Search and Destroys. I feel like in some of the games where, you know, they've been like down and out, Exceed has been the guy who's had these explosive moments. He's really been a playmaker for this squad. And, you know, quietly as well, LAG has been a good Search team this split. 4-1 in their last 5, right? So it's kind of a Search and Destroy battle between these 2 hardpoint teams that we labeled from the last major. It's going to come down to those, man.
And I want to bring up something interesting. Ali, you were talking to me pre-show just before we went live, right? And you were kind of mentioning about specifically, I believe it was Sib, who has some pretty crazy stats last time they played.
Well, so last time they played was last year, December 2nd, like our first week of Major 1 qualifiers. It was a different LAG team, but what's crazy is the fact that Sib dropped a 1.89 on their forehead, and they still lost the series in a Game 5 fashion. So obviously a much different LAG team to go up against this time around, but I'm hoping to see the same performance out of Sib.
Yeah, what was Sib doing?
Well, Sib gets a lot of love. Hey,
If you drop a 1 point, if you're my
To be
teammate,
fair.
you drop a 1.9 for the L.
To be fair, in the hard points, it was like an 100-point club, like 250 to 91. So that's where he was dropping the real numbers with a 2.4.
Well, like I said, with buckets on the desk, all I hear is sib, 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 right? He's always pumping that man up, and I'm sure he's going to be just fine today. Let's take a look at our maps and modes, though, and start telling our story. Mark, I'm actually going to have you look at this a little bit. What are you thinking, baby?
I mean, just Embassy and
Square up.
Fortress. Yeah, I mean, you're just talking about throwing haymakers at one another. What we talked about, sort of Pred versus Exceed, the submachine guns. I mean, this is going to just be some fast-paced action from start to finish.
I think both these teams got a hard point that they preferred in this series. You know, LAG kind of preferring that Embassy and Fortress going to fall in the likes of Seattle Surge. I think that game 2 and 5 is going to be really important simply because LAG, I don't see them stealing a hard point from Seattle Surge. And the biggest thing right now is Seattle's not going to let you get the bomb down. And even if you do get the bomb down, they're #1 in retake right now. So LAG, I'm hoping for them to play those bloods and picks early.
All right, fair enough. Seems like hard point's going to be a sticking point. We'll see if they can step it up today. But let's do our quick predictions. Out the gate, I think I got to go with the #1 seed. I took a little bit of a risk on New York earlier. This time, I'm going with Surge. What about you?
Surge, got to be, right? Just they're in form now. Their Surge is looking better.
All right, Allie?
Seattle Surge, for sure. I think Mac's been looking really good this split.
All right, Nameless.
Everything leads to Surge. I'm going with Seattle Surge.
Everything leads to Surge, he says. So we're all for Surge. That only means one thing. LAG, you got to step up and show us what you're made of. Bryce, what do we got on stage?
All right, thank you very much. Let's get this next one underway. Another game here in beautiful Texas. And these two teams have an awful lot to prove. There's been roller coasters, there's been dismay, but glory can await on the main stage. So let's say hello to our first team, the LA Gorillas.
Watching for the opposition, out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get me. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. They get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. War, ready, crew, coming through heavy. Aim steady, lights out, it's the gorillas. Not any winner, one out of many. 5 talents, empty, lights out, it's the gorillas.
Please welcome to the stage, the LA Gorillas! Assault, Exceed, Jonas Steves, and Arcades. Your LA Gorillas.
They are the massive underdogs in this series, but let's not forget, there's 2 world champs on this squad and a world champs MVP. This is a team coming into this, they've looked better. The COD gods blessed them with the winner's bracket spot. Can they capitalize on it? Let's bring out Seattle, Bryce.
All right, 4 players are set, and 4 more want to take that win away from them. It's been a roller coaster for this next team, but let's find out how they are today. This is Seattle Surge. Texas makes a noise for Seattle Surge. Sip, Accuracy, Mac, and Pred, your Seattle Surge.
With a star-studded lineup, I'm going to focus on the underrated. Mac with the most clutches on this team, 3 aces on the season, and a 1.43 in Search and Destroy. That's going to be your player to watch when it comes to Seattle Surge. They're looking to get a chip again like they did last year, 4 major 3, and it's looking hot against the LAG. Let's get this match started, Bryce.
All right, thank you very much, Ali. The teams are set and glory awaits in the next round. Let's get this game underway. Over to our casters, Lando and Study. Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, indeed. Jay, it's really time for us to start off our Major 3 tournament in the best way possible. Number 1 versus our number 8 seed. Tell you what, man, oftentimes when you're taking a look at the seeds, taking a look at the position for how both teams played in the qualifiers, it's easy to almost like not really notice a trend. But I'll tell you what, man, coming into Major 3, we did not know what to expect from both of these rosters, considering how they played at Boston.
Oh, yeah. You're talking about Seattle Surge, man. They get last place at that Boston Major, and it simply came down to their search and destroy. Now, all throughout this stage, though, they have completely turned the tide in that mode, go 4-1 overall, and the majority of that success falls on the Embassy Search and Destroy, falls on the Hotel, where they do have that Embassy in this series as that map number 2. So everything tells you Seattle are going to come out and win this series. They're way better when it comes to the hard points. Their S&D has been looking a lot better, and then they have that fortress control in the middle. They are the best attacking team on that map. So tall ladder to climb for LAG. I think for me, it all starts at this map number 1, man. A team who started off with this roster, they were great at hardpoint. They kind of fell off all throughout stage 3. That's the way that they have to try to come out into the series, is stealing a respawn versus a team like Seattle.
Absolutely. As we take a look at our season records for both the LA Gorillas and the Seattle Surge, it's interesting, right? Because we're talking about that search destroy. Obviously, on the season for Seattle, does not look good. The number 12 seed overall, 8-19 so far throughout this season. Yet, it feels like that is the brightest spot right now for the team, Jay.
Oh, yeah, without question, man, because this is the thing that was holding them back. They were obviously almost on the verge of breaking that loss record in Search and Destroy with 12 in a row. They do that, and then eventually they come out and start winning their Search and Destroys, man. Their respawn has always been stellar, but that's what's going to make this team complete. They can stay in that prime form. You talk about that S&D, but like I said, this Embassy map number 1, a stellar one for both of these squads. I know the record says 4-1 for LG, but with this new squad, they're actually undefeated. So this is a map that they have to come out and win.
Absolutely. As we said, coming into this series, LAG, massive underdogs. But when it comes down to major time, we've seen some wild upsets previously here at the Esports Stadium in Arlington. Can we be delivered another one? It's time for P1 here on Embassy as both teams look to battle, not just for the time, but more importantly, for the bottom side of the map. And right now, Seattle, they've got their arrows everywhere.
Yeah, Seattle's doing a great job of maintaining the better side of the map. Neither squad is fighting for a majority of this P1 time. It's right now Seattle and Accuracy holding down this lane from top papers, cutting them all down. Great shots, at least find 2. That relieves some of the pressure, so Seattle able to find a couple kills, get right back on that time.
And it's interesting, man. We see Accuracy start off great. I mean, really, for Surge, this has been a wonderfully played P1 up to this point. Now they've got preferred positioning for P2. As we take a look through the battles, it feels like it's been a collective effort across the board. There's always a lot of focus, thrown toward Accuracy and Mac. But Jay, the Death touched on it. They have both had their moments so far.
Oh yeah, they have stepped up tremendously. We talk about their play in stage 3. And that's what has led to them having a lot of success. But you see the early break comes in from the Gorillas. They take full kitchen control. They're able to find a couple kills. And now Seattle Surge swanning all the way across the map. They're trying to find an opening, but LAG are cutting them all down until Mac finds 2, hits the Dolphin dive, cannot find a third, but it turns into a one-on-one.
Oh, and it's Brad who's picking up right from where McKenzie leaves off. Assault, still 30 seconds left to fight for. Seattle are right back into this HP as they've got close spawns, and right now for LAG, it is RST's thinking about that rotation. Understandably so. It's going to be Seattle who walks away with the scraps, but now comes in the most important part of Embassy, J, these next 2 hard points.
Yeah, these next 2 hard points, the P3 to P4 chain, is where this game starts to get out of hand. That's going to be Joe Deceives holding down that orange cut. He's able to find 2, assault with the 3rd. So LAG win their gunfights off the rotation. They're going to be able to get set up properly for top AC. But you see Seattle Surge, they're putting a lot of pressure on towards backheads. They're trying to set up this crossfire as Mac is setting up for the pitch.
Yeah, every kill could be huge here. Assault ends up getting totally crossed inside of the office, and now Seattle with numbers. There is 3 players making their way up the stairs, and Joe Deceives overwhelmed by the amount of players that he sees as Seattle right back in this HP.
Oh man, they're just taking over this game. Perfect pinch leads to a perfect break as they're finding all the kills in the feed. Assault up the ladder with the pistol. He does take down 1, but there's too many players here from Seattle Surge. Able to get this remaining 20 seconds, and now it's all going to be about this rotation. Accuracy, the only player here, he drops, so If you are Seattle Surge, make sure you get this 15 seconds, but it's all going to be about these next couple of gunfights. LAG have to get a good hold here.
I think if you're a Gorillas fan, man, you're just taking a look at player number 8, specifically on the mini-map. The same thing can be said for Mac, but Pred, just in those close quarters, we know how elite he can be in close quarter gunfights, and that is exactly what the Office will provide you with. Early time going the way of LAG is right now for Mac. We take a look through his perspective. Waiting for a lane, waiting for an opportunity, opens up the door, and we'll see if he can begin to strike. Pred, he's dealt with. Same thing for accuracy. Sib, able to find one, but that is all that Surge will get. First wave cleared from the Gorillas.
That's a good hold right there from the Gorillas to get some much-needed time to get back into this game. Now it's all about holding down the second push, and Assault does it with that Bastev in hand. He had a stellar performance all throughout Stage 3. So far leading the way right now for his squad on a 5 spree. So far, this hill's been uncontested. Seattle cannot find an opening. He's cutting them down, but at least he picks up that kill to earn that cruise missile. Off the rotation, though, it's going to be Seattle with a couple more bodies.
It feels like lately, man, for the LA Gorillas, I mean, you and I have had quite a few of their casts so far throughout the Major 3 qualifiers. It almost feels like the team kind of goes based off of Assault's level of play. Like, we're seeing him pull out the SMG from time to time. We've seen that happen on the previous Embassy that they played. He had a stellar performance when it came down to that. As we said, the 2018 champs, MVP, and winner back into CDL and trying to lead the Gorillas to a victory over our #1 seed, as it's about to be all-out chaos in P5. So far, LAG have been able to handle that chaos lately, but it's Seattle's opportunity to break, and they're able to make it happen. Big time left on the board.
Big time. And now if you are LAG, you are getting those close spawns towards back kitchen, so you have the ability to set up the pinch, go for the flood, and win these engagements. It's all going to start with Arson. He gets the first. The trade comes in. Joe deceives. They see him trying to do everything to cut them down, but Sib at least released some of that pressure. So with only 15 seconds left, it's all going to be about setting up around this P1 hard point. Seattle find the break for the final 10 seconds. As Pred is just cutting them down, but this has been a back and forth hard point. LAG did a great job of getting themselves back into this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And the one thing that makes P5 even that much crazier, Jay, is that you also want to have spawns. So you're not just trying to fight throughout the entirety of the HP for the seconds, but you also want the spawns that it possesses you once that hill comes to a close. Right now, LAG have that. But the first set of rotations, a 30-point game right now in favor of Seattle. We'll see if they can keep that same level of play up. As we said from the other side of the stage, Gorillas, they have yet to lose this hard point. And this is the one that, as we called it, is a huge lifeline for them, considering the S&D, considering just the talent that this Seattle team will have when it comes down to game number 3. All eyes, all focus right now on the Gorillas, and more specifically on to Exceed as he finds himself on the 3 spree.
And the Gorillas are doing a great job of getting a lot of time off of this P1. You saw Accuracy was the only player causing the problem from top paper, but once you take care of him, you're able to soak up a lot more time to get yourself closer and closer back into this game. But these next couple of gunfights are going to be big. Sib and Mac, they combine for 2 through the street side, so now Seattle have that side of the map. LAG are now going to spawn over towards Orange.
Ready to dock and walk.
They found the break the last go around. They have to try to find it again, as Joe Deceives is going to be that player on the pinch trying to make the play.
He just made the mega route. See if that works out. Meanwhile, for Assault, he'll look to bring in this streak. It doesn't really take him down, but thankfully, Joe Deceives' play ends up working out very well here for the Gorillas. So currently vacant time. Both teams strategizing, trying to figure out where the others are coming from. It is Gorillas with preferred positioning, but Seattle, a quick 3-for-1 trade. Joey D, the only man here.
He's the only one. He made such a great play for his team to get the better side of the map, to put themselves in the proper setup, but none of his teammates are able to pick up any kills. So the break is in for Seattle Surge. Final 20 is going to be theirs, and this is where you have to make up for it. If you are the Gorillas, they got broken instantly, rotating over towards this P3 hard point. It's all about these gunfights. You know, at least you have one player working that pinch from hedge side, but you have to hold down towards top AC. Big kill versus Pred.
Yeah, huge opportunity right now here for the Seattle Surge. A break very well to decide how this game 1 goes. Mac with the snap. Let's step aside and see how the comms are sounding. A listening with Seattle.
Block, still on the block.
I'm streaking.
On the block. I can't
Listen,
kill
gas block, time in orange.
Bathroom and gas block.
2 orange, 1 side, 1 gas block.
Don't streak me, do not streak me.
On the gas block.
I'm coming for gas block. We're challenging them. 2 on time. No, 2 on time, 2 on time. Gas block, hit twice, hit twice. 2 on time.
I got 2.
Nice,
And 1 shot on time. 1 shot on it. Mini AC, mini AC. Mini AC, Alec, 1 bullet, okay?
Absolute on time. Daytime, he's no trophy. I'm going towards new,
I'm going gas.
1 front time. Nice, no trophy on time.
Alright, Alec with mini AC.
I'm gonna go new, you guys play old. Yeah,
okay.
Super time. They're gonna spawn back door new. Yeah, I'm sitting in a corner new.
I'll reset her, okay?
Okay, hold it.
He's mini AC and ult still. They're both there.
Yeah, Tudo. Do you still stay there?
Yeah, I got it.
Get the hold that
Gas,
shit.
guys. They're gonna be all over you.
What's back there?
Back right there.
Stun, bro. Behind you.
I'm coming, bro. Nice. Last two should be ult.
Front on. Joe Steve. He went in from PD. This is good pump. This is good.
I'm closing back. Oh, he's in the back door already. Assault behind the vent. He's playing his life
That's
behind
what
the
we
vent.
have.
Every back.
I'm holding stairs. They can jump in back there.
I know. Watch yourself. Watch your
Okay,
back.
I heard you.
Take it out, guys. I'm pushing stair door.
I think we're on stage 1.
H2 dead.
I got stairs.
I have stair door.
I heard you.
Stair door, one shot inside of it.
I'm chilling. I'm holding buffer. I have buffer. He ran up top.
They're gonna be hitting halls.
H2 one shot.
One's still up top.
Alex top.
Yeah,
I'm holding hotel. I got H1.
One's in the back of me.
They're gonna be in the halls.
One's in the back of me. I'm trying. Get time.
Okay.
H2 on me.
Nice.
H2, one shot.
I'm trying.
H2, one shot.
I got it.
Nice.
That's it.
Bathroom one shot. Bathroom hall front door.
Hall's weak again. Stand time.
Yeah.
I have H2 in here.
Hey.
Signed it.
Nice, guys. I'm holding buffer.
Nothing H2.
Xbox. One's Xbox.
I mean, a nice check-in with the Seattle Surge. I mean, Jay, it feels like they're just having a great time right now when it comes down to Embassy Hardpoint. There was a big spot where it was a 2v2 inside of Hotel. Civ and Mac are able to clutch up, and from there, they have not allowed for a single second to go the opposite direction. And now for LAG, we said coming into this series, they're staring at a mountain, and right now, that score has been mimicking the storyline that we had coming into this series.
Oh yeah, that was a full 60 hold right there from Seattle. Gives himself a nice little comfortable lead as Mac does not slow down, finally gets taken off of that streak. But he does earn himself that cruise missile. Now Sid picks up one of his own. 15 seconds till Seattle are able to take map number 1. LAG trying to set up the pinch. Players pushing through orange. Players pushing through back kitchen. They have to go now.
They got to make a break, and it's got to be quick. I mean, already this is a tall task for LAG. Can anybody make a play happen as Mac nearly snaps onto 3? However, he has set Civ up for a 1v1 gunfight. Arseny's able to take that. Gorillas are still fighting, but now could be accuracy. They've got the angles locked down. Only a few more seconds. 249 to 180. LAG still in it.
Still fighting. They're still fighting, but Seattle just need 1 point. Who knows? You find these kills around P1, you hop on that time, the game is going to be yours.
Oh, and Fred, okay, no big deal. AG just not spotting players, but here comes the streak from above, and that will be game. Seattle Surge deliver this iteration of the LA Gorillas their first loss on Embassy Hardpoint. It is a pretty well collected Hardpoint throughout that one, Jay. I mean, off the start of a Hardpoint, obviously we're going back and forth talking about who's in the driver's seat, who's in the better position, but it just felt like for Seattle, mimicking the comms, never really felt like they weren't going to take the Hardpoint, to be honest.
Yeah, the comms are beautiful, and that led to the success that they have in the Hardpoint. When the communication is like that, everyone's just calling out specific things, calling out what positions are open, where these players are coming from. And you saw that's what eventually led to a great hold on that P4 Hardpoint where they were able to grow the lead the way that they did. Seattle Surge were just a step ahead. A couple times where LAG, they won a couple rotations. They just could have won that first wave of gunfights, and Seattle were able to find that early break into some of these money hills on the Embassy. Is now LAG have to try to respond in the search and destroy, where Seattle, all season long, this has been their weakest mode. All throughout the last stage, though, is where they have turned it up to a whole different level. So with LAG falling short in that map for 1, they lose this search and destroy. Seattle Surge are going to walk away with this one with ease.
Yeah, that's what we talked about, right? For LAG, this was a huge hardpoint for them. And granted, you are facing off against Seattle on one of their best hardpoint maps, but on the inverse, you'll take this if you're LAG. You have yet to lose this hardpoint. So, I don't know, man. It became a tie game to me. I mean, at least when it came down to specific moments, I felt like it was this play right here, or either at the start of that hard point in the office, where it was a 2v2. Seattle won that from there. They didn't lose a single second.
And even if you think about back before we even got to that point where Jodeci's makes that route all the way through back street, he sets up the pinch, he spawns a bunch of Seattle players all the way out towards tennis, and then they lose all their gunfights. Right. That was the most important thing. You have Surge spawning all the way across the map. Someone's got to get on the point, but you have to win that first wave of kills, because if you don't, then you allow the break to come in, and they were able to hold that for a full 60. I think that was the turning point in the game for me, as Seattle Surge do exactly what we expect them to do. Best team in Hardpoint, take map 1.
Yeah, they're showing their stuff already, 250 to 194, and I think for Seattle fans out there, Jade, that scoreboard is a welcoming sight, right? Seeing accuracy leading the entire lobby, I believe, in kills overall, 27 and 22. We saw Mac have a number of highlight plays. He finishes off this opener with a 1.21 overall KD. Like we said, man, for Seattle Surge, like, it's so funny, like throughout the season, it's been so obvious, right? We're talking about, okay, they can win hard points, but they can't win S&D. We're looking at Mac, we're looking at accuracy. Little by little, man, every series, even, you know, when it comes into these different maps, it feels like they're starting to right the wrongs when it comes down to their issues that they have suffered. And take a look at this, an exact comparison on what exactly we are discussing. Stage 1 to Stage 2, the SD performances have never been different than that.
Oh, that's terrible, because I'm pretty sure all 4 of those S&D wins throughout Stage 1 to Stage 2 all came on LAN. They could not win an S&D online, but all throughout Stage 3, this is what has been able to make series easy for them. 4-1 record, 70% at getting that first blood, which usually leads to about 90% of them finding that round win. They have completely flipped the switch when you talk about this mode. And with this team, the way that they've been playing in Response, if they can get this one down packed, without question, they are championship caliber.
Now I want to ask you too, right? We're talking about Seattle Surge. Now they're back on LAN. I mean, like we said, historically, they've been okay at Search and Destroy when it comes down to LAN. Online were really the biggest problematic moments for them. But what do you feel like has been the biggest difference, right? We're taking a look at Stage 1 to Stage 2. Now we're here in Stage 3. And obviously, as we talked about it, in every metric, in every category, the Search Destroy has been totally flip-flopped. If you could point out one thing, what do you feel like has been the biggest difference?
It's got to be the confidence, man. It's got to be the confidence the Seattle Surge are starting to play with. You have unbelievable players on your squad, like Mac and Pred. You see the stats all throughout Stage 3. Pred was #1 in S&D KD with a 1.79, and you have Mac sitting nice and comfortable, top 5 overall with a 1.43. He's getting it done, getting that bomb planted. Pred is doing it when he finds that first blood. So when you get your SMGs just setting the tone, setting the pace, it does wonders for your entire organization. They're just finding confidence in this mode. They just got to keep on form, man. You got to keep playing with that same amount of confidence.
Yeah, you absolutely do. I mean, there were many who were talking about it, even coming into this qualifier in general, until Seattle would obviously possess the #1 seed. Now coming into the OpTic Major, there are people who said, Seattle, this could be the last time that we see this 4-man lineup together, unless they're able to show us something, unless they're able to win Search Destroys. This has been the mode that has absolutely rejuvenated this team. But on the flip side, man, you could almost say the same for the LA Guerrillas. They were, for the longest time, so great in their hard points, and then they started to figure out Search and Destroy and Control, as this will be the ultimate test. As we said, for that game #3, it feels like it's got Seattle's name written all over it. Another chance for LAG to try and surprise us. As we jump in here for round #1, it is Surge starting things off on attack.
Surge on the attack, just playing for the information. They know they have no trophy systems to work with, so you can't cross that B bomb with ease. As LAG do a great job of taking full map control. Sib is able to get some information onto one player, can't line up the snipe, and that succeeds finding that first blood.
That is great aggression being displayed there from the rookie. The same thing can be said for Joe Deceives. Thankfully, Pred at least able to even up that man count a little bit nicer. 2v3 currently right now here from Seattle. As Pred looks to make the play, biggest problem obviously for Surge is that that bomb is down, but it's not been planted.
Yeah, but Pred is about to earn his dead silence. So he might be able to make a play through back alley. As he's slowly starting to edge his way up. The bomb is going to be down towards that B site. Yeah, you want to pop that before you climb this ladder, as
peekaboo.
Saul's just looking at it.
Good effort, honestly, good effort, but so many players, whether it's Hardpoint or Search Destroy, starting to learn how to play over toward the top side of the ACs. The ladder watched, and from there, LAG, they strike early, and they grab our opening round.
Yeah, it's good stuff right there from the Guerrillas to put a lot of aggression up through the middle of the map. They can take full map control from Seattle and trap them in towards back embassy. Seed starts it off by getting that first blood. Shut down that aggressive push towards Hedge. And eventually they close out in the 3v1. Just the positioning they were able to take. Seattle, they struggle in their 3 towards 11th in the league. Showed on that round #1 as LAG take round 1.
I feel like for Exceed, I mean, he starts off our opening round with 2 kills, gets the first blood. Oftentimes he is the sniper player for the team. A lot of eyes, a lot of focus on him. As Pred, no surprise, he's able to answer with a first blood in round #2. And right now for Exceed, hunting for information, has tossed out that stun. Is he gonna be aware of the flank? Oh, heavens! Eat that one, Pred. Good work there from LAG as they clean up 2 in a row. Another man-down situation for Surge.
Oh, man-down situation. Agnes' position is going to be known. Assault is able to take him down, line it up for the very final kill. But it all goes back to Exceed, man, hitting that quick scope onto Pred. Tries to run away, but catches the timing, lines it up beautifully, shuts down the aggressor on the side of Seattle Surge, and LAG now take 2 rounds in a row.
We talked about it just going into that round, Exceed. A lot of focus on him. And he's able to deliver with a wonderful quick scope, putting LAG up now 2-0. See if they can build upon it. You got 2 players who could maybe have streaks in their future. Assault and Exceed off to a lovely start through our first 2 rounds, but Seattle now back on the attack. And it looks like that is going to be a quick bomb plant. Does Exceed know the timing? Yes, he does. Dives out, and at the same time, Assault is also able to find one himself. LAG have been downright dominant to kick off these rounds.
Perfect read right there from the Gorillas. They know that Seattle like to get this bomb down towards B with the quickness. They don't give it up. They attack it at the perfect time. They're able to find the first 2 kills. So now into 4v2, Sib at least lines 1, takes down Assault from top AC. That bomb is still down. There's only 45 seconds left. LAG basically still have you guys trapped in towards Embassy.
Yeah, for LAG, it's just like, hey, let's just stand still.
Just play a trade.
Make them come to us. Sib. Let's have that hack out. Pred goes for aggression as Exceed ends his life on a 5 spree. What was a 2v4 has now turned into a 1v2. Sib, the ult to do hits the snap. And I believe he'll be able to get that bomb down. Arseny's, can he arrive in time? Yes, he will. Denies the clutch as Alec will come away with it. Sweat off the brow there for LAG, 3-0.
Just good work from the Gorillas to keep their man advantage in their favor. Even though Sib gets a couple easy reads in that situation. RCD's a 2-time world champion. Does not panic in those moments. Waits for the bomb to get planted. Able to shoot Sib in the back for free. Secure the round for the Gorillas. 3 in a row now.
I just want to see a sniper duel. I do. I want to see a sniper duel between Exceed and Sib. Maybe on the cross, potentially, something? Not yet. Sib on one side, meanwhile Exceed on the other. Cracks the whip, but nothing landed, at least able to provide a bit of pressure. And Sib, able to tack him up. He does not have the sniper on the other side. That is straight tack shots coming in as Arseny's will be there to fall. Exceed going for the wrap as this is a big spot right now from LAG. They're trying to get that bomb down, but they need someone to be on Overwatch, and that is Exceed's job.
Oh yeah, Exceed is in a great position to at least relieve some of the pressure towards top AC.
Hello.
A couple teammates who are working through the back alley. Prez able to take down Exceed, make it a 3v2. But with the positioning right now on the side of the Gorillas, you can rotate this bomb towards A, get it down for free.
Will Joe decide to go for it? Oh, goodness. Not far away. Back. Still yet to get on the board. Well, now 0-4. Now brings it to a 2 versus 2. And right now for Sib, he does have that trophy, so no dead silence pop. Meanwhile for Joe Deceives, he will rock that, and they have their eyes set on that A bomb. Can Sib get the timing is really going to be the question. Decides to jump on out, able to find one. Now brings it into a 1v1, and it's Sib with the snaps again. But thankfully this time, it allows for a round. Seattle finally able to get on the board, Jay.
Wasn't easy, man, but they finally find their first round. As LAG did a great job of just putting a lot of pressure in towards Orange. You saw Joe Deceives, he was setting up Assault. Once he times that nade in towards Orange, you get him to back out from the top steps, give an easy kill to Assault to turn it into a 2v2. But then Sib, being the player holding down that A site, finds the timing from top plat, wins the first one, knows the positioning of the second, is able to find 3 kills on the round to close it out. Seattle down 3-1 now.
Talked about it lately for Seattle, somewhat of a uncustomary start to this Embassy Search Destroy. 2-0 on it so far throughout the Major 3 qualifiers, and they have been dominant dubs at that. We're talking 6-2, 6-1. Finally able to get on the board after 4 rounds of play, but it could be Pred who's able to start things off nicely. He finds a kill. Meanwhile, though, Exceed still being a thorn in the side, does have that sniper out. Biggest point of emphasis, though, Jay, is that bomb is down.
Bomb is down, and Mac at least finds one hit marker. Unfortunately for Exceed. Now time is starting to tick. Just Don't have to worry about Mac, who's just roaming around in towards orange. Pred finds one through the middle of the map. It's all left up to Exceed. He gets taken down. And Seattle Surge, with the utmost confidence, get the bomb down again quickly, find that first blood, eventually win the trade battle. As Sib said, the sniper isn't working, I'm gonna do it with the AR. And he has hit beams ever since. Pretty sure that now puts him on a 5 spree, one off of earning that cruise.
Yeah, he's just been hitting some wild shots so far. I tell you what, man, we talked to this guy out of game. He is hilarious. In game, he's a madman. He's focused up. I think we've seen him maybe smile like 2 or 3 times on broadcast. I think it's him and Big Wake who have a tie for the least smiles that we've seen in a CDL match. Oh my God, Exceed, another bullet that's able to land. And another big one there on the Pred. Archdies will answer again. Wonderful start here for LAG. And accuracy, a sniper bullet with his name on it. The Iceman will eat it. Regardless, he eventually does get cleaned up, and now it is Mac left by his lonesome, 1v3 now.
Finds the first kill onto Archdies, but he knows that bomb is gonna be getting planted towards A. So he's gonna be able to get a little bit of that information, but you have to find 3 kills and eventually try to stick that defuse. So now time is starting to tick. He's gonna work his way up through back alley, but the Gorilla's gonna be ready for it.
Oh, absolutely. And that comes around the corner with maybe a bit of confidence. He's maybe thinking, hey, if I walk away with 1 kill, maybe I pop Deddy, maybe there's a chance. And right as he does that, runs right into the reticle of Assault. It was made for positions just like that one. Those 3 bullets land, and from there, LAG able to answer after allowing a few to go the opposite direction, up 4 rounds to 2. And you can see, it is Exceed leading the comms, leading the strategies. He's having a phenomenal game so far, Jay.
Oh yeah, he's making impactful plays. Already 3 first bloods on the map. So he's trying to even up that stat line. Talk about this series at 1-1 by securing this search and destroy. All out pressure once again towards B. Seattle are not going to slow down. They get a couple stun hit markers at Pred. He's going to be the attack.
Oh, he absolutely can! Pred for 1! Joe Deceives on the other side is at least able to trade, but a nade from Pred now will allow for it to be a 1v4, now a 1v3. Joe Deceives left in a very difficult spot, excuse me, a 1v2. All out chaos to kick off this round, but can it be the rookie to make the plays happen? He's absolutely gonna spot somebody on the bomb, but Surge stay up and they win the swing round.
That's a good job from Surge to not get away from what has been working for them so far, and that's just being super aggressive towards this B bomb. You don't send Mac by himself this time, you send Pred alongside him. As Pred with the tack, he's just able to slow those players down through the back alley. He finds the first, finds the second with the nade. Eventually puts Seattle Surge in that man advantage. I thought Joe Deceives had a great opportunity to clutch that round up. Yeah. Just waited till the very end where his dead silence was about to run out. For accuracy to eventually find that timing to secure the round. Seattle Surge now down 4-3.
Seattle trying to claw their way back. As we said for LAG, you got to have an answer. The number 1 versus the number 8 seed. So far for Exceed, 3 first bloods in this game, tied with Pred for the most first bloods in the lobby. Tries to take the lead and nearly takes the head clean off of Sib. On the other side, though, it's Archdies who's able to strike first.
It's good work from Archdies to eliminate Pred of all people, but Sib does a great job of taking down Archdies, maintaining that map control, now being a 3v3 situation. His accuracy, I don't know if he was able to spot that first player onto Assault, but he gets some assistance from Mac. He's able to back him down. Now they know where the pressure's coming from.
Both players on their bellies. Accuracy with the information. Assault, well, now he's got it as well.
You see that?
Very
That
talented
is...
AR players. Oh, and Accuracy's just able to escape with his life. So with that, the pressure is now on to the Gorillas. As Accuracy will call for reinforcements. He's got Mac at his side. He's got Sib on the flank. However, Mac gets cut down. Accuracy's able to win his fight. Now 2v2, and that bomb's got to get planted. Can Sib arrive?
2v2, as the bomb is now going to go down. You're waiting for your teammates to get into the play, but Exceed is able to line it up. I don't know if he connects with the sniper for that final kill, but
hold on.
The young man is roaring. Oh my!
Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo! All right. That's the game we're playing. Exceed. So often, how many times have we seen players go for the hit marker, and from there, the round just completely explodes, but he just pulls out that pistol. That X12, a point to prove. Now 9-4 for Exceed. Wants to try to put Seattle to bed quickly. And he could be the first line of defense. Is once again, Jay, that strategy is to get the bomb down quick. Nades are tossed, utility exchanged. LAG now on the retake.
Oh, LAG on a retake, and Jodeci finds himself in a great position with that dead top. Top should be able to find a freebie. Exceed finds a second. 4v2. Sib and Pred have to go big.
Oh, it's up to the young guns. Pred at least able to answer for
It's on
one.
the bomb.
Sib, he's got to go for it. And Arsenal's, he's punching in the digits already. Pred looks to arrive, but it's LAG who punch in the defuse, and with that, they answer back in the search. After a fantastic performance across the board, but the star in game 2, Jay, undoubtedly was Exceed.
Oh, Exceed set the tone, man. Took over in his search and destroy. Didn't matter what gun he had in hand. He was finding multiple picks with the sniper. Shuts down the aggressive push towards B, the first go around with the TAC 56, and in that final round, does it with the Vaznev. We said that the Guerrillas needed to respond in this search and destroy versus a team like Seattle, who have been stellar in the respawns, and they do a great job of doing so. Tie the series up at 1, and now the momentum's on their side.
I gotta say, man, I feel like, you know, like I think I've mentioned it a few times so far throughout our cast, but you and I have had so many opportunities to cast over the LA Guerrillas. I know there's a lot of focus on Arsenes, maybe Joe Deceives, just because we haven't really heard about that name lately, but I'll tell you what, man, every time that we cast over them, I feel like Exceed is getting more and more confident.
Oh, yeah.
He's facing off against some of the titans in the league and absolutely delivering, right? Even in maps where they've lost, it feels like he is the beacon for them. The player who can get them going back in a series, back in a map, has a stellar performance there with the sniper. And like I said, it's a team effort, but it feels like he's the guy calling the strategies in-game, getting the boys hyped. A very, very solid pickup there for LAG as their rookie is able to bring them a Game 2 victory. And now we've got Fortress Control up next, man. This is going to be a tall task.
Oh, yeah.
I know we've talked about it in the respawns, but it looks to be, at least from a stats point of view, the most heavily in favor of the Surge. But we will have to wait and see. We're headed to a commercial break, but like we said, once we come back, it is Fortress Control. We'll be back on your browsers in just a moment. Alrighty, friends, welcome back to day one of the Texas Major. Maybe even a howdy, Jade. You got a howdy in you?
Howdy, folks.
There it is. I love that. That was a great howdy, my friend. Maybe,
I learned from you. I learned from you.
You know, I'm Texas native, not Texas native, but I've lived here before. It feels like a second home. But I tell you what, man, a great performance so far in this series. As we said, the #1 seed taking on the '8 seed. It's been competitive so far, Jay.
It definitely has. You know, Seattle Surge do exactly what we expect them to do. That's take the respawn. But the biggest thing was that Gorillas were able to respawn by taking that search and destroy, in a search and destroy that Seattle have finally found some success in recently. So that's a big one for them. Now it's all about this control. Whoever takes this takes the series, in my opinion.
Without a doubt, I know we have two players that we want to focus on heading into this Fortress control. And, you know, oftentimes when we're talking about Fortress, a map that's very much based off of the SMGs, it's really the inverse when we're talking about comparisons. Really, when it comes down to this map 3 control, we're talking about assault, we're talking about accuracy. So far, Jay, these guys, I mean, they've been the difference, it feels like, in terms of really where the success has been.
Oh, yeah, you can see the stat line for Assault. He's just been taking over when you talk about this mode. And usually when I find myself talking about the Gorillas in control specifically, they still have a 0.8 KD as a squad when you talk about that mode, even with Assault having a 1.32 so far in this stage, man. So Assault's got to try to go big. Accuracy's just got to hold down the lanes for his SMGs. Both of these players have some great teammates on this map. Pred, he is unstoppable when you're talking about the attacking rounds. And what makes this map so difficult versus a team like Seattle Surge is that they find themselves a majority of the time winning their attacking rounds. It doesn't happen on a map like Fortress, but they make it look easy.
Yeah, how uncommon is that? Like, we're talking stats-wise, they're winning 50% of the time.
Wow.
When they are on Fortress attack. That is wild. It feels like they're playing a different map. I don't know, maybe they're playing a different version of Albagra Fortress. Who knows? Maybe they've got some keys underneath the map, not exactly sure. And now, well, that attacking prowess will now be put to the test. Seattle starting things off on what is not at all the more preferred side, but they've been able to make it look like that so far throughout the season. And right now, Jay, they are already one segment in. It might be there, I have no idea. Exceed just on the cusp, able to drop one, and that is not a segment captured. Big win coming from the Rook again.
That's good work right there from the Gorillas to not allow that first segment to get completed. Forward to Seattle Surge. Now you put them in towards a trap. They was able to find two. You still have a couple players farther pushed up towards middle maps. Just have to find these couple of kills and none other than Exceed to start it off with two.
And you and I were talking about it even just during the commercial break about, okay, Fortress control. We're talking about the SMGs. Obviously, the ARs were highlighted for obvious reasons, but it is going to come down to that aggression. Arsty's yet to get on the board, but thankfully, his rookies and really his COD champs compadre and Assault having a wonderful start so far to this Fortress. There's 30 seconds left to go. Seattle are in the absolute spawn trap. That's now 7 a row as a team. LAG surely do not let this one slide.
Oh yeah, there's no way they can let this one out. If I'm with them though, I'm putting at least one player on towards that 8 point to decap it a little bit, but they're finding all the kills in the feed. That's another 4 dead. Seattle Surge have not been able to find anything on their attacking side. And now with only 5 seconds left, it's looking like this is going to be a great defensive hold for the Gorillas. Not giving up any segments. Now puts them in a nice little 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right, is LAG. Okay, cool. They walk away with the defense, but they're able to do it, not allowing a single segment and not allowing it from what is, without question, the best Fortress attack team in the game. As we said, it was a slow start for Arsty's. I think he pretty much does not even get a single kill through the first round, but it was the other boys. It was the rest of the squad picking up for him. And now it's LAG's opportunity, man. I mean, tell you what, all they need is one segment, and at least they're in the lead.
Yeah, I think right now, if you are the Gorillas, you have a couple players who are working on some streaks. I think that's the thing that you want to put a lot of focus on to earn that cruise missile, because it's not easy to win attacking rounds on the side of the Gorillas. They only have a 5% chance of winning a round on this side of the map. They do find a couple kills, though. They're able to stop that clock. That's all 4 dead. Seattle coming off spawn.
See if they can make this an early segment capture. They've got 2 bodies, now make it nearly 3 on it. Assault looking for the angles, looking for the opportunities. Meanwhile, for Sib, when he's trying to cut down the middle lane, but he's got nobody to join him. That is 2 segments grabbed here off the rip from LAG. And even if this round came to a close here, you'd still be pretty happy with it. But Jay, we've got a minute still left to go.
Oh yeah, that's job well done for the Gorillas, even if they don't find anything else on this round. Just completing those 2 segments can be so impactful as we get to the later half of this game. It's going to be on Arcitys with the flank. Unfortunately, not able to pick up anything. Almost made his way out, but Seattle finding all the kills. Now the Gorillas have to fight out of this swamp.
Oh, now it could be Fred's opportunity to strike on 4. Now make it 5 in a row. We're talking about players who are not on the board. Mac still yet to arrive. 0-9 to kick us off, but it's all right, Mac. No pressure. None at all. 30 seconds still left to go, as we said, for LAG. Technically job done, but they're not ready to give this one up here. The only problem is that that decision might be made for them. Exceed and Arcitys able to come away with 2, but it's Fred's opportunity to try and strike again. Mac able to get on the board. The crowd loves it. And we'll make it 2, Jay.
That's good work right there from Mac to relieve that pressure over towards A. Finally found his first 2 kills on the map. Gorilla's able to stop that clock by having one player sneak out towards B. He gets cut down. Now the last player up is going to be Joe Deceives in towards maps. Not going to have enough time to get towards either one of these points, as LAG are going to walk away with 2 segments. Also have that cruise missile to work with. Even though Seattle Surge take that round, LAG do a great job of doing what they need to do, just in case it gets to that round number 5.
As it so often does.
Now they put themselves up by 2 segments.
Solid first 2 rounds coming in from the Gorillas, but as we talked about it, for Surge, they gotta try to show us on land that incredible ability on fortress control attacks. Last time it was LAG who got them in the hold early. I mean, really, it was probably just half of a second from getting at least 1 segment over on A, but they were left without a single tick to their name. Fred trying to get off to a hot start. Flies in from the skies. However, it's a 3-for-1 trade. Only player alive currently is going to be Sib, making his presence felt early over at that A zone. Question being, how long can he stay alive? And not long, Jay. Not long at all.
Not long at all. Now your teammates have to fight out of their base, and Joe Deceives was the guy that was causing you problems the last go around. He finds himself already 15-6 in that KD department. On a 5-3, can potentially earn himself his own cruise missile. Great shots onto accuracy, not able to pick up the kill. He's trying so hard to find one, but eventually Mac blinds in and takes him down. This has been a great defensive hold. Once again, nothing to show for it on the side of Seattle Surge. You have to get out of your base, and a team kill's not going to help.
Yeah, that does not help at all. Fred was trying to make a bit of a route. You could see Seattle, their arrows, they were in a good position to maybe at least get somebody over toward that A zone. But once more, they have been forwarded. Once more, they have been shut down. As Joe Deceives continuing to be the talk of the town, the primary player here on Fortress. 15 seconds to go. Can Seattle just even see the objective, let alone capture a segment? It has been flawless defense so far here from the Gorillas. Assault goes low. 1 player is at least able to get on it. Accuracy. Can he stay up? Instant 1v1 Chow. Arcitys is there. Seattle, they do have some bodies, though, that make it into A.
Oh, right now, and if you're in Seattle in this situation, everybody just get on the point, try to complete those 2 segments, because all of LAG were putting a lot of focus over towards B, where they now have to invest that cruise missile. You take down Fred, that's a clean 4 dead. But if you are a Seattle Surge, at least you get that 1 segment complete. But I think regardless, it's going to be the Gorillas, even if they lose this attacking round, by just being up by 1 segment, are going to guarantee themselves that defense going into that round number 5. So Seattle Surge are going to have to show why they are the best attacking team on Fortress if they clutch up on this defense.
Yeah, it's a great investment, right, from Assault. Oftentimes where, you know, for those who maybe are new to watching Fortress Control, it may seem like an odd play. It's like, you know what, cool, what's the big deal if they get that 2nd segment? Like we said, LAG, just in that moment, because they don't give away the 2nd one, they are guaranteed to be in the best spot in the game if we go to a round number 5. But still got a bit of business to attend to before then. Arcitys trying to get off to a hot start. As you can see, the play right now for LAG is to at least get somebody into B, and that is job well done. Exceed is on that point, trying to cause a bit of chaos behind enemy lines.
Yeah, Exceed is just trying to stay alive as long as he can. Try to open up a lane for his teammates to try to get out towards A, but he gets cut down, and then Saul also drops to Mac. So now all of the Gorillas just taking their time in their base, trying to find an opening. Eventually, Joe Deceives does drop in. They're not moving, man. They're taking their sweet time, just trying to play for some kills, potentially earn themselves their own cruise missiles as well.
I think right now for LAG, it's maybe just playing for picks, maybe hoping that somebody from Seattle gets a tad bit aggressive. And I think for Surge, just given the lack of noise, they're just like, hey, you know what? We're just going to kind of hang out.
They ain't doing Nathan, man.
I know. I think for Surge, I mean, we know it, right? LAG, they know that they have got that defense. Let's not feed the streaks, but at the same time for Seattle, you may want to force a bit of aggression. I don't know, Jay.
You might want to, but you also don't want to give them any streaks to go into that follow round. The crowd is obviously not happy about it, but the Gorillas are trying to win the damn match. So they're just holding in the back of this one. Final 15 seconds.
Somebody's got to make a move.
No one's making a move, Lando.
Somebody, come on! Somebody move!
They're not trying to die.
Somebody move, please. Assault, I beg you. I beg you!
I know what it is.
What's that?
Gorillas are just working on their setup because we're playing Fortress Hardpoint in that map number 4, so at least that pre-3 is going to be pretty dominant if they're playing like that.
Just mid-game, just mid-game, it's like, you know what? Let's just practice a little bit. It's Fortress Control after all. Let's just enjoy ourselves. No, obviously, man, don't like to see that. Fortress Control, we know it. All about the defenses, LAG, knowing they've got round 5 secured. Don't want to try to feed the streaks. From a strategic standpoint, obviously makes sense. We hate to see that. But round 5, here we go, Jay.
Here we go, and I'm pretty sure Pred has a cruise missile to work with. It's all going to be about these initial fights. You see the records for both of these squads. LAG, stellar. Wow. In round 5, when you talk about control, it all comes down to these kills. They're able to find the initial 2. Last 2 players from Seattle, they're able to get on out, but Joe Deceives cuts them down. Last player towards the middle of the map, it's going to be Mac. So far, the Gorillas, they do a great job of holding down the left side of the map, but Seattle, they're finding openings through double doors.
They are indeed. Joe Deceives trying to go for the right timings, does his job. However, the rest of the team not able to slay the rest of the members that remain inside of the objective. Exceed looking to get involved. Still, no segment officially captured yet from Seattle. However, as that 1v1 goes their way, they are on the road to what could be a full zone capture. We've yet to see it so far in this game, and right now it is looking good for Seattle. Winning the trades, and Mac, he's remaining inside of the truck. Assault looks to get involved, and Assault will take both. Big 2-piece there out of him.
And the second segment does not get completed on the side of Seattle Surge. Now you have to fight out of your base, and Assault is cutting them all down. He finds himself on 5 in a row. Pred actually makes his way into bottom art, but you still have to get by Assault. Assault with the TAC 56, he's making it look easy. Earns himself that cruise missile. You're able to stop that pressure. Now your main focus on where is Pred?
Exactly, that is the biggest emphasis. This is a player who could break open everything. As long as Pred remains behind enemy lines, there is still a chance. 42 seconds is where we're currently paused at. And as we said for LAG, they gotta check every single corner. Pred erased, and now they can focus their attention onto the objective. And recognizing such, Assault looks to bring in the cruise. With that, Mac will fall. Arsenes picking up kills himself. 30 seconds to go. Can Seattle get the final segment at A and get another minute on the clock?
It's 14-9 and lives remaining. Seattle Surge, I'm pretty sure Pred still has that cruise missile. If he can't find the right timing to use it, he might have to invest it right off spawn, and he does. He's gonna pick up all the information. Your teammates just have to find a couple kills. That's 2 down in the feed. They find an opening, trying to get over towards B.
Player number 6, accuracy. He's got a big gun fight that he has to win versus Joe Deceives. Meanwhile, it does open up a lane. 4 seconds to go. Pred, you gotta go for the dolphin dive. You gotta walk away with that fight. LAG, they win their 1v1s and they win the map. A stalemate in round 4, but they knew that it was theirs to throw away. All defenses here on Fortress Control. No surprise generally, but with Seattle Surge, man, having that previous prowess in a spot like that, a tad surprised that we didn't see more of an answer, honestly.
I was expecting a lot more from Seattle Surge, especially when you talk about their attacking success on this map. They're the best attacking team. You talk about Fortress Control, but they were only able to find 1 segment that entire time. The Gorillas did a great job just slaying around towards Mac, keeping them in the trap. And every time someone had to go big, it was Assault and Joe Deceives. Always finding 2 or 3 in the feed to shut down that push. Gorillas do a great job securing that round number 5 defense. They have the cruise missiles to work with just in case anything gets out of hand. And eventually they clutch up on the control. That's now a huge respawn, taking away from Seattle Surge. If you are the Gorillas, you're at least able to force that game 5, but if you're Seattle Surge, man, that's one that you basically had to guarantee.
Yeah, I mean, we almost kind of guaranteed it for them. But
yeah.
Talking about it, it's like, okay, pressure's on LAG. You don't win the opening hard point. Well, you could go down because of that fortress control that sits at game number 3. And a shocker here from the LA Gorillas as they look impeccable on the defensive side and not allowing for Seattle to really spread their wings and get anything going.
And we were all wondering, like, what kind of Gorillas we were going to get, because they start off the stage 0-3.
Yeah.
They had to clutch up to get their winner's bracket spot by defeating Florida in a game 5, by taking down Vegas Legion in that game 4. They did a great job of doing that to get in this position. We thought their hard point wasn't the best, but ever since they've fallen down in hard point, their search and destroy and their control has gotten a lot better. So now Seattle Surge, they have to rely on the mode that has gotten them through a lot of series this year. Try to extend it. It's all going to come down to this Fortress hardpoint, man. Talk about this. It's going to be about these rotations. Pretty sure Seattle are 3rd on this map, going up against the Gorillas, who are 12th overall. So you got to put yourself in the best possible situation when you're talking about the P2s, when you're talking about the P3s, because if you let those hills get away from you, Seattle Surge are going to be able to capitalize on that, potentially force that map 5.
And I'll say it too, man. I mean, obviously, like we said, we're looking at the maps and modes. I mean, if LAG come away with game 2, game 3, and game 4, it just feels like you have another level of excitement, right? And speaking of excitement, we got the Texas fans super hyped. Obviously, their boys are going to be lined up next versus the Boston Breeze. The crowd already has been absolutely fantastic. I don't know about you, Jay. This is probably one of my favorite crowds I think we've had in COD history. Just tell you what, man, Texas knows how to do it. But getting back to the series, LAG, they're able to win the Embassy Search and Destroy, that in which Seattle have looked fantastic on.
Yep.
You beat them on the Fortress Control, which has been downright scary for Seattle. And then if you're also able to win the Fortress Hardpoint, I feel like it sets LAG up for a wonderful opportunity, maybe a wonderful run maybe here at Major 3.
Oh yeah, without question, man, because Seattle are no slouches. This is a team who went flawless basically in stage 4, 4-1 overall record. They dominate when you talk about the hard points. Their S&D was almost flawless. The only map that they did lose is going to be that map number 5 and that El Asilo. So I just think right now, with all the questions we have on the Gorillas, they're shutting us all up. Everyone was expecting Seattle to come out and win this one, but the Gorillas, they came to play, man.
Yeah, they absolutely have. We all love ourselves an underdog story. And so far throughout CDL history, we talk about number 1 seeds versus the number 8 seed. It's not really all that wonderful of a record for the number 1s. Only 4-3. So typically, it's been pretty 50-50. Quite a few game 5s since, as we said, the number 1 played the number 8 just starting back last season. And LAG trying to showcase that they deserve some praise. They deserve some props. And what could be the final game of this series? We head back to Fortress, but this time for some hardpoint. We had some questions on how would the SMGs play from LAG. Specifically, it was Joe Deceives who was snapping. We'll see if he can try to deliver, and the same thing can be said from Exceed. They both had their chances so far throughout this series, and they are the reason why this team finds themselves up 2-1.
Oh yeah, and so far this has been a great hold from the Gorillas, starting off on the better side, getting 13 seconds off of P1, basically holding Seattle in that trap. Now they're able to break on out. These next wave of kills is going to be massive. Seattle able to come out on top in the trade situation. Exceed's the only player here is trying to contest it still. He finds 2, but can't find the 3rd on towards accuracy. What? Now you have to focus up, man, because you don't want those spawns to flip in. Seattle put a lot of pressure already towards stage. LAG now spawning towards the bad side. Oh my!
Good God. I don't know, man. It just feels like anytime there's a player right there, something either goes right or incredibly wrong. Some missed shots there from accuracy, Jay. That's the only way I can put it.
Yeah, that's tough.
Now, they still have spawns. There's that.
Definitely still have spawns on the side of Seattle Surge. I'm pretty sure that was assault in that
assault.
situation as well. So Seattle Surge do a great job of flipping the map, taking the better side of the spawns. And now it's all about the hold. LAG, they were able to flip it right on back. Exceed and Joe Deceives, they find 2. They already find the break. And now if you are Seattle Surge, this is going to be your last push because you have to start thinking about that P3 hardpoint.
They absolutely do. 25 seconds still to go. In Seattle, well, they're hitting that green light. They're trying to catch a few players in stride, trying to cut the map, and that is wonderful work here from Seattle in a position to walk away with the final 15. Accuracy eventually does get found out, but that is fine. If you're Seattle, you'll happily allow for LAG to grab the final 10 seconds. Meanwhile, you set up for Fountain. A definite chance for a full 60, and these early kills are going to be big. And another one here from Lamar, 7 and 5.
Mars is trying to be that cutoff man, being the player pushed out towards P1, but he's still gonna get that close back spawn. Now the Gorilla gonna put a lot of pressure on through double doors. They can't find any of the kills as Pred finds 3. Now on a 9 streak. You can start to get aggressive on the map. We were wondering when Pred was gonna hit that next level, and he's doing it right now, 10 spree and counting, before he does get shut down.
Like 3 players who were all just trying to make their way past that 50-yard line. Pred says no. An incredible start here from the Aussie as Surge pretty much guaranteed to have that full 60 at the Fountain. And the scariest part, Jay, is that for Seattle, they are the #1 breaking team here on Fortress Hardpoint. I mean, a break here would surely spell disaster from the Gorillas. They've got to get their heads on straight and soon. And hopefully, they can knock away Pred in some of these early gunfights.
Yeah, it's all about keeping Seattle on this side of the map.
Oh,
make sure you're blocking those spawns. Pred some of that pressure. He finds the first, accuracy with the second. At least the close ones are still in for the Gorillas, but already the break is here for Seattle. Surge. Max finds 2, lines them up with that Vaznev. As now they are in. Gorillas, very important gunfights here to not let the game get out of hand.
Okay, well, it's a 3-for-1 trade. Last player.
Oh,
okay, absolutely gets melted. McKenzie, understandably so, the man who delivers the final blow as Surge just have come out in this opening hard point with the point to prove. As we said, so much expectations on their shoulders, sporting that #1 seed, not trying to get upset in their first match of the tournament. Mac, no, he doesn't have a reload, doesn't matter. Ends up coming away with it. Surge, the early break, and Surge with the solid advantage, basically up 100 as we fly in now toward Blacksmith.
Time to go over towards the Blacksmith. You're now going to have the Gorillas maintaining this side of the map, staying pushed out towards stage, but you do have one player in accuracy who was trying to work towards the pinch. You take care of him. Now it's all about winning these gunfights. They cannot come out on top in the engagements. Neither squad now going to be able to get any time off of this hill, but Seattle just doing a great job at finding the kills. What a snap right there from the Predator.
Are you serious? I almost took off my headset.
Can't let that happen, man.
Is his gun shooting faster? I don't know what's going on. 16 and 6 currently from Pred. I don't even know if he's common right now, Jay. I think it is just straight up gunfight after gunfight. Accuracy, have your moment as well. Taking a look at the slaying numbers, you got 15 and 7, 15 and 10. Max has been making some influential kills now at 11 and 9, but as we said, the star so far here in Game 4 is Pred. First set of rotations complete, and it does not get much better than that if you are Seattle. Maybe one more good hardpoint, Jay, and this one could quickly be over. LAG in desperate need of some life.
Yeah, LAG need a good setup, man. You know where the spawns are coming in for the side of Seattle Surge. It's all about keeping them in that trap, but they're not blocking that stage spawn, so a couple players from Seattle are going to spawn on that side of the map. They're still not able to get on towards P1. Because now with only 35 seconds left, they do find a couple kills, able to leave some of that pressure. But Seattle, they're thinking big picture. They're going to cut their losses at P1. They're trying to find that spawn for P2.
You spot the game.
My,
Fred just says, no, absolutely not. No, I'm going to walk through your shots. Eventually does get foiled, eventually found out, but Exceed already finding one. He has got to go big in the stun. Does at least connect. See what he can do as he's managed to stay alive. Gets the information on Decid. The question is, can his teammates win their gunfights? He wins his, but the rest cannot be said. Exceed doing everything he can toward the backside of the spawn. However, he gets dealt with. And take a look at that setup right now, Jay, for Seattle. A setup that allows for them to also escape, make it into Fountain. A wonderfully played spot here for Surge. All eyes on LAG now.
Yeah, the Gorillas have to find this break, man, because Seattle, they're thinking big picture. They already have players out towards the backsmith so they can win that rotation over towards next. as they know all of the Gorillas going to be putting pressure on towards the back end. Mac and Pret combined for 2, Sip with the third. They hold strong from the front side of that hill. They're able to now breach that 200-point mark. This game is basically over, Lando. If Gorillas do not rotate over towards P3, Seattle are going to close this one out now.
We've seen some crazier comebacks. I mean, I don't know, Jay. LAG in the Fortress Control. They were working on their setups for Fountain. The question being, can they break through? Right now, they've got 2 players making their way in from top maps. The problem being is that there was no teammate support. Arcitys behind enemy lines, behind enemy territory, gets gunned by Sib, and from there, the early chance from LAG quickly will evaporate in the clean air, and Pred and Sib having themselves an opportunity to showcase why this team is one of the best, if not the best, in Hardpoint right now.
They got them in the trap, and all of the Gorillas going to consistently spawn out towards bottom art. You have to wrap back and try to get out from the P1 side, but you have to get past Pred and Sid. They're just cutting you guys down. Pred is finding all the timings. Already on another 5. Speed doesn't want to invest that cruise missile. He's keeping the gun hot. He does get traded by Exceed, but Seattle can still win it here with 1 more set of kills.
Yeah, absolutely. They can still win it here. LAG, no bodies. They're really going to be near this. Maybe somebody can make a heroic last-second play. It could be Exceed. Everybody lingering to the middle side of the map. We see a team kill that ends up coming forward. Mac wins that, and there you go. To Game 5 we head. As Seattle Surge do not bow down. They swat away the Gorillas like flies. Good heavens, Jay. That just, I'll be honest, I thought multiple times of just leaving. It just felt like, okay, I'm going to take a bathroom break. This is going Game 5.
You could just tell how the game was going, man. Like, Seattle, they were in control from start to finish up this map. When Pred was slaying the way that he was, hitting the turn-ons the way that he was, you're definitely not going to find any success. That scoreline isn't pretty. 250 to 89. In a map like Fortress, where it's usually scrappy between both of these squads, but Seattle Surge do a great job of reading the spawns, flipping them when they need to, and then getting that money hill towards the P3, even with the Gorillas working on their setup in the previous map, wasn't good enough to shut down a Seattle Surge as they take both the hard points in this series. Now we have another Game 5. Lando, I don't know what it is, man. It's me and you all the time when we talk about these Game 5.
I actually just took a quick little look at my phone, and Tim's even like going, our stats guy is going back and forth with it. Like, okay, you know what? It almost feels like the stats are irrelevant when it comes down to you and I. Specifically you. You know, you're one ahead of me when it comes to the Game 5s. But number 1 versus number 8. We said it was David versus Goliath. But right now, David's a tad tested, but who knows? We'll see if he can answer in this game number 5. When we come back after the break, we're seeing El Estilo search and destroy. Stay with us. Alrighty, Texas, it is Game 5 time. The LA Guerrillas taking on the Seattle Surge. It feels like this series maybe had the chance to go the distance. We've chatted about it numerous times, the #1 versus the #8 seed. But the biggest thing, Jay, that we got to talk about, Game 5s are all about ice. And there is no player that we need to look at more than that man in accuracy. Take a look at the experience that he has over his teammates.
Oh, man, it basically showing that accuracy is an old head, brother. He is a veteran without question. More career land experiences than his entire team combined.
That's wild.
This is your leader. And now in the Game 5, this is the guy who you have to look at to really set the tone for the Seattle Surge squad.
I don't know about you, man, but it feels like just lately on El Asilo Search Destroy, the stats by no means back this up, so, you know, whatever. But it just feels like lately on El Asilo, we've got so many rounds that are coming down to the wire. We know the way it plays with Dead Silence, you're going to need those clutch moments to be there. And as we said, positive for Seattle is that you got quite a bit of experience there in the Iceman, but you could say the exact same thing for LAG. Plenty of world championships there in that lineup from Archdies and Assault. Both rosters trying to avoid that elimination bracket as we jump in to round #1. El Asilo Search and Destroy. Last S&D, it was LAG who came away with the dub, and largely in part to this man, who also had the sniper out. But it is Mac who will answer early. Stuns himself, but it's no big deal. Jay's managed to find 2.
That's a big 2 kills from Mac. Now put them in a 3v2 situation as Exceed is able to line up that kill on towards Sib. It's now falls into the hands of Exceed and Archdies to try to clutch up on the round for the Guerrillas. The bomb is going to be down towards Keg. Mac is able to at least spot one, get that information, and stay alive.
See what we can do with that information. Exceed has managed to make his way just toward the backside of the mountain. So with that in mind, they're going to have to get that bomb soon. Mac eventually earns that Dead Silence, and from there, we'll see what the play elects to be. Archdies, got to be careful, Jay. Tagged up from behind. It was Exceed to start. It's going to have to be him to end it. A 1v3 position known, and that sniper not able to deliver on a second. Seattle, round 1.
That's good work right there from Seattle Surge to be the aggressors in this early round, because you know there's no trophy systems to work with, so they're going to be playing nice and slow. But Mac takes that positioning towards Keg Alley. He's able to find the timing to find the first 2 kills. And then with that bomb being down, you saw it cause so many problems right there for the Guerrillas. Try to pick it back up to get that bomb over towards B as Seattle worked that pinch, set up the trap, and eventually take round 1.
Let's see if Surge can make it too. They head in to see their first attack here on El Asilo Search Destroy. This map was the only Search Destroy map that they did lose in our Major 3 qualifier. So it's not been great lately for them, even though it is a small sample size. When we talk about Search Destroy, a lot of questions on Surge. They went in El Asilo Search Destroy. We can all agree that S&D is back in prime form. Mac again, able to deliver with our first being a problem right now for LAG.
It's a big kill taking down Jodeci's as well, because now you know there's only has to be one player left in towards the site. It's going to be AD, and he finds 2. Tries to go for the snap on towards Sid, but at least makes it a manageable situation, 2v2 now.
Oh, this young man is confident. Thankfully, he's got the cover fire from Assault, and so with that, LAG sneak away. They don't find first blood, but now they've evened it. Accuracy, but the chance to strike. He so far had a great performance in these first, I guess, round and a half. And that bomb is going to go down. Assault on one side, Exceed on the other. Now time for the retake. Sib eventually found out. Assault able to find it, and now it is all up to the Iceman. A 1v2.
Iceman with the 1v2. He puts himself in a great position. He's going to find the first kill. No, he is not. Exceed cuts him down with the Vaznev. What started off as a great round from the Seattle Surge, finding the first initial 2 kills. Exceed, the playmaker. He did it in map #2. He just did it in that round right there for the Guerrillas. Finds 3 on the round to keep them alive in this search and destroy. Now tied at 1.
I'll tell you what, man, I know there's been a lot of critiques around this LAG roster, but I feel like I like all of them. I feel like I like all of them. Like, we're talking about Jodeci's, Assault. I know Naval's touched on it at the start of the day. It feels like he's playing some of his best COD in a long time. And like we said, the rookies, especially Exceed in this situation, confidence at an all-time high. A wonderful little hat trick there. In terms of the spree, Sid bringing out the sniper on the other side. Exceed getting that hit marker. Tosses out a nade, says a prayer, and not able to make it land. Aggression will in fact be his downfall as Pred is able to find another 4v2 now for Seattle. LAG, what's the play call?
I think Seattle doing a great job of just not giving up that quick bomb plan. That's usually where the Guerrillas like to find a lot of success. Second on attacking rounds. Once they get that bomb down with ease, they're putting players in great positions to pick up information and eventually find that first blood. Now Joe Deceives is going to invest that dead silence. He's able to take down Mac. So now in a 3v2 situation, still got to work towards his bomb plan.
They do indeed. Assault. Has he just made the route? Yes, he has. Another kill found. Accuracy instantly pops dead silence, but Pred runs right into the site, cuts away Joe Deceives. Bomb does not get planted. And now for Assault. That dead silence is about to run out. His position is about to be known. A 1v2 spot. Can he make the play happen? Coming around the corner. 10 seconds to go. He's got to make a play. Get some hit markers on to Pred. Pred drops him. Seattle, their second.
Just great round right there from the Seattle Surge. Once again, to find that first blood. Once they find the second, so the Guerrillas were trying to put the numbers back into their side, but that 2v2 situation, once Assault finds that kill, so Exceed was trying to work towards that bomb plan, but Pred invested that silence, able to take him down, and just not any time on the clock for Assault to work with. As Seattle are able to take the round, so far this has been back and forth.
3 straight first bloods for Surge. Can they make it 4 in a row? His utility is exchanged, and maybe a bit of a test, a bit of a viewpoint over at that B bomb site currently for Mag. He's definitely thinking about it. He's popped dead silence just to get to his position currently. But Exceed so oftenly goes for the flanks no matter what the map tends to be. He's found himself at a nice little angle. We'll see what he can come away with it, but this is really going to be the fight that we talk about. Joe Deceives sitting in money, ready to open up that door. Nothing yet to strike, but player number 2 is they got to look out for.
Oh yeah, Exceed, he pops that dead silence. He's able to work his way all the way around back right. He's able to get all the information, find the first kill, and at least set up his teammate to find the second. They know the positioning of Sib. You cut him down. Now it's all up to the Iceman in a 1v4. Not going to invest the dead silence, because that round just took too long to develop on the side of Seattle Surge. It leaves the opening for Exceed to get all the information that was needed, set up that flank, and eventually put them in the trap as they find all 4 kills clean. Now tie it up at 2.
Yeah, that's just a wonderful collapse, man. Like, literally, we just see everybody from Seattle fall in just a matter of seconds. Exceed, patient on the flank. Joe Deceives. Everybody on track with what the play call was right there. As we said for Joe, didn't really jump into money when he could have. Didn't really feel the pressure to make the play. Guerrillas ready. Had the strat called down. Guerrillas will be back on the attack, and this time it could be Pred. He's able to answer early, makes his way through the alley. He's got a plethora of information. Give him 2. Oh! Him 3. Arsenes drops, and just like that, round 5 done. Seattle take the lead.
Pred just made that round look easy. Most difficult engagement had to be this second gunfight, but once he finds this into 2, where's the communication right there from the Guerrillas? As he just gets the freebie onto Joe Deceives. Basically calls the round by himself as he finds 3. Pred now puts himself on a 3 spree as we go into the later half of this game, but it's been all-out defense for both of these squads. Seattle 3-2.
That is the #1 KD in Major 3 Search Destroy so far throughout this season. Or so far throughout this split. A 1.8 coming in from Pred. Now sits at 6-2. And you can see the bait. Pred trying to throw the shoulder, set up Sib for the shot. Throws out the bullet, but nothing able to land.
He's trying to hit a couple wall bangs, trying to do the best Turiel impression. Turiel was able to read their setup, and even with Sib being stunned in that situation, he's able to find the first blood onto Exceed. Now you know that that's one of the players that likes to get aggressive in towards the site, but you open up a lane for Pred, he finds a second.
How about that duo? How about that duo? Joe, meanwhile, on the other side, is able to find two. They call it Pred, understandably so, to clean up. And now it is up to Arcades, the captain of LAG. A 1v2 for him. Bomb planted, a bit of information. What can Alec do here?
He has no dead silence. He has no dead silence, so he has to read this setup perfectly. He's gonna go for the free fire on towards the back couches, not able to get any hit markers on towards Pred, but Pred is chasing his kill. He's trying to earn that cruise.
He is indeed. Arcades fires out a few bullets. This kill is gonna be huge. He's gonna find it in a timely manner. Accuracy arrives. Like a superhero, swoops in and saves Pred. You could feel it. It felt like there was an opportunity there from Arcades, but Pred stays alive. Accuracy puts in the final shots. Surge already up 4 rounds to 2, but this is how that round started. This is the reason why they had that man count advantage.
Yeah, that starts it all off, man. Once he finds that kill with the sniper, you see all of the Gorillas starting to rotate over towards B's site, which eventually opens the lane for Pred to find 2 kills on the round. Seattle are able to take the very first attacking round in this search and destroy. Now up 4-2, but if you are Pred, you know how crucial that cruise is to complete. Let's just play this nice and slow.
Without a doubt. Instantly into the office as silence befalls us here on El Asilo Search. LAG especially, knowing how valuable of a round this is. It feels like for Surge, you're playing with house money. You know exactly what the call needs to be, but shout out to the Hot Hands Lounge showing us the amount of dead silence that you have for LAG. I mean, everybody's cooking that up. Exceed able to walk away with the first. Mac tosses out a nade, desperate for information. Sib, aggression will end up taking him down, and now for LAG, all members up. That should be a free bomb plant, and it doesn't even matter. Bomb does not have to even go down. LAG answer.
Yeah, right there, if you're Seattle in that situation, everybody just hold down your positioning. You shouldn't be trying to be the aggressives on that map. You're shutting down that early aggression in towards the A site. You know they're not going for the quick bomb plant, but just hold down your positioning. It shouldn't be Pred just flying in through bottom courtyard, especially on a 5 spree. And he was 1 off of earning that cruise, so plays right into the hands of the Gorillas wanted him to. So able to find all 4 kills on the round, keep themselves now down 4-3 in this game. And they also shut down that cruise missile progression on the side of Pred.
And you can see the strategies interworking. Like we said, 4 players, at least for the moment, we're rocking that dead silence. You could see somebody switch back, but Gorillas had a play call in mind. They're able to make it land there. Arcades will quickly pop his daddy to just make sure he's able to stay alive at a decent spot. But right now for Surge, all eyes on that B bomb site. Joe deceives. He's been patient. Not reveal his position too early. As he walks through the door, there is nobody there. Everybody's still looking for info, as right now Seattle, they could be making the bomb rotation.
Yeah, you can see the play call coming in with Pred finding himself in this position. Should be able to work his way on the deep flank and make it an easy rotation over towards A. That bomb is now going to get planted. It's time for Pred to strike. He finds that first blood, but dead silence is not reset. Exceed makes it a 3v3.
This next gunfight is going to be huge. Exceed. Gonna say, pops that dead silence, looks to get a move on right now for LAG. 3 members to take down, a bomb to defuse. That timer continues to run down. Accuracy with the great plays toward the outside ends up getting Seattle that much closer to a 5-3 advantage. It's all on to Assault, and he gets found out as well. Seattle continuing to fight, continuing to answer. Pred has just been a monster so far in this game 5, Jay.
That's just beautiful mid-round adjustments right there from Seattle. They show presence over towards field side. You get a couple players from the Gorillas to rotate towards that side of the map. Once you do that, you find Pred with that dead silence, able to sneak his way into enemy lines, finds that first blood, frees up that A bomb plant, and eventually you're able to win the trade battle. Now Seattle put themselves at game point. Pred having a stellar performance in this game 5.
2 first blood so far for him. The same thing for Sib and Mac. It's been an all-out team effort in the early stages of this round for Surge. 1 round is all they need. to escape and to see Saturday. Utility tossed as LAG. Wheels are turning. Looking to make the call, trying to just work off of every single bit of information that they can. First blood would be huge. Mac stays alive, holds his irons as LAG begin to make their first look at a play.
Yeah, Mac is just holding down his positioning. While he's doing that, see Pred on your mini-map, he's waiting for his time to strike as the Gorillas are going to pop that dead silence, work up through Keg Alley, able to take down Mac in towards the site. Now the bomb is going to begin planted in the 4v3.
That is great work there from the young guns of LAG. Perfect timing. However, Sib ends up dropping Assault on the outskirts, and Pred has just found the greatest timing possible. Right on the bomb, nearly snaps. Exceed, sweat off his brow, but he's got to get that bomb down quick. Not feeling confident of it, Arsenes gives the call. He wins his fight. Big Daddy Alec. Count me out, why don't you? A crucial double as LAG stay alive.
LAG just made the plays, man. You take your time on that attacking round, even with getting first blooded in that situation. Exceed wins a huge one-on-one, shuts down the aggression on the side of Pred, and then does not rush that bomb plant because you saw all the players from Seattle tunnel visioning, trying to get him off of that site. Sets up Arsenes to find the final 2 kills on the round. Into round number 10 we go. The Gorillas are staying alive, man.
They are indeed. Will we see a round 11, or can Seattle call series right here? No surprise, the common strategy for LAG is to put the rookies at the forefront. They're receiving quite a few shots right now, both weak.
Oh yeah, they getting wall banged out of those situations, out of those positions that they like to play in towards this site. While they was doing that, look at Pred, already sneaks his way behind enemy lines again.
There was no way. There was surely no way. Oh my goodness. Tosses out a shot, throws a nade, nothing lands, but Mac able to find the first. Can he make it a second? Into the 3v3 we go. Arsenes able to find one toward the outside, so Pred is wiped away, and from there, how does Seattle look to adapt? Iceman and accuracy, giving Seattle numbers 3v2. Time continues to tick.
And Assault is in a great position to at least shut down this push. He's going to be the sole player from the Gorillas over towards this B site. He picks up the information onto one, finds that onto accuracy, but they're just going to get off the bomb. They're not going to plant it. 3v1 now.
Oh, it's all into Exceed. It is all on. So the young gun finds his kill and escapes. Now a 1v2. Accuracy toward the top. He's got information. Does he decide to go for the kill onto him? Can he manage to find it? No. Quickly pivots. Goes back into the bomb site. 38 seconds to go. What does he have cooked up? What does he have prepared? Accuracy continues to dance, and it's a beatdown. It's a knife.
That was a good attempt, though. Good attempt.
Survive. Goes to a game 5, round 10. But our number 1 seed stays alive. Oh boy, was that close, Jay.
I was not expecting it to be that close, man. If you talk about how both of these squads performed all throughout stage 3, it was Seattle Surge coming in with that number 1 seed. They should have been able to take care of this one with ease, but LAG, they came to play today, man. They were able to tie up the series in the first search and destroy, clutch up in the control. But in the final 2 maps, Seattle Surge had a little bit more to play with. They clutch up in that game number 5, now turns the tides in that record. They were 1-4 when he talked about game 5s. Now that's 2-4. They fall short in that first search and destroy, but they bounce back on a map that they did lose all throughout stage 3. They make the plays, they make the adjustments, and they're able to clutch up in the search and destroy. I thought the Gorillas put themselves in a great position right there. I would have liked to see Exceed in that 2v1 situation commit towards that gunfight versus accuracy and then force it to at least be a 1v1. But once you don't find that kill, you get the information on towards Mac, you trap yourself in towards the site. The pinch is going to be on for the Seattle Surge. They clutch up in that game number 5 and take the series.
It makes you wonder too, I mean, if Assault is able to win that long-range fight versus accuracy, we're into a 2v2. One gunfight oftentimes is all that it takes. A big W here for Seattle, and I know, Jay, that, you know, from a team aspect and from a player's POV, you're never happy with the loss, but I think from an outsider standpoint, very happy with what we saw here from LAG, but it just feels like for them, probably walking away a little frustrated. Another close loss.
Just gotta go back. You gotta think, man. The LAG can get back into the very first form of this team where they were good at hardpoint, one of the best enemies that we had. They could potentially would have taken down Seattle Surge, but they fall short in both of those modes. They get all the way to a game 5, just didn't have enough ice versus the Iceman, and they fall short in that one as well.
They do indeed. Seattle Surge able to stay alive despite the best effort being displayed here from the LA Gorillas. That's going to do it for myself and Jay. As we toss it on to the main stage, Bryce, take it away, buddy.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm here with Pred. Congratulations, obviously a big win in the first stage of today. But before we talk about how glorious that game was, I want to talk to you about the Seattle Surge roller coaster. Your team is infamous from ups and downs. How is it feeling being a player in that situation?
I mean, look, it's obviously very tough. You know, we win the tournament, then we come last. We come second, then we come last. I mean, if I had an answer, I wish that couldn't happen. I mean, honestly don't know. It just tends to happen. But we're trying to make a change to that. We're sick of that roller coaster. We're honestly getting sick of it. So we're hoping to make for that.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing it as well. All right, let's talk about the hard points. You guys look great today, and is this something you've been working on, making sure that it's #1 for coming into this tournament?
Yeah, for us, you know, we're a very good hardpoint team, man. We've expanded our map pool, so for us, it's just, you know, making sure that our hardpoint is dominant, which I feel like it is. And yeah, man, I feel like we've really worked hard on our hardpoint, and it shows.
Yeah, it certainly does. It was a great game as well. Let's jump then right into that final S&D. Just coming onto the stage, you probably wouldn't have seen this at home, but Pred, you're basically bouncing, walking up into the interview, like just how crazy and intense that game was. I want it from your perspective of how, especially those final few rounds went.
Look, we've been putting a lot of hard work in S&D, and for us, it's just to get, it was good for us to get that map 5 out the way and start the tournament, because I feel like that's really good to start a tournament. It gets the jitters out the way, you know, so for us, it was really big winning our map 5 as well, under a lot of pressure. And, you know, man, that last round, Mac had no ammo for about the whole round. I mean, I was watching his screen, so that's why when we won and he ended up knifing him at the end, for me, I was like mind blown what I was watching, so yeah.
Oh, it was certainly entertaining for everyone as well. Coming into this one tournament, you've talked about pressure, right? #1 seed. Everybody doesn't know whether you guys are going to be amazing or not. What are probably the main things as a team you've been focusing on to make sure that it's #1 seed all the way?
For us, it's you know, the most important thing is just to make sure we stay focused and you know, don't really listen to the outside noise and stuff like that, because we know how good we are.
Okay.
And that's our main thing, man.
Awesome. Well, I'm glad to hear it, and congratulations on your win once again. Everybody, give it up for Pred from Seattle Surge. All right, thank you for joining me. I'm going to send it back up to the main stage. Let's break it down.
Seattle Surge, they get the job done, although it was a lot closer than I was expecting. Nameless, we started the segment off before the series, right, saying any given day, right, things can happen. #1 seed versus #8. LAG, even though they take the loss, they still got a W in my mind.
Yeah, I mean, LAG, they pushed them all the way to the limit, man. And, you know, they still got a W in your mind, like you say. But you think if you're in a Game 5 against Seattle Surge and Search and Destroy, where Seattle was once weak, you can capitalize. Just so many things that LAG did wrong in that last game, and Seattle capitalized on it, right? Like, we saw LAG, they're making these pushes, you know, when they're on defense, getting up and behind them, exceeding Joe Steve, trying to do what they can. But they have to be actionable. And at times, we saw them just sort of waiting and allowing Pred to make that first play, that first strike, right? And Pred has been so good at these first bloods. In the middle of this game, like, the adjustments that were made, it just wasn't enough. Pred was picking them apart. I know we're talking about this game, but this arena is electric right now. OpTic Texas is taking the stage, and the crowd is letting them hear it.
They got to home turf, home ground, baby. Last time they won a championship, it was right here. They're looking to do the same, this time with Ghosty. But I think right now it's just Dashy, but when they get up there, baby, it's going to get even louder. Allie, I want to go to you. Pred, I'm a believer. He is absolutely incredible. He was slaying out. This final game from him in Search, I think going 11-5. Talk to me about it.
It's crazy. I mean, it's just a back and forth talk between who's the best SMG in the game when it comes to Hydra and Pred. You know, when we see both these players on the map, it is just consistency. All game modes across the board. They're putting up the numbers at Game 5 to go 11-5, 13K damage. He had a 3K for the lead to push them during that round #7. So for Seattle Surge, I look at this series and I think it's a good one for them. It almost went the same way as last matchup in that game #5. I got a little bit nervous. I got nervous for their Search and Destroy. They clutched up in the end, and like Pred said, I think that was a really good map 5 for them to win to start off this tournament. The only thing I think they need to go back on is that map #2.
Map #2, which obviously was that S&D 6-3 mark. We were watching that, and for me, that was a big victory for LAG. I really thought the series at that point could turn around for them.
No, no doubt about it. And I think winning that map number 3 control, right, really sort of put them in the driver's seat and maybe made Seattle fans a little bit nervous. But that Fortress hardpoint, I mean, that was just Seattle. That was them, right? They were playing at their best. But I think Seattle, you know, winning that Game 5 Search and Destroy, right? The S&D struggles last stage, getting that win under their belt.
Yeah.
And I think it's great momentum because you're going to be playing FaZe or Thieves next, and they have to build off that. That is not an easy round whatsoever.
Well, let's move into our scuff play of the game, and it's Brad with the swing rounds. Ali walked me through it. It seemed like it was a walking highlight reel.
I mean, yeah, throughout this entire series, I mean, it comes down to the game number 5, right? This is that 3K I was talking about. He gets behind enemy lines, he gets the information, he snaps onto this second guy, and I mean, the comms just unfortunately could not come through fast enough when it comes to Joe Deceives. And what's so good about Seattle for me right now is the way that their Search and Destroy is looking. I think where they found fault is they have one of the best snipers and best ARs on their team, and that's in the likes of Civ. And when it comes to Search and Destroy, snipers are so important in this game, but it's also difficult to make that choice of like, do we take off the pressure that Civ adds onto the map and put him on the sniper to counterize Exceed on the other side? Do we allow him to keep the tack out and let him try to get up aggressive in those front lines? So for me, I think Accuracy took on that role, played a lot more aggressive in those maps 2 and 5, and I'm happy to see that when it comes to their Search and Destroy.
It was a risk they were willing to take, and it paid off, at least in the end. Seattle Search will move forward. LAG, though, they still look strong. I'm sure they're going to be just fine down in the elimination bracket. But let's check out some things we are offering over here at the CDL. Talking about the CDL shop, you have all to choose from. I was actually walking the venue, and we got some fresh stuff out there. They got new hoodies, the full lineup of 2023 jerseys. But on top of that, you want to look good virtually. We got our team packs in-game. Look like the pros, play like the pros with the new CDL team packs. Hey, they got it all. Home and away, male and female versions. Whatever you need to look fashionable. Nameless, what are you rocking?
Listen, man, I switch it up. I was rocking the Toronto Ultra. Now I'm rocking the Vegas Legion. Got to support my boy Jim. Joe,
okay.
When you run up against the skins, who's the biggest demon?
The biggest demons?
Yeah, who's dominant?
I gotta think about this, dude. I feel like that these ones are always a little bit demons, and then like, dude, the OpTic ones, bro. I'm just trying to be scum, dude. I'm like, oh, gotta watch out for those guys. But I love how the hoodies look, you know, a lot like the camos in game. I think that's sick.
Yeah, that's dope.
Well, the arena was already getting loud. I think it's going to get even louder. Coming up next, a series everybody's been waiting for. Boston Breach played against OpTic Texas. Don't go anywhere. It's coming up right after this. Welcome back to Major 3, the OpTic Texas Major here at Esports Stadium, Arlington. What a hype intro that was. We got Hitch on the drums, going out with the battle cry. Stadium, I gotta ask you, are we hype? Are we ready for OpTic Texas to play? It's going to be an absolute hype matchup. Boston Breach, they're going to have their hands full, but you know what? They knew what they were getting themselves into when they came and they stepped into this venue, and I bet you they are ready 100% to play this without question. Nameless, this series means a lot.
It does, man. And, you talk about Boston Breach, like they get a top 2 seed, but it seems like a tougher draw when you look at this OpTic Texas roster, their win over FaZe, and then this crowd, this home field advantage is huge. It's going to play a big factor, but there are so many variables when you look at this series, right? You think about this OpTic team without Scump in front of the green wall. How will they perform? The rookies on either side of that stage. You look at Beans and you look at Ghosty. Playing in front of a crowd like this is no joke. The stakes have never been higher. This is going to be wild.
Yeah, 2 rookies, first major, facing off against each other. A big match for them and a huge expectation, I think, for both of the players, whether it be Beans or Ghosty. But let's take a look at OpTic, right? Home field advantage. They got the green wall behind them. This is their run through. And Allie, it wasn't an easy task to get into the winner's bracket.
No, I mean, it's been a struggle for them thus far. I mean, you can see it in the layout here. It's been kind of a little bit of a roller coaster. That loss to Ultra probably hit pretty hard, and then that loss to Subliners, and they rounded out with that 3-1 win versus FaZe just to get it into winner's bracket. So they've been getting the job done, but just barely slipping by. So they're really going to need the green wall in this opening matchup.
And the only thing that really scares me about OpTic Texas, when you saw those matchups, is like one day they were on when they were playing fundamentally sound, doing the correct things on the map, and then the following day when they go up against one of the top echelon teams, they made those little mistakes. And when you're playing against some of the best teams, they can capitalize on that. So for OpTic Texas, you have to make sure those fundamentals are in play going up against a team like Boston, who even with the new roster haven't really been making a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, and talking about the discipline and the fundamentals, right? Like when they played FaZe, they had discipline. And Shotzi, the guy that's on your screen right now, he's the guy in question, right? There's a lot of stuff that are on a lot of things are on his shoulders now. He's the face of Call of Duty. We've seen it, and at times he makes these mistakes in game. It's a lot that he's dealing with in the map, right? Like he's the playmaker, he's trying to hit the routes, right? So it's a tall task to ask, but that's what they need of him. He needs to be fundamentally sound, and versus FaZe, it seemed like they respected their opponent to another level, right? They're able to get out of that with a 3-1 win. If they can bring that style of play into that level of intensity, this is a team that can make a run, but we haven't seen the consistency yet out of this roster all season, right? So that's what we're looking at here, is just fundamentally sound plays, because we know they have the talent. We know they can bully a team on any given day. Can they put it together for a whole tournament, though?
That's right. That's the big question. And really, this is a great opening match to see what OpTic's going to bring for the entire weekend. It is stamina-based, right? This is only Thursday. We got 3 more days after this. It's not going to be easy, but Shotzi was our player to watch for OpTic. We'll see how well he's going to do it. I'm sure he'll rise up to the occasion. But let's talk about our second opponent, or at least our second team, Boston Breach, a team that really turned things around once Beans joined the roster. They weren't winning Game 5s. Beans joins, they win their first ever Game 5. Also in franchise history, they're not beating LA Thieves, but yet they do it in the final week. A lot of positives, Alex.
Yeah, they were breaking a lot of things. They couldn't win Game 5s, and now they are. Their search and destroy is looking a lot cleaner since adding Beans to the lineup and adding the sniper to the lineup as well, which is incredibly dynamic in a game like this, where having a sniper is literally detrimental to the success in this games 2 and 5. So the Boston Breach, they're on the ups right now heading into this. They had, a middle of the pack sort of road to get here, ending 4-1. But again, you got to talk about Big Wake, right? This is a player on this team that when he's on the map, probably the most terrifying gunfight to get into. And I really want to focus on those Game 2s and 5s. Wake has 10 clutches on the season, 7 of those being a 1v2 clutch. I mean, this guy, if he's still live, you are not guaranteed around.
That's right. That's right. And Awakening, incredible in his own right. Nero, too, I think a great compliment to this roster. But Nameless, just to hone in on Awakening, talk to me about it.
I mean, the guy's a monster. What more needs to be said? And it really, it's sort of, I think with the roster change, he sort of had to refigure out how he wanted to play on this team. Beans is a way different player than Methods. And now, towards the end, especially with the LA Thieves win, Awakening really set back into himself, which is a mega slayer, right?
That's right.
But let's make sure we paint the picture correctly here. Coming into this series, if we look at the performance from Stage 3, and when you look at Boston throughout this game, they're the favorite in this series. When you really look at it, Boston is solid in all 3 game modes, top 6 across the board. They're winning their Game 5s now. The search and destroy looks great. In control, they have the edge, right? Can they put it together on land? Because every time I feel like throughout this game, we've been talking about Boston. Looks so good online. Top 2 in the qualifying stage. what will they do on LAN? And then they just blunder and they get knocked out or something happens, right? So this is an opportunity for these guys with this new team to get that momentum and confidence going forward, because when we talk about Beans, he brings that energy. How much more energy you need than if you come in versus OpTic with a dub?
Hey, Beans, I think they tweet out, he gives them the gas in order to succeed. I love that the pun's coming through, but now we got to get serious because there was a lot of discussion in the green room about the maps that we're going to be seeing. Let's take a look at our maps and modes. And Ali, you want to start it off? Let's go for it.
Yeah, instantly, this is a bit of a square up for me. That map number 2, I think it's going to be really decisive in this series simply because it's going to be a Nero versus Hook show. Nero has a 2.6 on that map and mode, and Hook mirrors that with a 3.1. Yeah, you thought it couldn't get better, but it got better somehow. So those are definitely going to be your players to watch here on that map number 2.
Nameless, I got to hear your opinion.
You know, I just kind of look at the series and I'm like, all right, that game 4 is going to be very tough for Boston, but that Fortress Control, I think, is the most important map in this series. OpTic historically have not been that great at control throughout this game, and when you look at Fortress, it's a map that they haven't done well on. And for Boston, that's where they had the advantage in this series, right? It's like a CeeLo and Fortress, they're comfortable on both of those. OpTic can't go to a CeeLo, so Boston got to lock down game 3.
Seems like Hardpoint, though, is something I want to hone in on just a little bit, right? When it comes to these two teams, Hardpoint really does set the precedence. And I think even in our last series that we just saw, Seattle Surge, their Hardpoint games were just absolutely out of this world. And you could tell that momentum from those Hardpoint games going into Surge was tremendous. Ali, here's their records.
I mean, it's kind of showing for you on the screen here. It's funny because this is exactly what I have in my notebook. The fundamentals have been lacking for the Boston Breach. I think Jay made a good point that OpTic Texas has been kind of back and forth of when they decide to stick to the rules of the game. But Boston Breach, I mean, last time I saw them, I think they need to get their priorities straight when it comes to prioritizing certain hills on that Hydro. They continuously were prioritizing P3, which is one of the most mixy hills on that map and mode. They still were able to pull out that series, but it's little blunders like that that could seriously cost them against a team like OpTic Texas, who on any given day could have their fundamentals on complete lock.
Well, I will say that break percentage for Boston is pretty good, but especially when you get to a map like Mercado, it's really difficult for a lot of teams to break. The series is kind of interesting because, like, most teams are vetoing Hydro against OpTic. We haven't seen OpTic play it too many times, and Boston's a good Hydro team. So we'll see if it pays off them going to Mercado, a map that they're 0-2 on that they haven't played in a while.
Well, it seems like it's time for us to put our names on the line. Like, let's do our predictions, right? And this is always a tough one to do, but I'm coming into it, and honestly, one of my favorite teams is about to play. I think at least my prediction has to be Boston Breach. I'm going Boston Breach. I think they're going to take it. I know, look, and it's scary as a new host to come up here and go against the grain. But Boston Breach, I think they're the better team here. Let's see what they can do. Study, what about you?
I think this is going to be a back-and-forth series, but Boston Breach are going to be able to take it all the way into game number 5, man. What Beans is able to do with that sniper, you have to be able to shut him down. If Ghostie's not going to be the answer, someone has to step up in that position.
They're not happy with us for sure, but Ali, what about you?
Hi, crowd. Hi, chat. I know everybody is just shaking for whatever I'm about to say, but surprisingly, I think you might be happy with this. I'm going with OpTic Texas.
Okay.
Even statistically, I think they have the edge.
Okay, OpTic Texas. That's at least one on the board for the analyst. Nameless. Are we going 2 for 2?
Listen, I just always keep it a buck. I don't think OpTic Texas is a championship caliber team just yet. They still have a lot of things that they're working on. But when I look at Boston Breach, they haven't put it together on LAN ever. And going up against like this squad in front of this crowd, I think OpTic Texas take this one, sheer talent alone.
You're going OpTic Texas?
Wow. He broke that down really good.
He literally switched it up last second.
I put that pick in early this
All right, fair enough. You just faked me out. All right, 2 for 2. OpTic Texas for both down there. We're going Boston Breach. Audience, who are you going for? Are you going OpTic Texas?
That was quiet.
That was quiet.
They're going to need more than that.
Okay, what about Boston Breach?
Oh, they're loud for the booth.
All right, fair enough. Fair enough. I think we're ready to get this series started. Landon, I'm excited to send it to you, baby. Take it away.
All righty, Texas, let's go. Come on. This is the matchup you guys have all been waiting for. OpTic Texas taking on the Boston Breach. Everybody's already standing up, which I absolutely love. If there's anybody sitting down,
Boston's going to be coming out hot because they know what they're coming up against.
It is time to introduce our teams. It's a roster that is new, a team with a point to prove. Welcome to the main stage, your Boston Breach.
So that's tough to walk out to. So they're going to come out hot.
Beans, Awakening, and Nero. Boston
Damn,
Breach.
Beans is
Oh man, they're sitting in green, but they're on the wrong side of that wall. Let me tell you, man, they got to form up against the green wall, and a team coming in here with a lot of pressure. They need to put it together on land. We haven't seen it yet, but they got a newcomer on the squad, Beans. Will he be the difference today? Bryce, or excuse me, Lando, bring out.
It's all right, Ant. No worries, buddy. All righty, folks. It is time. 1 year ago today, in this very same venue, this team was crowned. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for OpTic Texas! Ghosty, Shotzi, Dashi, and Hook, OpTic Texas.
I mean, I think the crowd speaks for me when this team walks up onto the stage. I just noticed 3 out of 4 players had a lion down their names, and barbecue is so loud for them because it's a championship caliber team looking to get their second homestand win, and it's Ghosty's first time getting face-to-face with the green wall. You guys better get loud for him, even if he gets 1 kill. Let's get this started. Let's go, Lando.
Let's go, Ali. All right, I'm going to ask you guys one more time. Get on your feet. Get loud. Boston versus OpTic Texas starts right now. Miles and Chance, have a fun one, guys.
How could we not have a fun one? The crowd's already electric, the players are on stage ready to rock and roll, and we get to run it back. Last time
Man, that's so cool for Ghosty, playing up on the big stage for the green wall.
And look, man, that
Man,
was
that's
with
gotta
the
be
Boston home
such
crowd
a
behind
great
their own
feeling.
team, and OpTic still came out 3-0'd. And obviously, the rosters have been shaken up. There is a lot for these guys to be proven. And you got to imagine, what a warm welcome for Ghosty and an absolute treat for Beans. You never forget your first time.
No, you will not forget your first time. Mine was very different. Not so many people watching, but this is going to be a fun one indeed. Very, very different players, very different roles on that team. Beans has got a lot to live up to. He's the main player for that squad. If this crowd shuts him down, that's going to be a problem for Boston.
It's such a fun dynamic between these two teams as well. I know the desk was like hammering home on the fundamentals. I'm just looking across this stage. This is a demon lobby. The pop-off potential is absolutely nuts. Shotzi at the very top of that list. When this man is on point, he's an objective player as well. He sets up his team on top of the fact that this dude drops bombs. The hill time is there. The KD is matching that of some of the best AR players in the world. And obviously, that slaying prowess, that potential. 25 kills per map compared to 21. Shotzi does it all.
Shotzi does it all. But of course, Awakening and Shotzi, two very different players. They're going to be squaring up on different parts of the map. We'll see them go head-to-head here in the stats. Wonderful numbers either side of the board, though. We'll see if the clutch factor is still there. Awakening, the 1v2 master in Search and Destroy. And Shotzi, a difficult contender in nearly every situation you find him in. This is going to be a fun one, ladies and gentlemen. Cannot wait to rock and roll in this one. We thank you here in Arlington, Texas. The Esports Arena has been fantastic to be back. You're an incredible crowd. And for those of you watching online on Twitch, the watch parties all over the world, hope you're very cozy. This is going to be a long one.
Hey, this is going to be a map just to start things off on Embassy, where we are going to learn so much so quickly. Because for OpTic, it has not been their strongest map all year long. They got a 2-6 record, but with this squad throughout stage 3, 1-1, and they have showed a ton of improvements. And guys like Ghosty, you know he's the hill kid. He's going to be the super soaker for the team. It's about the orchestration. But if this game ends and he has less than 2 minutes in the hill, I'll be disappointed.
We'll see. I got to catch up with Ghosty briefly yesterday when we were getting into the venue. Very, very confident young man. Excited to be on the roster. I said, are you feeling any pressure? Are you feeling, big shoes to fill indeed? And he said, hey man, I'm here to play my game. I'm not going to let those fans down. We're going to go big, and we're going to go home. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Fist bumps are out. On the other side of the board, though, for Boston Breach, this is a tough one, Chance. For the fans at home, who maybe don't know what it feels like in the arena, it is electric and it is very green. And Nameless could not have said it better. These boys are on the wrong side of that green wall.
And it is just hard to be calm, and it is hard to play your game. The difference of a vibe you have when you're playing in the online matches, fist bumping just your boys in a tiny little room, compared to dealing with this crowd, making this much noise nonstop. It is so difficult to play your game. And I know for Hoop, we heard the comms that he had when he was playing against Atlanta. They had that tournament energy in the online matches, so it's going to be easy for these guys to translate into the gameplay. For Boston, it's going to be a little bit trickier.
Well, yeah, we'll see how Boston goes, because again, it's the first time we're really seeing this roster perform on land. They said they haven't been able to bring good numbers or solid performances. We'll see if they can find that special sauce here today, this crazy Thursday. They are
relentless, Chance. They're gonna have no. It's Thursday, guys. You're gonna have no voice tomorrow. Save yourselves. It's a long week. Call of Duty here in Arlington, Texas. Nearly ready to rock and roll, ladies and gents. This first map is going to be a bloodbath. Now, Chance, last time we saw these two teams play, Hydra Hardpoint, Dash is crazy, cross up. You know, that final, was that the Pipes Hardpoint? We saw some insane moments, crazy clutch up ability, but this is two totally different rosters now.
Absolutely. I mean, two new players as well, and to take a look at how these guys have been doing. Not exactly the slaying prowess for Ghosty, right? 0.8 and that 0.9 range, but again, less than 2 minutes to the hill would be a shock to me for what he is going to provide. And for Beans, I think we've seen him get a little bit better over time. The S&D, though, is where he's going to be a standout player and where he needs to be the standout player for this team. Obviously, Game 5, Boston have turned it around. That is the Beans factor, and even on a map like El Asilo, you have Hoop, who's going to the 14-1, going on 11 sprees. You have Dashy, whose KD is ridiculous on that map. That's where Beans has to bring that extra little oomph to this team. And if he can't do that, S&D is going to suffer. But for the Respawn, it's obviously the SMGs on the side of Boston for me that are going to be running the show. Nero, again, when I said Demon Lobby, he is at the tippy top of that list. And obviously, Vivid, he's been the fastest player in the league for a few years now. You know they're bringing the pace.
Yeah, this is the kind of lobby. If you came across these like,
I'd drop out instantly.
I'd be Alt F4. I'd have smashed that Alt F4 key in the dust. I'd be gone, man. I'd be looking at my desktop, just crying. The disgusting lobby. As we try to get everyone into this lobby to get things going. But yeah, it's going to be interesting. Very exciting to see the debut of both Ghosty and Beans in their very first ever CDL majors for their respective teams. As this crowd is still going, baby.
And we compare him, but like just even to look at that head-to-head, I feel like there's a lot more pressure on Beans. Not just because he's going against the home crowd, but you had like for OpTic, who needed a clutch up against Atlanta FaZe of all teams just to make it the winner's bracket. And Ghosty basically had his feet up. He finished the game, he's like 10, and that's the only amount of kills I needed for my team to get this dub. So the support he has around him is absolutely absurd. Slaying power that everyone else on OpTic has.
Yeah, Beans comes from Colchester in England. They build him tough there. We'll see how tough he is today, going up against the green wall. And it smiles on the faces for now. We get everyone in this lobby. And we'll see how long those smiles can last, if they do, here in this match.
And again, man, you never forget your first. This is a thing that'll stay with Beans for the rest of his life. And if it's going to be a lifelong memory, you know for him, you need it to be a good one.
Yeah, we will be indeed. Well, Dashy and Hoop there on screen. You know what's an interesting thing now that these two are on team here? It's going to be really difficult to tell when the crowd is cheering for Hook or Bruce. Guys, can we get a Hook? A Hook! That was pretty good. Now, can we get a Bruce? You see, it's kind of hard to tell. It's difficult to tell. But all you need to know if you're an OpTic fan and you hear that sound, it means nothing but good things. Those two are no strangers to love from that crowd. Almost ready to party, ladies and gents. We appreciate you sticking this one out.
That's a cool flag.
Don't forget, ladies and gents, for you at home, you can vote for your Scuff Team of the Major. We do it every single time. We can put together 4 of the finalists voted by you, ladies and gentlemen, at home. And of course, those folks of you in the crowd here as well. Crazy times here in the ESA already. I know tomorrow, the OpTic Palooza, the festival side of this tournament, opens up. We're going to see more shenanigans on the other side of the hall here at the ESA. But for today, it is strictly business. It is strictly that winner's bracket matchup.
And I was not joking in the slightest when I said this is an absolute demon lobby. I've watched it drop like 5 or 6 times at this point, because even the game is like, this is too much talent on one stage at one time. The hidden SR ratings are a little bit too high. Like, this is so far beyond your average like T250 game. And I know Smiles on the team, they have gotten iced and warmed up and re-iced 5 times at this point, but as long as the vibes are flowing, Smiles across both sides of the stage, trying to make some good things happen.
Now, it's not just Green Wolf fans in the crowd here. We've got Dashy's family in the crowd as well. Dashy's gone no stranger to a Call of Duty event, no stranger to the green wall, nothing but love and support from the fam there. We'll see if Bruce can feel the love here in the crowd, put up some of those historic numbers he typically does in these big tournaments, Chance.
I mean, he's going to be one of those players that by the end of the tournament, if OpTic have enough success that they walk away with the trophy, Dash is at the top of the list of who might end up being that MVP, especially with how good he has been at Search and Destroy lately. I mean, even for the map 2 El Asilo that we have, one of the crazier things is that Hoop had that game where he went godlike, dropped some ridiculous numbers, and Dash has been keeping up in terms of KD, so that duo on that map have been absolutely relentless. I know we'll get there eventually. At this rate, maybe it'll be Friday.
It might be, you never know. But hey, we're waiting for this one. We're going to play it through. It'd be cool if we could take a look at the maps and modes maybe and just sort of paint a bit of a picture of how this map is going, this entire series is going to go for. Here are the maps and modes presented by that GMC Hummer EV Embassy first and foremost. LSELO, that Search and Destroy, Fortress, Mikado, Embassy. We bookend those embassies here at the start and the end of the series.
And look, if I've learned anything being a talent member of the team for the CDL is visa issues absolutely cause problems. So maybe the double embassy we have in this series is slowing things down just a little bit. Maybe Beans had to, go through customs, took an extra little bit of time. But that's for the 1-5, and honestly, for a series like this, there is a very strong chance that we do go the distance, because Fortress control between these two teams, absolute toss-up. Maybe a slight edge towards Boston, but honestly, it's going to be a defensive shootout. LSELO, great for both teams. The Mercado has been like the primary ban for both of these squads the entire year long, so it is dead even across the board. I just want to get it going. Eventually.
Hey, we'll get there. We're almost everyone in the lobby. As we welcome these nearly 2,000 strong here at ESA. And the many, many thousands online watching from home. We're almost ready to party, friends. We want to get into this just as much as you do. Oh, we're nearly there. Could be a couple of minutes away. But until then, yeah, chance to square up on the embassy is going to be a lot of fun. When it comes to that LSELO Search and Destroy, we have already seen a banger of an S&D here today. We'll take a look at the team records here as we now roll closer and closer towards this one. Fist bumps. Oh, wait. Oh, we got baited so hard there. So close. There it is. Let's have a look at the head up between these two teams. 12-9 there for OpTic Texas so far in their match records.
And the thing that jumps out to me the most is how in Hardpoint and Search and Destroy basically dead even for both of these teams, so no distinct edge at all. Control, though, you lean towards Boston, but there's the Al Bagger that we're going to. Defensive shootout, it's kind of a 50-50 map, and it's a map that Texas have actually played much more throughout this stage with this roster compared to the entire year, so even that is going to be 50-50. I cannot possibly express how close this is going to be, how unpredictable. I know the desk had a 2-2 split. I don't know if you were to poll the crowd and poll the fans at home, maybe a 90-10 split. However, as far as the experts go, it is not an easy one to choose.
No, not at all. Two very, very exciting teams to watch. A lot of individual skill in this lobby. Teamwork will be the difference maker. We'll see if it gets to that point. We're almost ready to go, ladies and gents.
We keep saying that.
I'm going to keep saying it until we're in the game, and then I'm going to scream, let's do this, and we're going to get into the matchup. You know the drill, brother. This ain't your first rodeo here in Texas. But that control, that may be the decider. It's the middle of the series. We play that as game number 3 here in the Call of Duty League. Al Bagger is going to be an absolute banger. We've seen fast games, slow games, all sorts so far, as it tends to evolve throughout the season. And ladies and gentlemen, dare I say it, here we go. OpTic Texas, Boston Breach. Map number 1, Embassy Hardpoint. Let's get into it.
A slow start for the match, but either one of these teams, they're looking for that snowball effect. Once you get things going, they are not going to stop. And I know the record doesn't look sweet for OpTic, but again, recently with this roster, 1-1. They've improved on it. They're happy to let it through, but obviously Boston Breach, very dangerous. Just the fact that the team that is worst at rotating going against the team that has been the best at the breaks, going to be one hell of a map.
Here we go. OpTic spawned a little bit closer towards that hard point, but no closer towards the second, and already, an electrifying start to get things going. And Shotzi and Ghosty in the feed there, early time to OpTic.
And you talk about a start that makes things a little bit nervy. You open your matchup with a team kill first time on land. Not a fun one to try to bounce back from. And hey, if Dash is posted up, picking up kills, and you get the 4-man wipe. OpTic wheeling and dealing already.
A difficult situation for the spawns, but well read there. That was Shotzi, low right-hand side of the minimap. He's now playing for the next one. Already OpTic off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, fantastic. This is one of the best P1s we have seen all year. Literally, the perfect opening break, as good as it gets to set the tone, and already for Boston, it's an early rotation of P2, but OpTic, they got a little bit of time to try to break this one down.
This is a lovely counter-attack from Boston, but who? Finally stopped. Right-hand side of the minimap, P2 is now up. This is the side door towards the embassy. We'll see how it goes over by Park. Beans the man of the moment. Let's see how he fares as his teammates fall around. He's going to be the anchor. 2 kills for Beans there on the point, holding it down.
Yeah, needs to bounce back, right? Opens up with a team kill, starts off 0-3, but the little 3 spree just to keep OpTic away from the hill. But that was a 42-second run on P1 for OpTic, and on the rotation, Boston not even collecting any of the time. Beans, the last man to take care of. OpTic get the trades, OpTic looking to get the time.
Oh, finally though, Breach managed to get themselves into the hard point, even if it's only for a few moments. Of course, Boston Breach the white arrows on the minimap. Awakening now, trying to contend with the whole OpTic roster, can't get it done. Forward now, OpTic drive as the onslaught begins. Dashy, the man in charge. Ghosty now on the contest in the hard point, and it's only 15 seconds. You'd love to have it if you are Breach, but already looking towards the new hard point. Shotzi, he's the man in there.
Yeah, the Ghosty special, just getting the time, but the lone man did not get that trophy close enough. Dashy's got to play for kills, feels the pressure and drops down, so that is actually Boston gets in the rotation, but Dashy gets the gunny, and on the hill, it's good enough for the trade. The fest goes through, and hey, it's Ghosty, last man standing, looking to make the play. There's number 1.
Number 1, here comes number 2. Great work there from Boston Breach. The pinch is on. Nero cut down, trying to get near the hard point from spawn. But for now, Boston, they have control. They've got trophies. They've got the high ground.
And that is quite literally just the difference that a trophy makes. Makes the rotation harder for OpTic. It is now being the protector for Boston Breach, who again, they started out down 42-0. They've stabilized the game, stabilized the rotation. Maybe the SMG is getting a little bit hot as well. Pivot now on the 3.
Oh, Shotzi somehow pulls that one away. Final 15 seconds here of the top side of the AC units will go the way of Boston Breach. Now over towards the inside of the embassy. That's where the next battle takes place. Who's flying forward? Can't get any more out of it. Nero with 3 in the feed. Ghosty though, the newcomer to the roster. He's in. Oh, and he trades out. That's good enough for now. OpTic get the score.
Yeah, Luka got this play. Yeah, Hook all the way around back, and now he's got Dashy in the mix as well. So that's a 3-piece from Nero that he gets, and his team cannot even go to the hill to collect the time. Hoop now wheeling, dealing, bouncing back and forth between the hallways, and easy read on both of them. But again, that trophy battle, OpTic has not had it near the hill.
Oh, OpTic though, they're running out of numbers here on point. Boston looking at the clean break. They're in. Shotzi though, the final dagger, still stays alive. Nero from behind the desk says, no thank you, not coming in. We'll take that. We're looking at a lead change here for Boston. In comes Hook.
Yeah, funny how it goes, right? The rotation, the kills have been on point from OpTic, but the trophies have cost them a little bit. Awakening's getting his out towards new, but even for the final 20 seconds, maybe Vid wants to go and hit that old time, but he gets caught. So OpTic stabilizing the old time, build themselves a sizable lead, and hey, now you got Dashy working on the roto.
The hard fight there from Boston now over to Awakening. 11-7 from him overall. Demon Joe, a terrifying opponent to come up against here in MW2. Aprons on. He's now doing the dirty work in the kitchen. New hard point pops.
Yeah, close the door as well, as incredibly polite as you can get. All the trophies in the world, and OpTic very distant from the hill. Shotzi the front man, but he's going to get spotted, and he has zero support on this break for the moment. You have Boston picking apart every member of OpTic along the cross. The teamwork, not quite there yet.
Here comes the next hit. Ghosty's going to make his way through the backside of that kitchen. Now Awakening and Vivid. Oh, through mid-map wins a big one. Beans there in the feed as well. Beans has not slowed down too much. 8-8 overall. This is a 3 spree from him. Awakening now. Hold in the kitchen. Ghosty checking corners, waiting for the opportunity. Shotzi backing him up. Here comes a hit. It's 2 from Shotzi. 3. Oh, it's all 4 now.
And it took them like 30 seconds to set up the teamwork, but as soon as they got there, they made it happen on the break. So Ghosty and Shotzi, too clean with it, able to get that scrap time once again, but a very tight game for the moment. Still could go either way.
Ghosty hold it. Does. Keeps the time ticking. It's only 5 seconds, but it may come into effect later on. He'll take that 4 spree. 16-12 overall for Anthony Cuevas Castro.
And OpTic are putting so much weight on the right side of the map. You get Ghosty posted up in the top windows to keep the players out of the hill, but weird timing and the 2-man in the feed right there for Boston, but that's why maybe Hook will fill in the spot, pick up the tack, and just keep Boston out of that time.
We can. Good ears. Oh, good gunny. Stays alive. Nero drops. 120-95. No one really able to get on the P1 just yet. We go back to the center of the map, back to that crazy alleyway.
And now you also have to read the spawns as well. OpTic know they lost the right side, but now they're actually trying to collect that time. Hook trying to play the safety net, stay in the back by the stairwell, and that means his team can get inside the point. It looks like OpTic, all 4 members up on the right side, they're looking for that P2 rotation. And Hook has been alive for such a long time, but gets chopped down in the end. Little back and forth battle. OpTic still only that ever so slight lead.
Yeah, it's a slight lead. They've not got maps dropping out. Can Dashi change that? No. Nero holds it down. Spawns for Boston now in that lower right-hand side of the map, set up for success. If If they can make this work, they can pull the lead back. Who's trying to stay alive, roaming the halls of the embassy once again. Here come his teammates, here comes the hot.
And look, whether it's Hook or Shotzi, they have just run this stairwell just to keep these players out of time, so things might be limited by the back trunk, but that doesn't mean Breach have been able to collect any of this P2 time. Finally, Nero gets inside, and they get the 3-man wipe in their feed, but Boston, for the first time on this hill in a long time, are getting a decent chunk.
Beans back on his truck, loves it here. Nero now through the front, now all those arrows. Good spin, Hook somehow takes 2 out of the play. Over towards the hard point we now go. Beans versus Shotzi. Shotzi wins it, hard point OpTic.
And they're just so annoying, the SMGs for this OpTic Texas squad. Just to be annoying on this hill, trying to keep them at bay and set your team up on rotation. But Nero, right now, Betty Pop, he is flying.
Whoa! Well, that's what Nero does best. He is soaring right now. Will he check this corner? Oh, stun might get it done. No! Dashi dives in, saves the play. Can Vivid get this one now? Over the next hard point! Nearly. As Dashi will drop, the time now will tick in the moment's favor. There for his boys on Boston. No, Nero keeping the play going. 21, now 22 and 20. He's cooking.
That's still a foot race, though, for the actual hill time. I think you got Shotzi maybe able to make an errant play. And if you have no trophies out, it's going to be a problem. The nades have been costing Shotzi. Somehow collect that even with his back turn. But this has been an AC hill that took 20 seconds for Boston to actually get inside of. We'll see how much they can try to run it up.
Vivid feeling brave, fights his way forward. OpTic down low. Dashi finds the entry on a 2. Over to Beans now. Next one to the hard point. Watching the ladder. No problem. Into the hard point. We're now going to fly. 2 ARs. Posted up. An unfortunate team kill. You'll take it, though. That's an ample amount of time. Oh, no! Beans brought down, no more time for anyone.
And talk about a 1v1 gunfight that just sets your team up for success. Nero might want to fly, but this is a lot of OpTic numbers to deal with and just gets cut down. So Ghosty wins 1, sets his team up for the final 20 seconds to scrap in another lead change in this game. OpTic is taking it.
Very different looks now on the next time we roll into Embassy. This time it's all Boston Breach. They've got full control for now. OpTic, they're going to slither their way to the top side of the embassy. If they can get involved in this fight, it better be sooner rather than later. There's that lead change. Boston's starting to walk away with it.
And you see as soon as Shotzi gets to the back, he actually spawns those Boston players out. But Boston off spawn had just gone and killed everyone. 4-man wipe. Boston takes the lead. And after 40 seconds left, not fun spawns for OpTic. Maybe only up for Ghosty to try to make the play.
Awakening, staying alive. Ooh, Ghosty does make the play. Holds onto the point for a moment. Vivid tagged up, taken care of. Shotzi flying through the embassy halls now. We're looking at a lead change potentially. It's a 10-point game for now. This hard point is going to change it.
And those are back-to-back hills, by the way, where Ghosty absolutely makes the play. I think off a gifted spawn that he was able to collect, but he turns that into a 2-piece. He won the big gunfight on that last AC hill. Right now, the rookie living up to the hype on the main stage.
Soaking the time, finding what you can. Rotation's done. Boston Breach once again the first into the kitchen. It was a late break from OpTic the last time we were here. Will they be able to get the job done early? So far, no. Beans and Vivid awakening in the feed.
And look, it was the teamwork for OpTic that got him through this hill last time. They are getting picked apart along the way. Every solo chow die, solo chow die. And the amount of distance and space Boston just created on this map, I mean, if you're Nero sitting inside the hill, you're comfortable. OpTic can't get anywhere near you.
Nero's feet have gone numb. He sat for so long. Ghosty slips on through laundry. Any help here? I don't think so. He might be able to get something done alone. Wow, somehow steals a kill. Great work. However, Boston Breach right back at it into the feed. Here comes Hook, no more. Beans running it in the kitchen. Nutritious and delicious as Dashi now on 1 HP, trying to get himself forward, but Beans is on a 5, and Boston are over 200.
Yeah, both these rookies trying to step up for their team, and Nero gets an extra one. The kitchen hill, Boston have absolutely run the show, trying to put them away.
All right, it's a late one, but let's see if we can find the comeback here with an OpTic Texas. Listen in.
Peon.
Nice.
I'm with you, Dan.
Top
cannon on a fold. Red.
I'm gonna pitch
Orange or PD. I have your front. I have all your front. He's ready. Front bathroom.
Here, I'm gonna chop.
Jump here, done. Nice! Orange.
He might pitch, we can't. I can't pitch.
I'm already. Laundry. Wait, watch out. Double one. What's P2?
I'm in front line. I'm in front bathroom.
I front bathroom.
He's low long.
Bathroom.
He's low long. He's fucking gas that low long.
I hear that.
I'll tell that.
I hear you. Wait, look at the orange. Orange, watch out, Vivid. Nice! I'm holding Xbox. Impact. Shit, I'm coming up. Give me a sec.
What's up with the big truck?
I'm gonna pitch my God truck.
Let's take God truck.
I'll pitch my God truck. Stay alive.
What's God truck? He's all the way in the back, sticking it then.
One more. Wait.
Is he got check? Where's
No,
he?
one more on the wall. On the wall.
Yes, let's go, boys.
We're missing Awakening. They're shrieking, guys.
Yeah, I'm getting inside.
Yo, one shot in red. Red going laundry. Just slay up. Everyone slay up.
I'm staying alive. I
spawned. They're not going
One shot Xbox going.
Watch out time.
Xbox.
I hear you.
One time. Yo, he's side you.
Sign.
It's composed comms in the final few moments here as Boston Breach surge their way forward towards the win. You got to get one more player out. It's Vivid. He somehow stuns two. Vivid stays alive. Can they get him out in time? No, they cannot. Boston Breach take map number 1.
And getting on his feet and letting him know Bean popping off on the last kitchen hill, going on the 5-3 in those rotations to P2. He was in the back truck every single time, just being annoying, just keeping his team in the mix. And Boston, what a way to open your major, silencing the home crowd.
And Nero as well. We'll take a look at the stats in a moment, but wow, what a performance from nearly everyone in that
I knew
game.
they were
That
going
was
to come out
an
hot.
absolute blinder though, 36.
Nero, 36,
32 out of
32,
Nero
yeah,
there,
he was
nearing
beaming.
4,000 damage. It was just, you call it a demon lobby
40
from the
bomb.
get-go. No shortage of individual skill, and we saw it all there.
It's ridiculous pace, man, because even Vivid had 60+ engagements. So the SMGs on Boston, they just fire off like missiles, and the ARs, it's the easy job. You just want them to post up, stay alive, block those spawns, and even the amount of distance and space that Boston on that kitchen hill were able to create, there was one good push coming out of Shotzi and Ghosty. Outside of that, Boston was straight up bullying OpTic Texas, and had a few of those key hills where OpTic, just not a lot of love, not a lot of life, and even on AC, when OpTic had those opportunities for the moments, the trophy just not in the right position. It's those little fundamental mistakes that have costed OpTic, and they costed them right there as well.
Let's have a look at the highlights now from map number 1. A fun one indeed. Embassy, always a throwdown. It's a small map, a lot of close range engagements. Those submachine gun plays, they were ripping. That little Vaznev screaming across Embassy to start things off. And close match still, Boston Breach, they'll be happy to take that map number 1. And I think, Chance, again, for the nerves, for the mindset you're in now, if you're Boston, you've taken map 1, you did it in a great way, you got to be feeling good.
I mean, talking about like the confidence thing, especially for like the way that match started off for Beans. He opens it up with a team kill with the frag grenade, and you feel like things are getting bad, but again, starts piecing up on the kitchen hill. He goes on a 5-3 at some point, and again, if the crowd's gonna be against you, you feel that pressure as soon as you get it off your back. Oh, now you got that freedom to play with.
Well, Green Wall's still gonna be loud as hell as we get into the search and destroy. Boston Breach, what a great finish. Vivid, huge plays towards the end there. Not letting anyone get through, holds the line admirably. 250, 212, map number 1 there on Embassy.
And that is fantastic composure as well. It kind of sounded to me like OpTic a little bit stressed in the comms. Very concerned about players like Awakening, who were the missing guy they were looking for. Meanwhile, you're just calling in the streak. But either way, 36 kills out of Nero, ridiculous pace out of Vivid as well. Those two guys are just the setup men for Boston. Obviously 250, 212, not incredibly comfortable, but eventually they just got the job done.
Here we go. Map number 2 almost on its way. Start of that series, an absolute banger. El Asilo, search and destroy now upon us. And we will ask crowd again, if there is a moment where your favorite teams may be defusing, please keep it to yourselves and celebrate once the play is finished. You know what I'm talking about. We don't have to get Hex out here and tell you off, because he'll do it. I've seen him do it. He's a big man. You will listen to him. But ready to rock into the search and destroy chance. High-level thoughts, mate. Where are we going here?
Again, Hook and Dashi are the demons. Wallkeeper's not word for OpTic Texas on this map. Hook has had some of the best performances of the year on El Asilo, so when he gets the hot hand, he torches teams. That's pretty much up for guys like Nero to try to contain. And Dashi on the flip side, on both attacking rounds and defense, completely lights out. Dashi can snipe. He's bringing it out more for the squad. He's very choosy about when he gets to break it out. But again, Hook has the 2.2 when his numbers are absolutely absurd because of the one performance he had that bumps him up. And Dashi's right there with him, just game over game. Dashi absolutely locks this map down.
That's a scary prospect. Those two top players here in the league thus far. 2.2 from Hook. We've seen some insane games from him. Slightly inflated stats from, I think, a single matchup, but again, a wonderful indicator of how this is going to go.
And just think about how the map plays as well, right? It's the massive SMG stack on the A site. You double stack it on defense. It's going to be, I mean, the forward that we have in this lobby, again, just ridiculous amount of potential in the pop-off play that they can bring into those close quarters moments. But we're looking for the playmakers on this map. We know, just like map 1, it's going to be a back-and-forth battle.
38% first blood rate for Boston Breach. Not a great number. 52 way better there for OpTic Texas. So it's first blood, the first player to draw blood, get a kill here on LSC. And those retakes are still incredibly important for OpTic Texas. That's once the bomb's gone down, you manage to retake that site, get the defuse, and secure the round win. Very, very important stat lines to be keeping an eye on as here we go. First round, search and destroy.
And obviously, first round, no trophies, no dead silence, opportunity to make a play with your tax and nades. And Nero's the guy making the play straight in for that first blood.
Straight in, finds one, nearly gets second to Nero as well. Unreal. Ghosty, though, takes control of the bomb site. An awkward stun. That's a good nade, though. That's going in. Ghost is going to get tagged up by that one. Enough to maybe allow somebody from Boston Breach to push. It's the 3v1. It's been a crazy round opener. Ghosty, don't let the name fool you. He's making loads of noise.
He got spotted as well on the cross. Awakening saw it the entire time. They know exactly where they have him trapped, and that is that round one potential you have to make a play. Nero delivers in that round, and Ghosty may be waiting for the dead silence to pop up, but keep in mind, everybody for Boston getting theirs as well.
It's nearly there, yeah. Ghosty's about to get a whole lot spookier once that dead silence becomes available. Check them corners, son. 30 seconds on the round. Vivid spot him out. Gunfight's up. Big tags. 25 to go.
And this is just a lot of time being burned. And maybe gets the kill on Vivid, but can't quite finish it. And again, bomb down, 20 seconds left. He's going to have to go for that last-ditch effort to make a play. It looks like they're actually giving up the bomb plant, but the triangle getting set up. You are going to be trapped and gunned down. Boston Breach, first round win.
First blood, Nero puts his life on the line, somehow walks away with 2 in that opening foray. Like, just mad, man.
Hey, that is no dead silence. That is no help as well from his teammates. He just ran straight in and took it from him. I mean, that is an electric sort of play to make, and the amount of confidence you have to even attempt something like that. Nero gets it done. And again, Boston Breach, their only struggle point on this map has been the first blood category. I think Nero might have done a little bit of homework.
You're in for a treat, COD fans. OpTic on defense, first and foremost, we'll be checking out Dashy with that sniper in a moment. I wonder if anyone here on Boston Breach here on the attacking round. Oh, so close. Atta Bruce. Good reposition. Whoa, wait a minute. That's some lovely time and observers. Good work. Shotsy somehow catches 2. And over to Dashy now. SPX in hand. He'll be able to catch a player or 2 out and about. Awakening might be the man of the moment. Let's see if he gets it.
I think Shotsy might have said, hey, anything you can do, I can do just a little bit better. He gets the 2-piece and gets out with his life.
No way.
Now just gets the jump on it. Nero's
Shotsy,
open your eyes.
Oh, no, he didn't see it. He catches that one, though, for the ace!
That's all right. We did it anyway.
Whoa!
That was part of his plan.
He knew.
Such a tease.
He knew what he was doing. He let that one slide.
Why get one freebie when instead you get the highlight reel?
Oh, Shotsy. Wonderful bounce back there from OpTic Texas.
And that's been the name of the game. The snipers yet to connect. It has been the SMGs on defense, pushing the pace and getting those first bloods. See if there's going to be a mix-up of strats for either team. Setup looking a little bit standard for OpTic, or maybe leaning towards this B site. No dead silence for Shotsy, but a lot of players for OpTic looking down this outer lane.
Goes to MCPR. Saw a crack in the door, saw a Vivid move there. This might give Shotsy enough clearance to make his way forward. That stun bangs the door wide open again. So Beans may get the first blood onto Hook.
And it's also bombed down. Hook is the guy that dropped it. Dashy, though, evens up the odds, but it trades back and forth because Nero's in position. The bomb is down in such a difficult spot. Shotsy going to have to retrieve at some point. And keep in mind, don't get the snipe, but Shotsy has the 5 and also has to clutch an effective 1v3.
Beans and Awakening. They're the next 2 players over here. Bomb recovered now, 40 seconds.
One more for that
so
cruise.
Shotsy going to make his moves, and he's making them very loudly. This bomb plant's going to guarantee him dead silence.
And they're split for the moment as well. You feed an extra kill to Shotsy, that's going to be the cruise. And if you feed him the kill a little bit too quickly, well, he's already got the Denny Pop. He's looking to make the play. The timing did not go his way. The distance on point, the cruise missile shut down, and Boston Breach got the bounce back round.
That is outstanding turn of events right there for Boston Breach. You managed to avoid the cruise missile, you avoid the comeback. take the lead up by 1 here. The chance, it's a matter of moments. It's a little bit of bad timing. It's a nice setup from Boston. It's a very safe setup, a complete opposite sides of the map.
And I feel like the first blood that Beans get just sort of rips the heart away of the strategy, because OpTic, the rest of the pressure was on the other side of the map, so you just have to go into retrieval mode to get the bomb. But we saw Dashy pull out the snipe, whiffed, put it away, Ghosty pulled it out, no success there either. So for the moment, Boston handling the snipe battle very well.
I was in Shotzi's stream sort of late Wednesday night, and let me tell you,
I'd be
I'm pretty sure
pissed
he
if
can
I had
run
to sit
too.
behind those guys.
Look at the hats on those boys. Where do we get those? Can we get those hats?
Everything is bigger in Texas.
Everything's really big in Texas. Crazy. Here we go. Round up. We're going to see Boston Breach on attack. Nero, bomb in hand.
And nothing too hyper-aggressive this time. OpTic with a little bit of pressure down low, and actually you see Hook snapping into position. Vivi got back down. At least he gets one before he gets traded, and look at that, the collapse on this side of the map. Awakening gets banged out. We got a 2v2.
Just over a minute to play. Nero, when he knows Dashy's here, it's a standoff. It's a noisy one. Nero might have bought it. Wait a minute. He shoots the shot a little early, and hey man, shoot the shoot. And now plant is plant.
I think just the spot that Beans is in, he can sort of orchestrate for Nero. Nero knows that everybody else is going to have to be inside with him, as the late flank play from Beans could potentially be in effect.
We'll find out if they're in here with Nero, or if Nero's in here with them. Beans, you sneaky devil.
Perfect.
Fakes Ghosty. Final 30 seconds. Dash is going to pop Deddy. Let's see if this Vaznev can get put to work. Attack in hand now. Moving fast. Moving clean. Gets one. Can he get away? Yes. 20 seconds to go.
1 HP in a dream, but you got less than that. You got to hop this bomb quick.
Trying to make the moves.
Oh, to the right.
Made. Wait, check in. He gets the kill.
Let's
Gets the fuse. He does.
go.
And that is a very important clutch up there from Dash.
And Beans just got played as well. Less than 20 on the clock when Dashy jumps down and eviscerates Nero with the perfect read. But Beans so concerned about the hop, he wastes no time. He flies around, gets heard the entire way, and Dashy drops him. That is a tough round for Beans and a beautiful one for OpTic.
Beans does everything right up to the final moment. Hoop now with the bomb for OpTic Texas. The man who we've given a lot of praise to for the KD yet to get on the board. We'll see if this is the round.
A lot of nades coming through though. So OpTic gonna be slowed down and bit, but maybe there's the 3v. That might have been tagged up, but it wasn't that weak and vivid. The early fall-in shot, quick follow-up. You got a 2v4.
Damn. Pumps the brakes immediately, comes to a grinding halt. Beans bangs the door, makes a lot of noise. You know these players are bombed down now for OpTic. 2-man advantage. Can Beans make it that bit more even? Tries to get the fight. Oh! Hip fire lands, less than 30, 3v1.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit too tough though. Not a lot of time and not a similar situation. And Hook just jumps on it. Not a care in the world. Might have been 0-4, but Hook delivers for 2 in that round.
Got round out Hook. See the power of the bomb plant. Force your boys to make a move. See this time and time again here on LSC, like bomb plants win your rounds. 6 and 4 out of Shotzi. He has been electric here in the search. On the other side of the board though, 6 and 3. The newcomer not too affected by this crowd just yet. Force breathe though for Dashy. See if he can make that a 5 in a moment.
This is, by the way, no one actually with the bomb carrier. A lot of pressure on the other side. Dash still spots it all. But Nero's the guy with the bomb, so Boston playing split. They're showing a B hit, but the guy with the bomb drops it. You got a 2v2, but the bomb is down towards the middle of the map. Boston, you're playing around a TDM right now.
No, they've got to find that way towards the inside. Get that bomb. Hook moves silently across the map. He might be able to catch out Beans. He does! 2v1. Vivid now. The lone man. Oh my good God. If he made this a 1v1 with 50 seconds on the clock, that'd have been something. It might still be the case. Ghosty got spotted. Now, the dive.
And if Dashy clutched the 1v2, that is a difference maker round. This is Vivid's opportunity to strike back.
He's going for it. Dead silence. And a fastidious approach now in LSClo. He can hear everything. The thundering footsteps of all these players. Oh, he's checked the corner. He's made a bit of noise. Made a little bit too much. OpTic get the read. It's now 4-2 here in the search.
And that was Breach trying to mix things up with a cheeky little strap with the bomb, but it did not make a single bit of difference. OpTic has picked them apart and from 0-4, now on a 5 spree. Hook looking for a cruise of his own.
Bounce back from Hook. Unbelievable 5 spree right now. Deep breaths. Roll now into the next round. First to 6 here in Search and Destroy. Shotzi. Can he find another first blood?
Got spotted on the cross. What a position from near to see this one coming.
Vivid now making the flank as well. Oh dear God, this is great. A shoulder thrown from Hook. The tiniest slither, and he manages to find the kill. Nero now looking to get the trade. Awakening though does manage to find Shotzi 3v3. As Nero!
Nice!
Hook nails the cruise. What a 1v1 that was.
That was the wrong man to chow in that moment. Hook on a tear. Hook on a tear, but finally gets shut down for the 2v2. Bomb down, you gotta go and collect him. Beams in the meantime. Opportunity clutch. Him versus Dashi again for the 1v1.
Here we go. There's plenty of time, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone settle down. Everybody simmer down. Nothing's gonna happen for a moment. Dashi versus Beans. 30 seconds. Whoa.
And that's information for Beans, by the way. That stump coming through. Beans has to have an idea of Beans. He knows that he can hear it. Redemption for the rookie. Gets the win against Dashi in that moment and keeps Boston alive.
Not a bad one for his 10th kill. Fantastic composure there from the young man.
And here's the guy that we saw the stats before the series started, the 1.3 in S&D. He has been the Reaper in this game mode, trying to deliver for this squad, but still down a round. Knew it was going to be back and forth. Breach, still a long way to go.
Score is 4-3. OpTic with the lead. One more for Boston Breach to find the equalizer. Is this the round? Standard looks from both teams. They smash their way to the inside of Elasilo, but Dashi has had enough of these shenanigans. Beams, though, answers right back with the immediate trade. Shotzi, he's going all the way around the outside. No dead silence yet. He has to slow this slightly, but you've got a lot of map position now.
And you have Breach playing fairly distant towards your spawn as well, so Awakening is watching the push to Shotzi, waiting for the timing of when he wants to strike, but there's no pressure on Shotzi in this moment. He's on defense. He can wait for the play to fall into his lap, but look at the awareness from Breach on the minimap. They're trying to hunt him down, but they get caught while doing it.
Wait a minute, Shotzi's not been taken care of yet. You must deal with him. Beams once again. The man to do it. 2v2 now. Breach are fighting tooth and nail. Can Beams get his third? Here on the round, he does.
You challenge.
Is Beams going for the ace? He's got himself a cruise as well.
And those doors just got opened by Dashi as well. He's just going for the reposition. Not an easy gunfight to win, and it's the double chow from both of them. Beans has been a god. 10 non-tradeds on the game, 13 kills from this young man. And I believe he got himself the cruise that round as well. The bounce back in these 2 rounds.
The equalizer found. Boston Breach have tied it up 4-4 here on Elasilo. Now, Charles, Elasilo means what? An asylum. In Spanish. That means this place is crazy, and we are not wrong.
And I thought Beans were supposed to be good for your heart, but everyone in this venue, they are pounding and shaving years off of their lives. Absolute tear as of recent, tied up game, and it'd be OpTic on the attack. It'd be Vivid, looking to strike for a first blood though. How good is your shot if anyone peeks a little too far?
He was the most statistically accurate player in the league for many years. Who though, his early cruise missile coming to play now. And force Boston inside.
And what can you get off this, right? You actually have it Shotzi with the bomb, the man trying to make the move. So Shotzi's right now making the play. Getting up in the mix, but Beans, he's got the counter.
Right back at it. There it is, lands another Dashi. No safe haven found for Bruce up there, and now to Shotzi. Melee! Oh my god, it was a fist fight as Beans comes out on top!
No, you cannot stop this, man. The haymakers, who tagged up one shot, forced outside. And for a 2v4, you just burned your cruise. OpTic, right now, they're worried about the collapse.
It's not over yet, though. It's a 2v4, and the nuke is now roaming. He's making a decent amount of noise. Checks this corner, maybe. Beans once again. Beans again!
No, dude, Beans is about to break the kill record for his first match on the main stage. It's been a godlike performance, and honestly, for the 1v4, feed this one to Beans.
Ghosty's not going to feed nobody. He's going to try to play this one up. 20 seconds. It's Boston Breach, though, with an overwhelming advantage in the round. And it's Demon Joe. And now it is map point Boston Breach.
Miles, it is a 9 spree from Beans. He has 16 kills in this game. And that is 3 rounds in a row from Boston. Perfect counter call, putting in that cruise. Dashy gets caught in the most wide open spot imaginable. And right now, Boston looking to just punish them on map number 2. It's not over yet. You gotta shut him down.
Beans has 16 kills. 16 kills! This is unbelievable. And this is to take the lead by 2 here in the series over OpTic. Can OpTic Texas find the bounce back? Now into the hard port, to the search and destroy we go once more, ladies and gents. I'm losing my mind. Can Beans get 10 here on Alasilo?
Well, they're taking their time, allowing the squad to play for picks. It's Awakening looking out towards field as well. And Shotzi is a little bit aggressive on the field side of the map, but doesn't look like Boston had the intel just yet. Ghosty potentially thinking about a flanks, but this has been a 4v4 almost stalemate on the map. No one making that first move.
And while we're on the topic, Beans needs 18 to break the kill record. Tags from Vivid. Got himself a nice perch there on the sides of the sofa. The clock is ticking fast.
And keep in mind, for Boston, they haven't actually cleared out this A site yet. They've used a lot of nades and tags to try to make some moves on the map so far, but running out of time, not a lot of options. Ghosty, though, he's getting hunted down.
Oh, he gets hunted. Busted, if you will. Hoop, though, flies right into it. Nice work there. Dashy gets another 3v2. Numbers to OpTic.
And you just don't have time. 22 seconds, Boston. You're going to have to fly. Dead Silence just ran out, and he can't get the kill. Hook shuts him down. Awakening for the 1v3. This has it written down. This is looking like a round 11.
Here it is, round 11. Awakening. Oh, boy. Here we go. One final dance on Alasilo here in the series.
And take a deep breath. This could be a round that defines your entire tournament. Could be an absolute difference maker for either of these squads. Desperate for it. And it'll be Boston on the attack again. They waited till there was like 30 seconds on the clock before they had an attempt at a strat call. Ice has been this team's problem in the past. Looking to see what they do in this final round.
Since Beans joins the roster, they have managed to turn those tides. Their round 11 record's far better thus far here in the stretch towards this very major hoop. Stun check connects.
That A side has been left completely open by OpTic on defense. And this time, no time wasted, making the move to get in the mix. Hoop, though, thinking about shutting it down, and Shotzi flying on the flank.
This is the plan. You let them take that bomb site. Here comes Hook, trying to find whatever he can on the close side of it. 40 seconds, that bomb goes boom, and Boston Breach wins the map. Here we go. Shotzi still on the outside plate. Hook now teetering the edge. 1v1 X0.
Ciao.
Hook falls. Shotzi on the flank, he gets it. Dead Silence is complete. Less than 30 seconds to go. Ghosty now on the outside with him. Stacked up through the site. No, Nero gets another one. Ghosty, though, manages to level the playing field as best he can. It is all down to Dashy after a team kill. And wait a minute, Beans is there! Beans gets it! Breach, unfazed on Alasilo as the round 11 goes their way.
And ties the kill record for his first match on main stage. 17 bomb coming out of Beans.
Unbelievable performance. The last man left standing there in the game. And a shocking 2-0 lead here in the series for Boston.
Dude, and the unreal bounce back that Beans just had. He opens up his series, team killing with a frag on Embassy, goes on a tear, and Boston gets the win. He lets Dashy clutch the 1v2 against him, instantaneous bounce back, and helps carry his team to the win, but obviously credit the whole way down. 2 first bloods for Vivid, 2 for Nero as well, and obviously Nero, he got the first blood in the round 11, there to shut the players down. That is a massive Game 2 out of Boston Breach.
A sensational search and destroy, and Alasilo comes to a close. An exciting round 11. Not so much for the OpTic fans, but very much so for you neutral green fans here in the Call of Duty world as Boston Breach now. Control chance has been their mode. We'll get to that in a moment, but before then, Tis the series, ladies and gents.
And we're going to a map on Al Dagger that even TSC are getting nervous on when they look at this one, right? It has been a defensive gauntlet, a defensive shootout on this map. And if you're looking at those teams that have a little bit better on the success of the objective, even for the defense for the round 5, Boston do have that edge.
See who has the defense in the bag. When we come back after this break, ladies and gentlemen, a shocking result. If it's a 3-0, Boston Breach walk away with it, or is this the beginnings of the comeback for OpTic Texas? We'll find out after the break.
The Call of Duty League is presented by the GMC Hummer EV Pickup, the world's first all-electric super truck. Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
11 to see Boston Breach now 2-0 up over OpTic Texas, our major 3 hosts here in our winners bracket round 1 showdown. Now the question remains, Chance, will we see the comeback begin here for OpTic Texas on this upcoming control game? It's going to be a banger regardless of what happens, but we'll find out. Momentum firmly in Boston's hands.
Firmly in their hands, but they do not want to let it slip away. Again, a defensive shootout for Al-Bagher control, and if you let OpTic get back in the mix, we know how this team gets when the ball gets rolling, when the comms get hot, when they find their flow state. OpTic can be on something fierce. So if I'm Boston, get this done as quick as possible. And for the rates of how these two teams have been, any offensive round, it's a comical statement to make. But if you get more than 2 ticks on either zone combined, you're considering that a success on the attack.
Just 2, ladies and gents, just 2. You don't have to be greedy. Go for the 3. Hey, good for you. Get 1, not good enough. 2 is what you are looking for. A defensive heavy game of control on its way, boys and girls. Better hydrate, Nero. You're going to need all that spitting you're about to do on this map. Shotzzy, we saw that wild ace early on there in the Search and Destroy. He certainly put on for the fans at home.
And it is going to be the SMGs, whether it be Shotzzy or Hook on one side, or Nero and Vivid, who are piecing them up on Embassy for map 1. That is the goal on offense. Get one of those players into Art, let them run amok, fly, have the dead silence plays, and go absolutely berserk. That's the type of play that's going to set your team up for success. That's what these teams are going to need. And obviously, we talked about control. It has been a struggle point for OpTic all year long. 50-50 on this map, but for Boston throughout this stage, oh, it's been pretty clean. 4-1 record. Quite a few of those on Al-Bagher as well in that round percentage at 72%. Oh, they're singing something sweet.
Oh, that's singing something here in the run-up towards this major. 4-1 overall there for Boston Breach. We'll see how it goes for up to 2 and 3 for them. Again, another team change. They're not to be taking those stats too heavily because, again, a little bit has changed in the Chance, of course. Ghosty coming in. How are the record with Ghosty? Is it 1-1, something like that in control?
Well, 1-1, yes, but again, it's just the offensive versus defensive rounds on the map for this. Texas is 11th in the game when it comes to actually playing the objective on this map. And again, you got to play the objective to set yourself up for the round 5. Both of these teams are going to be slanted towards defense, but I don't know how many times we've set up this map all year long for a team come out round 1 and punch the other one in the mouth with a quick offensive win. But again, statistically, obviously, it's going to be an edge to Boston.
Edge to Boston, momentum to Boston, crowd to OpTic. As I'm sure you can hear at home. Fortress control has not been too sweet for many teams, but this is an important one nonetheless. Can OpTic get the comeback right here, right now in the series? Let's find out. We start off with Beans. Oh no, it's Vivid.
There's your player, though. You at least get one guy out into Art, so you got Hook the opportunity to draw this attention back and make the play, or get shut down immediately. The AR is stabilized, pick up every single kill in Boston already. They got the spawn trap set up.
Beans hasn't missed a beat. He's already getting things going here on Al-Bagher. It's a lot of bees. Can Vivid, though, hold this position? Nero with a corner as well. All the corners are currently occupied. Beans, once again, from top single, finding kills. Vivid now, bottom side of map.
Nero. I hate people that hide in that corner.
Oh my God, we're out and about. The traitor there, but Al-Bagher, we know how heavy defense can be.
And that door was shaking maybe as much as OpTic is right now, because they just get brutalized off the opening break. Trying to flood out through Arch. You try to make it happen, but you see the kind of head glitch Beans is allowed to get on top of. He's on a 4 spree. Nero's going crazy as well. OpTic have gotten 2 kills in this round, and now honestly, they got to be scared of feeding streaks. That's a 5 spree right there for Beans, and a 5 spree right there for Nero.
Oh, Dashi, good news. He takes care of it. Hoop, though, also takes care of another, but Nero still alive to kick in.
Number 6.
Oh no, he pushed the spawn for the final one. That's streaks. Now, as Nero heating things up, one of the more dangerous individual players we have in the league, and this has been a very, very strong round indeed. Boston take the lead.
Just opening up with an absolute whimper. OpTic had 0 success in the round. They got 1 player past the 50-yard line, and not only did they only get, 4 kills the entire round, they also fed a cruise missile to Nero in the meantime. As good as it gets for Boston Breach, haven't missed a single beat.
Official numbers after that first round. Texas managed to secure, 1, 2, 4, 7, 8 around. What is there we go? 6, sorry. 6 kills. There you go. Quick math. Not very good. Hook though down low. Can he hold the line defensively? This is what you want to see. If Boston Breach can find an opening, they're going to dive on in. They've got themselves closer and closer to B, and they're already capturing A.
They got pressure on both points, right? So OpTic actually going to have to fight the two front war. Nero gets dealt with the B, but so much pressure on the A zone. One tick already going through. And it looks like OpTic has stabilized, got quite a few kills, but Awakening so close to that second tick.
So close. Dashing out with the contest. There's the help from Hook. Gets himself 2 more. Dashing out on this free as well. Choosing the other foot. However, 1 segment down. Chance, that's what we're looking for as a successful round here in Albagra. 1 more to truly be considered a success.
Shotzzy almost with the out walk off Beans right there in the moment. That's also a 3 down for Boston. Hook with the nade kill. Gonna try to soften things up just a little bit, but Vivid already out in the bound. The top side of the map has now been opened up for Breach to start working through.
Yeah, Breach so strong at doing this already. 45 seconds to go. Uh-oh, she caught out and Vivid's still alive. Backside of the B, the slow and steady capture, that pauses the clock. Vivid finding kills again. Hook now in a lot of trouble. He's been pushed back, pinned down. 2 players on B. We're looking at another segment. It's a successful round, ladies and gentlemen. Now, can it become something great? Vivid looking to find a few more kills. Kill number 5 had. Backs on out. Smooth moves. Dashy kill number 6 had. Vivid on an absolute tear. It's over.
They do. He just played him like a fiddle, found the opening, and Breach has found that B zone already a tick secured over towards A, but so much better on offense is Boston. Already set themselves up long term. And Vivid, he wants more. Awakening able to find 2. On the cruise, it might just hit a trophy, but look at his behind enemy lines. Beans is going to be messing with these spawns for OpTic this entire time.
Can't mess him with anymore. He's dead. Over to Vivid. Taken care of as well. Dashy cleans house. Now final 2 segments remaining on A. This is a strong spot to be in if you are Boston. OpTic though can still hold on to this one and get the round win.
This is sort of that telecom. Yeah, Nero doing 360s to pray for a break, but Shotzzy's going to shut it down. OpTic finally able to set up that spawn trap, and now in this round, there's 58 seconds to go.
Box ticking, Shotzzy. Good work. Fire finds him with the badge. It's going to be 5 in a row now. Can he get streaks of his own? Beans managed to find 1 towards the gate side, but this is where Shots is going to be holding over by Arch. No one's going to be home for a moment. It's all towards the back side. That's where Hook is. Oh no, Nero. He managed to punch through. Dashy with the trade. Solid setup remains for OpTic for now.
This really is the setup though from OpTic. He's got a stranglehold on the map, and Shotzzy, he's going in for the kill. There's the cruise missile for the bounce back that OpTic were looking for. Now just 8-9 versus 4. Breach out of lives, outgunned in this round, but Shotzzy might be a nice little A spree, or 8 spree, but we already know how the round went. That was 4 ticks compared to 0. Boston have a massive edge in this game.
4 ticks to 0. That is going to come into effect later on. Tie things up here in control.
This is it for OpTic. I mean, you're going to have to win in offensive round, or at least push the pace so much that you get at minimum 4 ticks in this one. So the pressure is on to try to make the play. They have the cruise missile in the back pocket to try to pull out some magic. Again, OpTic 11th overall on the objective portion of Albagra control. They need something special here.
Taylor 2 submachine guns right now. Nero 12-9. And Shotzzy at 13-9. Both of them putting up wonderful numbers for their team. Look at this defense out of Boston. Slow hit towards B. They're expecting OpTic to be there, but they are nowhere to be found. It's over to A. They've already flown. Trade's done. Can Shotzzy catch out a couple more? Ghost is there. Wait a minute. OpTic, they're on the point. Wait a minute. A little bit of calamity there with the teammate from Dashy, but either way, you've still got players on point, and that's the segment.
And you got a 2-man stack. It's in the progress fairly quickly, but Dashy's going to get caught on the point, and Vivid's going to shut it down. He had the moment of opportunity, but here's moment number 2. At least pressure out towards B. The flank's coming in fast, though. Hook, you got to read it. Didn't check the corner, and OpTic so thirsty for success. It looks like that thirst just got quenched.
Dry as a bone now. 10-7 for Beans. That little tree spree from him saves the B zone. And the progress at B zone is not been cleaned up. Yeah, Vivid. Wow, what a 2 that was. Beans cleans up. Last man left up here for OpTic is going to be Ghost. Can he do anything from bottom side of maps? Dashing shots in off spawn. Flying forward. Vivid with the corner. Stun check. Lands it. Here comes the kill.
That's 3.
Gets it, that's 3. You're out. Last man awakening. If you can take care of this player, that's huge. OpTic now flying to B.
And yeah, B as well, so that's already a little bit of progress. Nero, though, here's the cruise missile for him. I'm expecting trophies. Can you make the impact play? Can the Ghostnade force him back? It cannot. OpTic are still here.
Trophy there. Vivid dealt with as well. The attack remains. It stays alive. Ghosty. He gets a few more. Trades now are done. Kantashi finished the capture towards B. He's doing it alone. He's not over yet. His teammates are there to back him up. B is gone.
You got the 4 ticks that you needed, and you got a spawn trap potentially set up. But for the team that is on offense, everyone's stuck in the corner. Hook out of bounds. All the pressure now on, and Nade, though, to chop him down just a little bit. As it looks like Boston doing their best to stabilize.
Albagra is given to Albagra to take it away. Big win out of Dash and stays live in mid-map, pulling the KD back. 18 and 12, they're out.
Oh, they want it.
Oh, they're going for it. The apparition of Albagra. Can't get anything done there with the crew. Now over to Hook. Cleaned up from top rail side. Breach. Oh, they've stabilized.
Oh, that is such good awareness by Boston to catch Hook as well in top rails. But you had OpTic. They broke out of this just moments before, and you got Shotzi already causing problems on the back line. And a gunny like that, maybe to help out his team just a little bit, but looks like nowhere to go for the moment. Just one player out of open, but nope, the ARs are there. But either way, that is tied up on ticks. OpTic have done just enough to keep this one close.
It's a sensational turn of events here in the control. It's not over yet, ladies and gents. Now, they've broken out before, they can do it again. Is the jailbreak on here for OpTic?
One more try, but keep in mind, you got to be delicate with lives as well in case the tick battle is tied. And Big Bada team is looking for the slang. Clean 3 down, backs up to open up those back spawns. So nothing finicky there. Not letting OpTic out, and only 2 lives remaining. And OpTic, you do not want to die in these moments. The second tiebreaker is TDM. Every kill can make a difference.
That's right, folks. If in time of round 5, we're all tied up on those segments captured, it goes to kills. We'll find out what happens in a few moments. But for now, Boston Breach, they will be put onto match point. Here we go.
And it is a 9-life lead for Boston, all tied up on 6. So Boston now, and this is the math that all these players have to work with. How aggressive do you want to be? Off the opening break, you go for it. Full send, try to make a play. If you can get an extra tick, you're already feeling great. But if you get shut down and that spawn trap gets set up, there's a decent chance that Boston pump the brakes and just play it off lives. So a very delicate balance in this round. Boston have an extra edge because they got a few more options to play with, but that does not make it easy. Let's see what they can cook up.
Vivid can get streaks again. Be very handy indeed. Big win. Takes care of Dash. First blood. And that cleans up that side of the map. That allows his teammate Nero to fly on towards the B zone immediately. Look at those green arrows now. OpTic have to pull back on the defense, try to clear them up. They do. Shotzi, the man to get it done. Vivid, though, once again, it's a 6-3, and that is now another cruise. Over towards A, we now fly.
In the extra tactics to play slower, they were looking for the kills, they were looking for the break, and now they got that pressure on A. Couple more kills come through, but it is a team nade from Nero. Both of these teams making the same mistake. And that could be a costly one for Boston. They just lost the pressure. You're down by 3 lives, so it's a 6, maybe now make it 7-kill difference. Boston, this is a delicate moment in this game.
50 seconds. Awakening finds an aid there on a shot, so he makes that outside of the map a little more open for them. Ghosty looking for his 3rd kill in a row. Holds it down against B. It's a good shot. 40 seconds now.
I mean, hey, 4-life advantage for OpTic. Be a 5, now make it 4-kill difference in total. Boston Breach, I don't know how good their math is, but they are risking a lot right now in this round. And look at what they're doing now. Finally, it looks like they pumped the brakes, doubled up, maybe quadrupled up in their back spawn. And you can boo all you want. OpTic, they have to make the play.
Got to get in there and get those kills. Ghosty's there. You've got a few players making their way through Arch. Final 50. Every single kill counts. Boston have backed up to the extremities here of Albagra.
You gotta be a mathematician.
Nero who wins the fight. Loses Ghosty. Shotzi though gets it. Finds a few more. No. Round done. Here we go. Final moments for quick calculations as we get into this last round of Albagra.
Yeah, the quick little double check to make sure that we're keeping track things correctly as well. But should have been a tied segment battle 4-4, and it does look like Boston got the extra kill lead by just an extra few. Might have been a 4-kill difference towards the end, and I mean, OpTic, again, it was a dominant round on defense, all things considered, but On a map like this, I'm not here to argue with the crowd, but you do need a little bit of action.
Here we go. Boston Breach have secured a defense for the final round. OpTic, Texas. You have come so close. You're 2 segments away from capturing A and winning an offensive round. You get another go at it. Here we go.
And keep in mind for OpTic, they chose this map to play over a silo. They know what situation they could end up in. They know now in this fight, they gotta make the play.
They find clean kills. Pressure now on. Shotzi making his way towards the inside. Can he catch up with it? Yes, he does. And this flurry of kills helps a lot. Holy moly! Shotzi! One more. Nero slows it down, but the first segment A's got.
Might have been a moment of a little bit of overheating though, because it's not like he bought a lot of time. He was insta-challenge, and now you got Boston. They take it right back. A moment where you're too aggressive. The left stick problem might just cost them is Boston. They got the spawn trap secured.
Trap secured. Armbar in place. How long until OpTic Texas tap? Will they tap? Or can they sneak out? Nero once again in the same spot. Keeps the kills going. Keeps it flying. They're looking for 5 down a road. Nearly nails it. The final minute now ticking away.
Nero, the absolute nuisance, pops dead silence to get a little bit extra, but look at how he's doing a great job of staying alive and buying his teammates time. Nero doing so much for the team in this moment, and only 40 seconds left. OpTic, they need something. They need that break. They got Shotzi. Pressure towards B. You take care of Nero. This could be it.
This is an opening. The jailbreak is on. Sweet taste of freedom for a few moments now. Can you get Vivid as well? Beans and Awakening find their kills. Check the corner. No, Dashi can't win it. Ghosty can't win anything else though. Final 30 seconds. 14 lives now remaining for OpTic. A last-ditch attempt to fly forward.
I mean, Hook is flying, and he's got Dashi for the chow, but such a difficult gunfight to win, and Boston keeping things contained. 12 lives and less time on the clock. This is looking like it might be a 3-0.
Final 10. Is it going to be a 3-0? The boys have made it out. Oh, Beans has just cooked him. Ghosty, though. Last man up onto the point. Can he stay alive? For how long? Vivid is there. Vivid guns him. That's it. It's done. The white flag is flown. It has been a 3-0. As Boston Breach proved to be too much. The decks may have been split, but in the game, there was nothing to split about this 3-0.
And Beans, welcome to the show, man. Main stage against OpTic in front of their home crowd. Ties a kill record in S&D and absolutely shuts OpTic down. They chose the Albagra. They could not string together anything on offense. Punish for it in Boston. Spot themselves a spot winners round 2. That is a hell of a way to kick off your tournament.
Wonderful confidence boost for them. Also, as it has been an up and down run towards this major. Kudos again to Boston. GG's there for OpTic now. Losers run begins. We'll find out exactly who they play. It's been a tough one there. 3-0, a close performance in the, of course, the hard point. Close one there in the control. Search and destroy though. Beans was just a demon in that round 11. But what a series it was. Here on a Thursday.
Again, the discrepancy that you have for Beams and Awakening, how they just get a post up and chill, as Vivid and Nero just get to go absolutely crazy on the map. But again, it's high IQ plays as well that we're seeing Nero and Vivid bring, right? They're going to give you spots in staying alive, in setting their teammates up for success, doing such a good job. And I mean, Vivid, 26 and 31, and the guy had 16 assists. Vivid, he just throws up stat lines that are completely unreal.
Unbelievable. 3Bs. We do give him an A+ look for that performance. 2-12, 6-5, 3-2. A close series on an exciting one at that. We didn't even get to see Mercado or that Embassy, but there we go. That is the series in the books. OpTic drop to losers. We will see Boston Breach fly forward here in the tournament. A spicy one indeed. Crazy stuff. I'm sure Boston will be very, very happy with that performance, the coaching stuff as well. For now, though, a treat for the fans at home. Beans is on stage with Lando.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much, Miles and Chance. How about the Boston Breach coming away with a 3-0 victory here to OpTic Texas? Beans, I'll tell you what, man. First opportunity to be on the main stage. You got the crowd absolutely not behind you. In fact, very much against you. How does it feel to come away with a dub like that?
I mean, it's a great series. I think we played really well. It's a lot of like, not pressure, but first time on the stage. Crowd's crazy, obviously. Like, I got a lot of love for the crowd. It is what it is. I got to play with them a little bit. Find it fun. But yeah, it was a great series.
close all the way. Obviously had a great S&D, but yeah.
Absolutely, man. Well, one thing that I do want to point out is when you came out on the main stage for the first time, your team's getting introduced, you hit the crowd a little bit of a shrug. Does having those boos out there give you guys a bit more of the extra fire?
I mean, it's more for them, right? It's more for OpTic, not for us. But like I said to the guys, it's just another scrim. You know, we're obviously known as a great scrim team, so it's just another scrim. You know, these are just people in the scrim room, so just play it like a scrim.
Absolutely, man. Well, one thing that we got to point out, right, was your performance in that Game 2 Search and Destroy. You put up 17 kills. You tied the Search and Destroy kill record so far throughout this season. But I want to bring you back to a certain round. It was 4-2. OpTic Texas was in the lead. Down to a 1v1, you versus Dashy. Was it that moment where you felt like the momentum started to swing, or was it a different situation?
I think there was a 1v1 or 2v1 Dashy got before, which was for us to go 3-1 up, which I think was a big swing round, which we lost. Unfortunately, he killed me, so fair play to him. But yeah, obviously that round, I popped 3. It was nice. Got the last kill on Dashy, knew that he'd be running around somewhere. Using my headset, it's hard to use the headset with this many people shouting, but
right.
You know, I tried my best, and yeah, I mean, we just got the job done, thank God.
Absolutely, man. Well, one thing I want to ask you before we let you go, one thing that is going to put Boston Breach in the spot that you guys want to be, if it's a player, if it's a map, a mode, whatever it is, if there's one thing that's going to promote you guys, what is it going to be this tournament?
I think everyone knows. Obviously, we play Toronto now. Me versus Scrappy is what everyone's been waiting for. I want to take him down again. Last time I had my feet up a little bit, but I really want to bring it to him this time.
I love it, man. I absolutely love it. Beans, appreciate you, man. That's going to do it from us here on the main stage desk. Take it away, guys.
Hey, thank you, Lando. Hey, Beans getting the job done, then calling out Scrappy right afterwards. Said he had his feet up last time. This time, well, he's going to be ready to go. A big 3-0 victory, Nameless. Honestly, didn't expect that at all, but they got it done.
I mean, that is surprising, right? I mean, I was looking at this here, and I'm like, talent alone, OpTic should be able to come in and win this, but they are a lot worse than I thought they were, man. I mean, seriously, these guys need a coach. Some of these moments that they're just throwing away, like when you think about the Search and Destroy in the round 11, I'm sure we're about to go into it, but I got to touch on it once again. In that round 11, giving up the bomb plant right away is simply unacceptable.
Nameless, I got to say, a lot worse, but like, honestly, it was a close series. Despite it being a 3, it was close. Allie, I mean, I think we can agree on that.
I mean, there are series where it's a 3-0, and, you know, that doesn't tell the whole story. I agree with you to a point, but at the end of the day, I mean, Beans went 17-5. Like, you can't really call that a close Search and Destroy when you have one player dropping numbers like that and tying the kill record. In the hardpoint, it was close. It was literally just the fact that Texas didn't prioritize Street. I was talking about priority heading into this series. Boston's one of those teams that struggles with it. Well, Texas handed it to them on a silver platter where, like you said, Jay, 3 times they gave up P2 Street and gave up an immense amount of time on one of the money hills in that #1 map. So it's just a tough series for OpTic Texas to start up with.
Tough series indeed. You get 3-0. Now you drop down to the elimination bracket. You got to try and come back and make a run, sort of like, you know, LA Thieves did in Major #2. But one thing is for certain, OpTic, they're the boys to be able to do it. But let's move into our scuff play of the game, and it's kind of a lot of plays from our main man Beans, right? 17 kills, matching that kill record. Nameless, he was on fire.
I mean, the guy was going crazy, man. He had so many opening duels that he got into, picking up so many first bloods and also some big clutches. You know, he touched on it in that interview. It's like Dashy had that 2v1, and then OpTic got all the momentum, and they were getting him back into it. But then he had a 1 versus 1 that he iced up against Dashy, and the momentum went right back into the Boston Breach side of things. The man was going nuts. I feel like every time you seen him on your screen, he was just making plays.
And what's crazy is heading into the series, I was like, that map #2 is going to be big, that LSCLO. I was like, you know, Nero has a 2.6, Hook has a 3.1. I didn't see either of those players. I saw Beans, okay? That was his show in that map #2, and I believe that was really the swing map for this series as well.
I got to say, man, for the rookie to come in, you know, we questioned, there was 3 rookies, Hixie, Ghosty, as well as Beans. How well were they going to be able to do? Well, we saw 2 of them just face off against each other. Beans rose up to the occasion, and he looked absolutely stellar. He didn't just hide under, you know, his other teammates. He came out with a bang and said, I'm ready to go, baby. Might be my first major, but I'm looking to take it. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, because things are starting to shake up a bit. Study, go ahead and break it down for me.
Yeah, so obviously Boston Breeze getting a nice little victory over that OpTic Texas squad. Clean 3-0. Now they have a matchup against Toronto Ultra. We saw how that one went last time. It was the very first match of Stage 3 for both of these teams. Boston Beach wanted a 3v4 because my man Beans was feet kicked up, brother.
Still got it, yeah.
You can't have that today going up against Toronto Ultra team who took care of business versus that New York Subliners roster. But so far, the tournament, it's not really going how I expected, man.
Not how you expected it. That's okay. I like tournaments like that, right?
Yeah.
They kind of shake it up, shake and bake, baby, and make things interesting. Well, speaking of making things interesting, you know, we got those skins on lockdown as well as those blueprints. Let's talk about our Shinobi bundle now available in store. Hey, channel your inner ninja with the Shinobi Tracer Pack. You get 2 Tracer blueprints tuned for speed and stealth, and a Shadowy Operator. And that Shadowy Operator skin, Nameless, hey, it's pretty goated.
I mean, that thing looks like a shadow on the map. Things gonna be hard to kill, man, but this looks cool, man.
I think so. I'm gonna have to pick it up without question. Well, check it out. Our last series, our final series of the day, it's gonna be coming up just after this. We got Atlanta FaZe going against LA Thieves. I know it's much hyped up. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, that series will be underway. Welcome back, everyone, to Major number 3, the OpTic Texas Major here at Esports Stadium Arlington. We've had 3 series to watch. Now we've got our 4th and final one of our first day. We've got Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves. LA Thieves, we covered it during the pre-show nameless. They received those champs rings. I think that's going to give them some motivation for today.
Absolutely. I mean, these guys, last year, everybody's calling for a roster change midway point of the season. They figured it out. They win back-to-back championships, and now they finally get their rings. So they're coming here fully confident. This is a team that made a crazy run.
That's right, and they got their new banner as well, which I know is going to motivate them. So that's going to be great to see them for today. But of course, they are going against the champs of our last major, looking to go back-to-back. So FaZe also has some firepower to back them up too, Chance.
That's probably like the craziest storyline we have in Winners Round 1 is the fact that one of these two teams is going to start in the losers bracket in Round 1. Like, that is just destructive for every single team that is going to be down there. And honestly, I mean, pick your poison on this one. It's going to be a battle.
Well, let's start working through our teams, right? LA Thieves, a team that is absolutely to be feared and to be scared of without question. But I guess you can't afford to if you're FaZe. Allie, LA Thieves, what do we got for them?
I mean, they didn't unveil just one banner. They unveiled 2 because they went back-to-back last year. And this year was a little bit worrisome. They had a little bit of a slow start. They didn't really have that game mode under their belt like they did in Hardpoint at the beginning of last season. But they make that elimination run all the way to the grand final. Couldn't close it out against Atlanta FaZe. And then get their revenge during the Major 3 qualifiers. And we're back in Winners Round 1 with the best of 5 for LA Thieves team to shine, because guess what? They're a respawn team. I'm talking about those 1-3-4s. LA Thieves, they are a team to get through, and they also get better on local area network as well. And from what we've seen out of them is they're working on those games 2 and 5 as well. So LA Thieves, I mean, this is a terrifying Round 1, whether you're FaZe or anybody else.
Our number 5 seed, and of course our player to watch has to be Kenny Nameless.
Oh, I mean, Kenny's a beast, right? Like, it's always the talking point, whether can this guy figure it out, and they will absolutely dominate. Well, I think we sort of moved past that. He's a cerebral player. Individually on this team, everybody can make plays, right? And I don't really look at Kenny to come in and have to drop bombs anymore. That's not the player that he has to be for this team, and he's been fantastic. This LA Thieves squad, when I look at them, they are solid across all 3 game modes. It is a tall task to take them down, and something that they pride themselves in is always having one of the deepest map pools in the CDO. I mean, I think about even JCap's teams back in the day, always had a deep map pool, and you can tell he's brought that same narrative over to this roster. I love what I see on this squad.
And talking about Kenny specifically, I mean, it's really been the search and destroy that I think he's kind of been impressing me with this season. He's at a 62% opening duel win rate, so he's basically incredibly very reliable when he's getting in that opening engagement, and also has a 1.27, and we're going to need him in that series now because mirroring him is going to be a Beezy with a 1.48. So those maps 2 and 5s might be closer than we think.
Hey, you got the number 5, number 4 seed, so I think it's going to be relatively close anyways. It should be all the way through, maybe another map 5 for today. But let's start honing in on Atlanta FaZe. Chance, I'm actually going to kick it over to you. These boys are incredible. S&D, number 1 12-win streak.
And they can play comfortably now as well. It's not just the fact that they have completely locked up this game mode to the point where you're literally just expecting to die on one of the 2 maps that you have to play. It's also the fact that they just spent a year of almost nothing but second places, and having that pressure on your back, they got rid of it. They can play comfortable. They got Slasher, who has to be the happiest man in the world now that he's getting wins again with this roster. So they're playing with confidence. I think they're going to shake off the losses that they had without a problem. And one of those losses against Thieves, they're looking for revenge.
And as we were talking about it, our player to watch is going to be Simp for right reasons, right? Because he's that kind of game-changing player, right? I feel like Simp has been one of those players where he will fall under the radar for just a little bit, but once he figures it out, the momentum that he adds on top of what Atlanta FaZe already is terrifying, especially in Search and Destroy. I mean, once he's going, he's unstoppable.
Yeah, I feel like when I look at the series, though, like, LA Thieves have the edge for sure. I mean, when you look at a best-of-5 series, like both those hard points, LA Thieves 4 straight hardpoint wins against the Atlanta FaZe. Atlanta FaZe haven't been able to do anything to them in that particular game mode. We've seen LA Thieves working on their search and destroy as well, and when we get to the maps and modes, they're throwing us for a loop when it comes to this series. And then in that control, it's been the difference a few times with these guys, and LA Thieves have been strong. They're top 3 this split when it comes to control.
Yeah, number 2 in hardpoint, number 3 in control, but Simp, the MVP from last major too. I'm sure he's going to be bringing in the fire. You brought it up, Best. Hey, look, they're looking for revenge. Maybe they'll get it today.
And again, I mean, it's a matchup that these guys are incredibly used to as well. So, like, we could talk about the maps and everything just endlessly, just for the fact that you know the play styles. You know who's ego challenging and when they're going to do it. You know who's going to be the first into every single situation. Octane and Slasher have teamed together. They've played against each other 1,000 times. Yeah. Like, there's not even homework that you have to do. You know what's going to happen in the series.
It's a classic matchup. It really is. Whether, the rosters might have shifted just a little bit, but Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves, like in terms of organizations, like these two, they go way back. Let's start taking a bit of a deeper dive into this specific series, though. We've got our maps and modes. And Ali, I actually want to start with you.
I mean, I'm not too worried about the respawns in the series. To be honest, I'm going to be leaning towards the LA Thieves regardless of the map, simply because Atlanta's kind of been lacking on their fundamentals as of recent with this split. I mean, they are the worst rotating team in the league right now, which I didn't believe I would be saying when it comes to the Atlanta FaZe, but it's a continuation off of last year as well. For the LA Thieves right now, I'm just looking at them for that map number 2. Just don't get picked. Don't get blooded. They're the worst 3v4 team in the league, and don't allow the bomb to get down, because Atlanta FaZe, once it's planted, it's basically a guaranteed win.
I just think the Embassy. We have to talk about the Embassy and get more excited. They have been so utterly destructive on this map that even on El Asilo, where Atlanta FaZe has won it 8-9 times in a row, something completely absurd, they're so good at Embassy that teams allow that to happen because they're undefeated on the map. They have destroyed every single team they've played against. I'm talking like 6-2s and 6-1s down the board. They're elite.
I was talking to JCap in the back, and I'm like, are you guys playing Embassy? Like, finally will a team square up with them on this map? Because everybody's been getting rid of it. You could square up on Embassy, get the early challenge, just a little bit more of a straight-up map, and there's so much talent on the LA Thieves. They have a good opportunity there, right? But like Chan said, every team that's decided to do that, it hasn't gone well for them. If there's a team that can, though, maybe it's the new and improved LA Thieves.
All right, fair enough. Well, I'm kind of curious, is there any team that if we go to a map 5, you have to favor?
Atlanta FaZe, the team that has won 12 search and
destroys. I was going to say, but it seems like we are hyping up the LA Thieves. Like, we do believe in their search to a certain degree. So, I mean, go map 5, you would think, though, the chemistry, I think, as well as the composure from Atlanta FaZe is going to back them up. The history would back them up, too.
Well, I think to that point, when they get so excited about that Embassy S&D is what makes Atlanta so different on that map mode is that they really don't actually bring the sniper out that much. Like, Celium has maybe 8 shots on the season right now, where Octane on the mirror side of that, to give you a comparison, has 27. So I feel like there's going to be a lot on Sam's shoulder specifically when it comes to a map like Embassy, because if you have any hope getting to that B bomb site or even defending it, you're going to need a sniper in that top AC or that lower right corner trying to counter it. So I think that's what makes Atlanta so dangerous on that map and mode, is because Celium doesn't have to pull out the sniper because they find success without it.
Okay, well, look, it's time to put our names on the line. Let's go for our predictions. Not doing too bad myself. I think it's going pretty well for my first major, but this time around, it's a bit tougher, isn't it? Number 5, number 4. I'm going to throw it out there. I think LA Thieves, they're going to take the victory. I believe in FaZe, I really do. That map 5 is definitely going to be scary. We go to search, but LA Thieves, I think they're my team. What about you?
Taking Atlanta FaZe. They won the last tournament, and the idea of them ending up in losers round 1 is so foreign to me that I don't see that world happening.
Okay.
Boring. I'm going to go for the Thieves. I'm thinking Thieves for sure.
All right.
I'm thinking Thieves, man. I don't think they want to go through that hell that is round 1, losers bracket 1 again. I think they come into the series confident. The last time they played them, they did get the victory here. And we keep talking about Search and Destroy. They might not even have to win S&E to win this series. I got Thieves.
All right, Thieves sounds good to me. But Chance, you're all by yourself, brother, but I'm sure you're feeling confident, you're feeling good about it. FaZe, they're going to be a solid choice. Landon, what do we got going on stage?
Thank you so much, Taylor. Yes, indeed, Texas. It is time for our final matchup of the day. That's going to be an absolute banger. The LA Thieves taking on the Atlanta FaZe. It's quickly become one of the best matchups that we've got in the CDL. It's their 4th time facing off against each other this season, but now they meet in winners round 1. It is time to meet our teams, and we start things off with the LA Thieves. Let's meet them.
So what's the plan? Same crew, but this time, we take everything.
And Dylan Adams has picked up 3 in a row, looking to take care of the entire squad, and he's done it.
Well, this is a big moment. LaRue is cooking. He comes out of the threshold. I think he did. You can see the arrow comes. Here it comes. Oh, by the second. Hugh runs into trouble. Oh, my God. Defended up.
Kenny on the flank. Kenny on the flank. Kenny! Looking to run it up. It is the LA Thieves. Octane, Draza, the LA Thieves.
This is the reigning defending world champ squad. They're trying to get that first W of the year. And you know what? I'm going to give you guys a player to look out for in this series. It's going to be Draza. I think he's the most underrated player that we have in the game. He can take over series. Let's see if he can do it. Let's bring out the other squad.
Let's do it indeed, Nameless. Now, like we said, this is going to be a fun matchup. The LA Thieves Atlanta FaZe. It's going to be a blast. Let's go ahead and check in with the Search and Destroy Masters, the Atlanta FaZe.
100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say. I got Gucci on my belt, but my pants sag. Wouldn't be surprised if my biggest hater made a fan page. You taking notice from your boss, you man-made. Grown at getting touched about a handshake. Don't think you hear me right, let me clear my throat. 100 racks up in my safe. I've been dreaming of pulling up in that Wraith. Check the stats, I ain't got too much to say.
Looking to go back to back, it is the Atlanta FaZe! Slasher, Abizi, Simp, and Celium, the Atlanta FaZe.
The Atlanta FaZe not only home to one of my favorite new songs, but home to some of the iciest and coldest players in the game. And I gave you a player to watch. I'll give you one of my own, Slasher, with 10 clutches on the season, 5 of those being 1v1s, 4 1v2s, and 1 1v3. He's going to be your player to watch in that game number 2. It's the Atlanta FaZe. I want to see the FaZe ups in the crowd if you're going for that red. Let's get this match started, Lando.
Let's do it, Allie. Indeed, as we said, the 4th matchup of this season. It is about to be a blast. Atlanta FaZe, LA Thieves, Bryson Dunn. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Lando. Yes, we are live. We are ready for this game. Some people have been anticipating this since the schedule was released, Tom.
Me and you both, actually, as well. On top of that, we were very excited to see us casting this one in what should be an absolute banger. Of course, the finals from our previous major. We're very excited to see how this one goes down. And it's pretty clear-cut, the picture that we've been talking about. The desk have brushed over it quite a lot there as well. Hard points, you think, in Thieves, of course, but the Search and Destroy Masters that are Atlanta FaZe. That Game 5 is a worrisome thing for the side of Thieves if we do indeed get there. The game plan's laid out. Everyone knows which way this one should go in certain game modes, but the control is the real stickler for me. Whichever way that one goes, I believe the team who wins that wins the series.
All right, bold call from the off. One thing I do know about this matchup, it's always fun, it's always entertaining. There's a lot of talent on the stage here in Texas. And speaking of Texas, I was actually told that everything is bigger in Texas, but the crowd noise has yet to surprise and amuse me. Like, Texas, are you awake in this venue? That's okay, we can do better. We can get going.
We'll get it going. We'll get it going.
I promise you, this is going to be a good game, and you'll be on the edge of your seats by the end of it. Atlanta FaZe versus LA Thieves, one for the ages, and it's crazy we've got this in the first round.
Oh, it's insane that we get it. And it is also, of course, we say a good matchup and a rivalry in terms of how they do face off against each other in competition. But both these two teams, there was a lot of smack talk after last time they went up against each other because it was because of Mikado. We're talking about Stegless, we're talking about all kinds of things, but let's see who's going to play the best on the day. Atlanta FaZe starting on the more favorable side, kills coming in for Abizi to kick things off.
Yeah, you are correct. Bad blood here. It could make it a spicy series indeed. LA Thieves will be looking for this hard point to begin with. It's all about the rotations. The spawns already flipping for them.
Yep, happy to flip them. By the looks of things, Sim spawning out will immediately give that information over towards the side of Atlanta FaZe. Envoy will find 2 though. A little bit of scrap time on offer. There's number 3. Nicely done. Sterling will clean it up. Here comes the pressure. 23 seconds to go until we head over towards P2. Atlanta FaZe looking to posture over towards it.
As the reason is one of the most prevalent slayers in the CDL. He is gunning. That's 6 already. A cruise off the rip. We're not even in P2 yet. Selim is trying to find this last one as well. Should be able to clean it up. 7-0 start. Almost an 8-0, but eventually shut down by Kenny. Spawns are going to be the issue.
That's a big kill coming in from Draza. Looking like a couple of the members of Atlanta FaZe had made a rotation over towards P2. Was working out for them. Draza was alone, still is alone. Envoy will find one through the middle. Draza, Envoy working it together. It's back-to-back 3 pieces for Envoy to break up in P2.
Rotation locked in, phased out, a lot of work to do.
And the FaZe thought they might have had that in the bag, not to be so. Time ticking up for LA Thieves. The pinch coming in from Atlanta FaZe. They have bodies in every single direction, but that's all they've got. Bodies hitting the deck, as they have not found a kill on the attack here yet.
Celium's the only one who can answer back to that critic. Hedges control will matter. No, that is pretty much a full 60 for the side of the LA Thieves. Scoreboard check, have a look. Envoy is the one who is causing issues. He really has been clinical for this side, especially when it comes down to rotations. We see him so early on those. He was there to help Drazah out, which locked down all that P2 time. 10 seconds remaining. Every single one of those seconds over towards Thieves. Set up now for FaZe. It was there for P2. Can it be better for P3? Oh, that's big already.
Trying to hold desperately against a sea of slaying. But all of it goes for Thieves. It's almost perfect. Simp finds 2 back though. And that's the third for Simp, the only man standing up to Thieves. And they're waiting for reinforcements. Simp has managed to do everything they can. Kane will fire back with his own. The trades come in. Atlanta FaZe eventually wreck control back. And it is a godsend from Simp.
And they absolutely needed that. That would have been back-to-back perfect breaks coming in from Thieves. We speak about perfect breaks. It comes the second time of asking now. Can they manage to lock down this final 30 seconds? The breaks have been so impressive for Thieves. It's something we talk about in their hardpoint game. It's so crucial for them to find them, and when they do, they win games. That's 2-3 hills so far. Looking good for the side of Thieves in terms of the breaks. It's a solid lead heading over towards Barbershop.
The slaying isn't even that far out. It's just nothing going the way for Thieves. Going the way for Atlanta FaZe when they want it. And now you can see the Thieves moving again. Almost going to be perfect teamwork, but they end up getting the team kill as well. This time, Atlanta FaZe have it locked in. Can they hold off the push they know is coming?
Third time the charm. That has to be the question here for FaZe. Break not going to come through Envoy, who has really been the catalyst for this side so far. So it's slow and steady. Maybe wins the race here for the side of Thieves now, who are going to be pushing through the front street. Slasher ready to lock this down. They're rocking a hard place. If you're Thieves, Kenny with the first one to fall. Good play coming in from FaZe so far. This is some decent chunk of time. Abizi cleaning up the front as well. And they're getting themselves on the board here, Bryce. That was crucial that they got at least 30 seconds here. There's 30 seconds more to play for.
Yeah, they've been slaying back and forth between them, but still holding. There's going to be a lot of pressure coming through. Celium's like one step down the gap. Thieves is going to be in. He finds the first kill, but he's outnumbered. Fortunately, his teammate gets him there at the same time. Slasher running for his life, but Thieves still doing a really good job of racking up the time.
Rotational gunfights now starting to go down. Kenny and Envoy already here. Simp on his own. Simp already dead. Celium goes to the challenge. It really has been rotations. That has been 50-50. But if you look at the scoreline, it tells you what Thieves have been doing well. When they get round there, okay, well, they find the holds, but only momentarily. Abizi to find another. Now looking like this rotation goes towards FaZe. Seems like they're starting to heat up into this game just a little bit, but the holds need to be better.
They've got at the moment Abizi on 3. LA Thieves going for this big stack. They're waiting, they're biding their time, trying to get through, but they're not finding the kills where they need them. This has put them stacked now. They're back into the respawn, and Abizi is starting to take over. 6th streak for him now, Cruz in the back pocket as well. And this is exactly what they needed. Regain the momentum, start taking it to Thieves.
And that's the thing with Mercado. You can have one good rotation, one good 60 hold. You're back into the game. You're not going to get the 60 by the looks of things, though. 20 seconds of scrap time. Influential for both two teams. Easy for the challenge. That was what? I want to say 5, 7, 8 seconds or so going over towards Thieves uncontested. Rotation, though, not uncontested. You can see 2 members of FaZe setting up towards the alley side. Abizi on the 7th spree, looking to break it from the other end, but Envoy will deal with the other 2 on the other side of the map. Now FaZe, it's a perfect break that you have to now find. Thieves set up in a good place.
At this point, I wonder if Atlanta FaZe might call in a cruise. They've got to get the tax in position, but it will move LA Thieves out of position if they do it. Abizi, though, stacking towards back alley. He's already going to fall. Envoy finds the first. The rest of Atlanta FaZe are finding nothing. Drazah gets one more. Sim finds a kill, but Slash, who is miles away, almost finds the second. But again, it's a hold for Thieves.
And it's all about the pinch here for FaZe. They haven't been able to set it up. Well, the setup has been there, but the kills haven't come in either end. The kills fall through for the side of Thieves. It's another really good hold. After the first couple of hills, it's been pretty clinical for both two teams, but is this hold going to continue for Thieves? Not quite. 20 seconds left to go on this hill, and FaZe will pick up the time. And it was much needed. Thieves have been starting to run away with this, but now Drazah locking down the car park as we head over towards P7. Thieves are the first one here, and this is an opportunity to get some good time again.
Patience is now a virtue. Here comes the first. Can the team get the tax and grenade in place early enough? And they will. Celium finds one, Abidi finds a second. And they're now swinging into it. Sim finds a third. Octane now alone. A sea of tiny terrorists swarms upon his corpse. And they have broken into this, considering how LA Thieves have looked all the way through this hard point. This score is very close.
And that comes down to Celium's crews coming in, obviously. But look at where Abisi was. Blue side pushes through, finds one. All of a sudden, Thieves have been pinched, and all of a sudden, it's went over towards the side of FaZe. It's a wonderful break from them. And this is 30 seconds of time, which will somehow, some way find FaZe in the lead. Based on what we've seen in this game so far, though, it's felt like Thieves all the way through. FaZe have kept themselves in touch. FaZe about to take the lead.
Well, they're looking for this, they're continuing to hold, and as they are on the cusp of taking this game into the lead, let's find out what they sound like in the comms with Atlanta FaZe. Listen in.
He's still back long on
Where?
Where'd
he go?
I don't know.
He's still long 10.
They're gonna be behind me 10.
I saw one behind
me. I have deep. Deep dead. They're all your men, yes. I have deep dead.
I got one dark.
I'm trying to get
1 minus on here.
I have to get down. Watch it, on team, get down.
Could be top. I'm trying.
Okay, just go. I'm
I think they're all playing yellow side.
I have barber cross.
I don't see anything dark.
They're gonna be deep here. I don't see anything barber. Chris. Minner on me too. No wall, challenge. Tunnel, wall. I swear, no, yellow.
Hedge on me, one shot hedge. And one more tunnel, push through.
Tunnel.
Yellow man, one shot, yellow man,
I think. On team tunnel.
I spawn up barber.
He's left side hill. Oh, I'm trying to help you barber side. How short, guys? I'll take barber side also.
Fuck, alright, you guys play bar round.
I ain't short. Nothing white. I'll see them in. I'm lucky challenge, hold on.
Heard you.
No one short. Literally 3 on time. They're going barber side though. 2 barber side. Short.
I'm about to go short bar round.
I'm trying to lose one down, one out.
And one barber.
Well, it's been back and forth. Atlanta FaZe had the lead, but lost it on P1 and lost the P2 spawns, even with the streak that Celium went on.
And that is 2 cruise missiles now in the back pocket for the side of Atlanta FaZe. Can they use this to break potentially? Slasher now on top, Slasher dead. And this is going to be a hold by the looks of things from the side of Thieves. Got to slow down the push through alleyway. They're about to break 200. This is a good opportunity to put themselves within spitting distance of a map number 1 win.
This might even be the last push from FaZe. They have to go, and they have to go now. They can't really afford to go for it. Celium gets a team kill, though. Kenny jumps on the top. He's weak. He's going to be there. Can Celium find the next one? Kenny sprays, and Celium gets it. The scrap time is good. This is what they need, but the rotation kills are better. Simp is here. He gets the kill as well. It's 2 for Simp. They have the rotation.
Rotation locked in from Simp with 2 minutes plus in the hill. It's all been about the SMGs for FaZe. When they're finding points they can get in the hill, they're locking it down. Thieves are forced away. Both teams breaking 200 points. We're over towards P3. A huge moment in this game. Thieves starting to posture. Here they go.
They've got bodies, they've got kills, they're now swarming in. Celium desperately fighting for his life. Looking as you can see all the LA Thieves players flood through and he's alone. They're putting the pressure on him. Oh boy, he's not going to find him. But Celium's staying alive desperately here. He needs to keep them occupied. The rest of them on the way. The cruise missiles are now committed. Atlanta FaZe went back into this hill and they're doing it with numbers and gunning.
Celium still alive inside the point as well, allowing the rest of the team to come through whilst Thieves focus. Both 2 teams picking up about similar times so far. In this one, the final few gunfights, Kenny will win one. Does he know he's behind him? My goodness, Kenny! And that's going to be a huge 15 or so points for the side of Thieves. They're going to be within touching distance. They have the rotation. FaZe, 1 more opportunity to find a break, and then you need to be perfect. The fact the cruise missile might help them.
Here we go. Tags and Nate will be committed back alley. You can already see it going. He's put it. The boost is hit. He doesn't find it, but Abisi breaks in with 2 regardless. LA Thieves have been rebuffed from the barber shop. The haircuts are not coming today. Draza fighting for his life. He knows he has to hold this door open. The rest of them are pouring through. Simp and Kenny trade out at the end. Envoy now flies into the point. Guns are firing on all cylinders from all of these players. But at the moment, Thieves have found some ingress, and it will be Celium. And now Thieves are too far away. They have to go.
Big gunfights going on in the middle. Draza will find one. 37 seconds on the clock there for FaZe. They broke 240. It's in the ascendance in for them now. Thieves have got to go.
Envoy going through, but he's down. Simp with 2. Simp with no. Doesn't get it. Gotta go. But it's second. And FaZe take the hard points. Thieves had it most of the time, but it's not about how you start. It is about how you end. And that is a dagger to Thieves from the outset.
And you gotta feel like the rotations from Thieves, majority of the way through, were looking good. But they just couldn't lock the time down. Simp and Abizi going off where needed. Simp dropping 2 minutes and 22 seconds inside of the hill. It's a tough one to take for Thieves, and that one, Drazah never really got going. Neither did Slasher on the side of FaZe, but ultimately it comes down to Simp and Abizi finding these breaks with the SMGs towards the latter stages of the game. Thieves had a hot start, but didn't really count for much in the score department. The answer will be no.
Yeah, kind of a crazy game all around. Realistically, it felt like it should have been way better for Thieves into the score earlier on. But we'll go over some more things that happened on that map. Before we go forward with analysing it, let's have a little rewind back to our scuff play of the game. These are the final kills that came through. Abizi with 2 in the end. And you can see the panic on Drazah's face here. He knew he had to hold it. His team was spawning out.
And the thing is, on this one, if you push the right direction of your FaZe, if you lock down Cantina and also lock down the alley, if you're Thieves, you spawn in the middle of bloody nowhere. You can see immediately with Drazah up there, all the way back towards the courtyard, over towards the spawn side. Cellium finds those 20 seconds is all you need here for FaZe. And look at Simp immediately, through the middle of the map, putting the pressure on. Thieves here, you can't just run through this, you've got to run through the guns of players like Abizi, of players like Simp. And at this stage, it's Thieves, sprint forward, just hope for the best, and Simp. It would have been an absurd 3-piece to end the game, but it pretty much did. Cellium locking the time down. Just good hardpoint play at the end from the side of Atlanta FaZe. And map number 1 will be a massive, massive dagger to Thieves, who just couldn't convert some of their good work, to be honest with you. It was a strange one. It felt like rotations were working in their favor. It felt like a lot of the breaks were going in their favor. But considering you look at the kills and you look at how much they got outslayed, an 11-point game is still going to sting.
Look, when you got Cellium dropping a 1.8, we haven't even really touched on this as well. 3 cruise missiles from Atlanta FaZe. Even when they were losing in the rotations, their players were finding streaks left, right, and center. And they used those in critical moments. They waited. They played around the artillery they had found the entire time. And for LA Thieves, considering the disparity in the slaying, they're going to be upset they ended up losing it.
Yeah, that will be a stinger, to be honest with you, especially with how this map's going to lay out the series this time around. We've got Embassy Search and Destroy now coming up. FaZe and Thieves actually are both undefeated on this map. But the 2-0 for Thieves doesn't really count for much when you're going up against FaZe. It's going to be a very difficult one, but that was a map I expected to go towards the side of Thieves. They don't manage to close that one out, and all of a sudden you're staring down the barrel. Even if you can find one more of the hard points here, you at least see a map number 5 here against FaZe.
Yeah, and that's kind of the crazy thing. Like, we spoke earlier about this, right? We said LA Thieves, we favor them in the hard points. Obviously, you can't look past FaZe in the S&D. You just can't. Their statistics are ridiculous. They're setting streaks, they're setting records. And even when we spoke to Thieves earlier, we spoke to a little bit of their camp, we kind of caught them through, and they said, hey, like, what do you do against them in this kind of match? Like, how do you deal with it? They go, well, we'll just challenge them.
Yeah, well, you have to. You have to. At some stage, you say to yourself, okay, well, look, these guys have got perfect records, and as you mentioned, we were talking to Shane about it. They're sitting at 7-0, but when was the last time they played? Is that still there? Have they worked on it? Because they're so good, nobody's challenging it. Is the competition level for Embassy Search and Destroy still going to be there for the side of Atlanta FaZe? The numbers do indeed speak for themselves. A 12-game win streak on Search and Destroy is, I believe, a CDL record. They are pretty much the best S&D team that has existed in the CDL era. And now, if you're Thieves, you're heading into a map 2 that FaZe have not lost. You are 1-0 down in this series. Losers bracket is starting to creep up on you just a little bit already. Hey, they did pretty well down there last time. I don't know, you may well be heading there though if you can't show up yet for the rest of the series. Search and Destroy coming up. But as said, it's Embassy. Atlanta FaZe have been lights out on this map from the word go. Haven't seen it in quite some time though, Bryce.
And that may be the difficulty. When we were breaking this one down, we said that's why it was so incredible when Thieves lost that first hard point. Because everything is telling you S&D is phases, S&D is phases. The Thieves, though, they'll be looking to break this blessing. They'll be looking to get rid of the mythical streak that Atlanta FaZe are on. Let's see what they can do.
Well, that was 4 hard points in a row up until that map where Thieves went up against the side of Atlanta FaZe.
They lose that one, and while FaZe is search and destroy streak, if it wants to come to an end here, that would be good for the side of Thieves, but busy with the first blood. Grenades up towards P3, shutting down that power play. Keep an eye on Envoy, though. He's the one who could potentially do something here. He doesn't see him, but he's not going to see him, so he's going to get traded immediately. He didn't check his left-hand side. You don't check your corners. Captain Price, he says exactly what you need to do. Kenny now left in a 1 versus 3.
Flash, leave him. Leave him. Let Abisi get over there and find the last kill, but I think they are going to square up here. It's a fight. Flash has a better position. Take all the time in the world. And Atlanta FaZe open up proceedings with first blood himself, Abisi.
And Envoy, he makes the call there to make that push, which is always a good one. But no information as to whether a player is pushed over or pushed out from up top PD. Doesn't check it. That's a 50-50. I mean, in that sort of situation, you pre-aim and thinking, okay, somebody could be coming across this cross at any stage here. So that's why he doesn't check his left, gets punished for it.
Well, I want to say realistically, everything Abisi did there worked out beautifully. Not only was he patient when the door was opened, he took that one into his mind. He said, hey, I know a player's going to be in there. As soon as his teammate got traded, he turned, killed Envoy, turned straight back to Child's Raza. He knew that player was going to be there. The patience pays off. 3 in the first round. Atlanta FaZe up. But already an aggressive defense here coming in from Atlanta.
Tiny Terrors lingering around the toilets at this moment in time. Abisi with the stun check will just continue to survive. But the problem is here for Kenny, yeah, you spot one. You know Simps there as well. What you do now is this bomb's gone down towards the B side. If you're Thieves, you just have to hold tight.
Kenny doing a great job of holding him off here. OpTic
They're about to fight him.
With the sniper banging as well. He's got Kenny blocking for him, but he has to stay alive for it as well. Kenny still trying to find them. Abisi will get it. Selim will get the second one. First blood again for Abisi. And LA Thieves are scrambling. The only thing on their side is the clock. 20 seconds left to go. One player down. But that is a clearance. That is a retake. And Abisi's now on 5.
Just every time you watch it, you're like, oh, I wonder if Abisi will have a bad search and destroy again. Well, just, I mean, I must be stupid for even considering it. It's ridiculous every single time. The stats that this man can put up. 2 first bloods to his name already. The first blood, the S&D king of the CDL, is 5-0 to kick off the game here against the LA Thieves, who look like they're reeling right now. Octane towards the back there with the sniper. That's the kind of situation, if you can find one, yeah, okay, that's fine. But you're going to get pushed immediately. As soon as there's 3 of them in PD, FaZe like, right, well, Octane's towards the back. Fly at him. Just fly at him.
A lot of pressure coming through. Kenny tried to hold him off as long as he could, but this round has started. He's looking to take control, but it's first blood for Atlanta FaZe again. You can see Thieves trying to get back in position for it. Trades going down, back and center. And more kills, and it's now only going to be Kenny left alive in a 1 versus 3. Is there a hope? Is there a redemption? Is there a miracle on this map? And he finds the first.
Well, there's one side cleared. But good look at this gunfight. Oh, okay, there's one. 1v1.
He doesn't know where Slasher is, I don't think.
Shooting him? Did he shoot? He might know. He might know.
Kenny for the recal! And no, Cinderella, you will not go to the ball. There is no glass slipper here on this S&D. Atlanta FaZe hold it down, prevent the clutch. Something that Thieves really wanted.
It's maybe a bullet more for the side of Kenny to find that round. And that is the first even creak we've seen from Atlanta FaZe in this one so far. Potential 1v3 was on the cards. They'll switch their minds back on now. They will still be happy to be up 3-0. What's going on their defensive side? A lot of grenades typically do head over towards that crossing. They're coming from the mid-cut here. They're starting to send over. Is anybody here from the side of Thieves to answer back to this? As Abisi starts to get aggressive, as has Drazi. He'll call him going up the ladder. Celia will deal with him. Here comes Abisi. It's now a 2v4 for Thieves.
Kenny finally gets one back. Little bit of lifeblood. Simp hunting as well. And this is patient. This is calm. Thieves want another pick before they do anything. Atlanta FaZe are setting up.
And they'll be hearing this, though, if you're the side of Thieves, or will you? Yeah, you will. Kenny goes up the shell. Kenny will just be eviscerated immediately. And now Octane, left in a 1 versus 3. It is just quite simply masterful so far from the side of Atlanta FaZe. Literally nothing that Thieves can do against this 4-0. This is arguably a bit boring. FaZe just looking so good right now.
And we said before, we know why this came in. We know the chow was going to be made. Hope that they haven't improved, hope they haven't got better, but they're still every bit as good on this map. They are a force to be reckoned with. But realistically, how do you veto against a team that just refuses to lose S&D?
It almost feels though like Thieves are playing a little bit scared. Well, rightfully so, but they're not challenging anything at those 50-50 points. So you think of that mid-cut that you get up towards the toilet side. As soon as FaZe are pushing that, they're kind of just giving it up at all stages. Thieves are not putting themselves in a position to do something about what FaZe are doing. Now Thieves are set up towards the B side. It's an easy push once again. Yeah, okay, they've got eyes this time. Drazah gets aggressive, finds the kill. First blood for Thieves.
Exactly what they needed. For Atlanta FaZe, the map control is not there. All Thieves have to do is play this carefully, get the trade right, and you get back into it, and Drazah goes flying out and Slash almost gets the second guns everywhere. Celia will take him down, back to a 2 versus 3. LA Thieves still hold the advantage.
Difficult spot. Simp and Celium. But if you're Envoy here, you just need to hold this cross, nothing too crazy. Celium out the top window, you'll see one. Or did he see him? I'm not too sure. Simp will find a kill to Envoy, 2v2.
And now, it's all evened up. The only thing for Thieves is time. Can they find it? And oh my goodness, Sim finds another. Octane, left alone for the clutch. What can he do? Where can he go?
Oh, the calls come through from Simp. He's already seen him. He's flying at him.
Oh my goodness. Thieves, full advantage that time. But it doesn't matter. Simp says, all right, I'll take care of this one, lads. You can relax. 5-0 now to FaZe. The Tiny Terrors really living up to their name. S&D has become a no-go game mode for every other team in the CDL.
Well, the question was, is somebody going to chow the Mount Embassy, as Nameless was asking for? Well, here's the chow, and well, I don't think we see it for quite some time. Simp now on a 5 spree. The grenade's going over towards the cross. BZ will be blooded this time, though. It's Drazah with another one for the side of Thieves. It will take a full sail against Atlanta FaZe when Embassy Search and Destroy to tie this series up.
Still moving, cruise control in hand, actually going, oh! Simp, that's not fair! Octane was ready, but he wasn't ready! And now Drazah left alive. There are streaks on the map. He does not have the bomb, he does not have the time, he does not have the teammates. And down he goes. The streak continues. And shout out from Embassy, and you shall feel the wrath. We've just seen a map become an auto veto for the rest of the tournament.
You don't chow them on Embassy. You don't do it. We'll never see it again. We'll never ever see it again.
Every single analyst in the CDL went, no, that down. That one's not coming through against them anymore.
Can you veto S&D full stop? I don't think you can. Atlanta FaZe just looking like mythical beasts on the map when it comes to this game mode. The stat line tells the story. It's a donut for Octane, which you'll hate to see, but honestly, when it comes down to it, when you're going up against FaZe, it's plausible that that might happen to some of the best players in the world. 2 more for Abizi on the first blood counter, which is just running off the scale. We're running out of numbers and objectives to describe his search and destroy prowess. That is now a very dangerous scoreline for the side of Thieves. Not one without something they can possibly get back into this one. But the problem for them is, if they want to win this game, they will have to end the S&D streak.
Yeah, they really will. And let's face it, realistically, Thieves only got 9 kills in 6 rounds. Not fun. Not fun for anybody, but hey, what happens for the rest of this one? Do Thieves make this comeback? We'll have to find out at map number 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. We are live here at the Esports Stadium Arlington, and it's been a great major so far. Maybe not for Thieves on that last map, but other than that, fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think we want to see that one again. If you're on the side of Thieves, I mean, we as we mentioned, we did have a chat with Shane's backstage over the process of where you went with on the videos, and we sort of said, okay, yeah, maybe they haven't played in a little while. Okay, see if we can do something. But our typical Embassy Search and Destroy has not been that great, and well, we got a perfect example of that there. FaZe now 2 to the good, but still, reverse sweep could be on the cards.
It could be, and it'll probably come down to the big guns on both sides. Slasher and Octane will be facing off this time, and I know Octane dropped a donut in the S&D, but typically when we see him do that, he comes back roaring into the next map.
And Control is a map that we definitely see go towards the side of Thieves. Both these two teams well versed in this mode, as you would expect, and have already played each other on Hotel twice this season. We're sitting at one apiece after those two games though. But LAT overall 11-5 record, Atlanta 9-6. Thieves will still fancy this. Control coming up, map number 4 is a winnable one for them as well. It's still a question mark over that map number 5, but will we see it? If Abizi can keep this up, it is a worrisome trend for the side of the LA Thieves. 1.19 and the half point is not bad, but Search and Destroy is where his bread is indeed buttered in. Well, I mean, it was just so tough for Thieves to try and deal with him, but Control is a different game mode. We're into a different map. How is this one going to go? Have Thieves got the reverse sweep in them, or do FaZe just throw them to the wolves yet?
Here we go. Redemption, glory, all on the line. First few kills, though, will go the way of FaZe. The Control's a long old map, and it will not be decided in that opening break.
That's a 3-man stack for FaZe over towards the B side. Oh, now Nelly reads it. Does read it, Abizi don't. Now with a headshot multiplier, you'll take that one. Now Thieves will probably default back themselves over towards A. Slasher, ready and wing.
And they've actually got a few here. Gonna have to stop that clock. Get on the A. Thieves will do exactly that. Raza finds a kill as well. And with those kills coming down, FaZe are probably going to push towards B now. Give up A. This is huge for them.
Yeah, a little bit of threat over towards the B side. They know where FaZe are going to be spawning. They've got bedroom control there as well. This is potential for Thieves.
They've locked them in. Only Sim's got a kill coming out of this one. The first tick is now going through. It's a stack for Thieves. They have broken the back of Atlanta FaZe, and they are ready. That second tick is going to go in. It's a big chow. Slash looking for it. Sim finds one onto Octane, and Sim finds all 3, because of course he does. A 4 streak for Simp stops the B push.
And that's still good from Thieves, though. If you would offer them that opportunity, you say you only get 2 ticks, they snap your hand off. That's not a bad push whatsoever from the side of Thieves. Unfortunately, it's the Slasher Chal in the middle that kind of somewhat distracted. They can't do much from there, but A progress now well underway. FaZe having a look at this one, though. Abizi will find one into Draza. The push starting to come in here from FaZe from multiple different angles. Simp with another 2. There may well be 4 ticks over towards the side of Thieves, but time is going to slow down here. 35 seconds for Thieves to try and find a tick.
There's been a lot of talk this season about Abizi, about Celium running up the numbers, but Simp ready to go again. A 7 streak for him. He is everywhere on this map. He's going to get caught, almost turns and burns. Not quite. That B is going to be captured. It's good for Thieves. It doesn't look great when a player's on 7 streak, but it doesn't matter. The ticks are what matters, and LA Thieves only need 1.
And that's a massive overstep from the side of FaZe there. They push towards Kitchen. They know they're going to spawn B side. They don't win their gunfights. It's an overzealous push from the side of Orlando FaZe. I'll get my words out eventually, but now they have A to lock down. It is doable. We've seen it done from either two of these teams before. Kitchen controlling out the side of FaZe, lives in their favor as well.
Yeah, maybe a little bit too much confidence for FaZe, but can they hold? Thieves are stacking every corner, looking for it as well, but Simp wins the gunfight, and that means Thieves have to wait a second again. Octane will find one on Abizi. WARZONE will find the second. Slasher has to make this kill to keep the numbers there, and he makes it. They can now pinch back onto it. WARZONE already found Celium. Slasher's just staying alive. The tick's already going to go in. He has to chow. He has to jump out. He gets the contest. Trying to fire in every single direction. And Abizi arrives like a hero made out of gold and stops Thieves.
11v7 in terms of the lives. Massive from Slasher. Takes his time, jumps on when he can, and gives Abizi the time to put himself into a position now. It looks like may well be one-dimensional push for the side of Thieves. 30 seconds to go. They got to move quick.
Envoy flying in here, looking for Abizi, but it's too good from FaZe. 4 players left, 23 seconds. The Thieves want this. They could taste victory on this map. The tiniest of margins, but Slasher and Abizi, have they just done enough?
Well, that was the child he needed. He knew Celium was there, but sometimes it doesn't matter. 3v3 on the site.
Oh, they've got them only one. Going to be Envoy left. He finds the first. Looks for the second. It's no good. 5 ticks to Thieves. But they will be re-watching what Slasher and Abizi just did. They pulled the win out of the fire. And if that doesn't make the highlight reel, production will be very upset.
And the thing is that this is why we try not to talk about KD too much. Slasher dropping a 3 and 5 in that round. With 500 damage, it's not quite the lowest in the lobby right now, but it's not a big scoreline. It's not about the amount of kills that you make, though. The fact that he finds one towards Kitchen is what ultimately wins them the round. Finds the kill towards Kitchen, pushes in, gives Abizi and Co time. Everything was because Slasher defended well. Now it's Thieves' turn.
So there is a benefit here. If Thieves can hold their defense, they've got 5 ticks. That's all they've got to do. Keep playing these rounds, keep playing these ticks. At the moment, Atlanta FaZe is setting up to try and get their first ones in, but they are not winning the gunfights they want. They will eventually get into restaurant, but still pressure coming from LA.
What is going on in this crowd? What is that noise? I'm losing my mind. FaZe are inside the point. 8 ticks now, rattling through. Careful not to give over too much of the map, though. You can see already Celium starting to overextend over towards that B side, but Thieves want to hit back.
Gotta be careful, gotta be careful. Simp finds the kills as well now. They're looking for it. Envoy with a huge kill on the Celium.
Yeah.
It may have looked like 1 kill on the mini-map, but doing that saved them from any sort of B pressure. The easy one is done. A secured. Can they get to B?
Big from Octane there to find 2 kills to shut down any potential flank. And you can actually see Slasher's made another huge play there. He holds down bedroom side, fully expecting Thieves' players to find a push through there to get control. And now all of a sudden, if you're Thieves, you do not have a lot of purchase over towards this bedroom side. Atlanta FaZe are slowly closing that vice over towards the B side. Here come the shots, here come the pushes. Celium with one to the back end, Boy and Draza though answer well.
They're waiting for them. Celium trying to stay alive. Obviously, snaking is hard out, but it isn't going to be enough. A reset is in order. LA Thieves will reset the battle line. They will draw their line in the sand. Octane going to deflect all of that around the corner at the moment. Not able to get the third. Simple break the back. But it's still a long way. The spawn is in Kitchen for FaZe. It slows them down.
And Thieves keep getting caught out when they're pushing through bedroom. They're trying to push a little bit further just to push them back towards Kitchen, find some kills as the side of FaZe come off the spawn. And they've been caught a couple of times. Celium bottom light is going to now back down after he finds another one at the Kenny. So they're just trying to clear bedroom. Thieves are offering those opportunities over towards the side of FaZe. Now they're dug in the trenches. The sights are up. Slasher, big shots into Draza. Opportunity here for the side of FaZe. Look at Envoy though inside the bedroom. He's the player to try and save Thieves here if this goes wrong.
He's already got one. He's got one onto a BZ as well. Simp fighting from the back here. They know exactly where Envoy is going to be. As he flies out, Simp finds him, but Kenny will get the trade coming through. Cellium gets another. At this time, they have found their way onto it. They're already fighting through mid as well. Octane versus Slash with a gunfight coming through. Second tick is now slowly getting there. They have the bodies. Atlanta FaZe have made the moves.
2 ticks are in, the third's about to follow. This could be a 2-0 lead, but Kenny will find the push. Envoy is there, he needs to find more, they need more. Here from the side of Thieves, draws it. Look at that one, and it's gonna be a BZ. FaZe 2 to the good in the series, 2 to the good in the control. By the hair on their chinny chin, they get it done, but my goodness. Thieves were in control the whole round until they weren't.
And that is unbelievable. Envoy was in the position, but they knew they were gunning. They were not missing. Simp is 19 and 12, by the way. 15 non-traded kills. And for Thieves, a little bit of panic and despair will now start to set in. No rounds on the S&D. So far, no rounds on the control.
It's beginning to look like a potential whitewash, especially in these last 2 maps. But Thieves, all the fact that they're 2-0 down, it a couple of gunfights here and there might look a little bit different, and you go on to win the rounds. You go on to win both. Now the push over towards the A site. Thieves didn't get this luxury of extending this time as early as they would have liked. The BZ will find one on the flank, and FaZe will prosper themselves to try and find a retake here.
Here we go. It's simple. Get in the way, hold it down. At the moment, LA Thieves won't overextend this. They might find a player going through, but they're not going to get it at the moment. Sim just comes flying in. He's challenging everybody he wants to. Eventually will be taken down. LA Thieves did spread out around A, but they're not even getting it.
Cellium will find 2 as well. This will slow down Thieves just that little bit more. Now FaZe smell blood in the water. Here they come. BZ will find 1. He's going to find a second here on the Draza as well. Cellium towards the back. Can they do anything to stop them? It's 3 from the BZ. A now, not captured by the side of Thieves. And FaZe in the ascendancy at the moment here, Pricey. A minute to go for Thieves to try and find something.
And Thieves weren't expecting it. Most teams will give that up at that point. They will say no more going to A. It's set up, get ready for B. A BZ doesn't care. And it looks like they're going to go for it again. Slash is going to find the first one and will eventually be traded out. More players here from Atlanta FaZe. The BZ again. He finds the second, not the third. Kenny holds them on as they get A. But they are down in lives by 7. 1 minute 42 on the clock to not be humiliated by FaZe at the major.
Sasha holding down the back. Envoy will find it. We know when it comes down to control, it takes 1 good break. And then we can maybe find Thieves back into this series. But right now, they have 9 lives remaining. Octane towards the back will find 2 important kills. Abizi, though, because of these lives remaining on the side of FaZe, because of their confidence, he is absolutely delusional as he flies around the map. It's a 2 spree for him. Abizi is frying. FaZe holding on as Octane gets taken down towards the back as well. Thieves have got to do this the hard way.
They have 6 lives remaining and they must spend them wisely. 5 lives remaining. LA Thieves are shocked. They have not expected to be destroyed off of this map at every turn. Can LA Thieves find some magic? Is there a fairy tale in the writing for them? They have to find a way forward. They have no lives left. And here we go. 3 lives. That's 2 lives. There's 1 life. It's all over, surely. Envoy, the last one alive. And he's trying, he's hoping, he's praying, he's gone. And Atlanta FaZe, the Major 2 champions, have made a statement. Do not come at it today. We are built different.
And I'm not gonna lie, FaZe just beat the hell out of them. Beat the absolute hell out of them.
Scoreboard, baby, scoreboard. I'm gonna throw that one up on stream, surely, because that is outrageous. I think it's 28 and 17, 26 and 17.
I mean, Sims just, they're talking to each other like, well, I mean, look, what else do we do in that situation? They have absolutely bodied them. 3-0. Yeah, okay, map number 1 was super close, comes down to the wire. Maps 2 and 3, the absolute opposite of that. Slash is just chilling. a BZ 27-16, Simp 28-17. The Tiny Terrors take over map number 3. That was a statement performance from FaZe to come out at the major.
And I'm sorry, I thought it'd be closer.
I thought it'd be a lot closer too.
I mean, the halfway set us up wonderfully. 250 to 239.
It teased.
We're having a good time.
It really did tease us at a very, very close map number 1. Other than that, nothing to write home about. I mean, Thieves turned up onto the stage and didn't really do much else. I mean, for all that we can talk about Thieves and maybe not performing to their best level, FaZe in that situation, the search and destroy. Yeah, okay, you expect a victory, but that was as one-sided as you could possibly hope for, and they do not slow down heading into that control. That, as I just said, feels like a statement performance. Yeah. They haven't just 3-0'd anybody. That was Thieves they just 3-0'd. These two met in the grand final last time. They just blew them away.
They really did. And here's the kind of thing we spoke about in the control, right? You could see the confidence in the players when they retook A. They were channeling everything, but enough from us. The game is over, so let's throw it to the stage with Lando and Slasher.
Thank you so much, Bryce. Yes, indeed. Slasher from Atlanta FaZe joining me after a very, very interesting 3-0. Also, I got to say, man, we were hyping this up, right? It's the 4th matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ. We're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty. So don't forget that. All right? Like, let's get that straight.
I got to say, one thing that we were very confused about, at least in the green room, was to see the Embassy Search and Destroy in the map set. Were you guys, like, at all surprised that they decided to play you on a map like that?
No, I knew they were going to play us on that map. They were running out of ideas. We beat them in every S&D possible, so they were just trying to throw a curveball out there because we haven't played Embassy in a while, and they got 6-0'd in 2 minutes, so.
Ooh, some wise words, some big words coming in from Slasher. I gotta say, man, right, we know it, right? You guys are on the Search Destroy win streak. You're the one who built that in the first place, right, with the LA Gorillas. What is the recipe for success when it comes down to consistent and constant Search Destroy success?
I mean, I think it comes down to we have a good coaching staff. We have great S&D players. I feel like I've always had a really good mind for the game mode. I've made pretty much every team I've ever been on good at that mode. And then I have a BZ, Simp, and Cell. So it just makes it easy on me to call some strats, and they go out there and do their thing.
Absolutely, man. It's just like, BZ, I need you to go get a first blood. Just go do it, and he'll absolutely do it every time. I want to say it. We already talked about it. You know, a bit of a rivalry game, your history, you know, with the LA Thieves, your guys' constant matchups and finals. After a win like that, does it feel like a rivalry still?
I mean, there's definitely some rivalry there. I always want to play against those guys. I've said it before. I love matching up against them. And yeah, but we just wiped the floor with them. So I don't know. They got to come back to the drawing board, get a little better, and then maybe put up a better fight next time.
Any words for the FaZe fans out there before we let you go?
Yeah, we appreciate your guys' support. Always, you know, appreciate you guys. Thank you.
FaZe fans in full force. That's going to do it from myself and Slasher here on the main stage desk. Take it away, guys.
Man, I think the only thing I can say at this point is, wow. You know, one of the matchups I thought would go the distance for sure. Map 5 was an absolute beatdown chance. I want to give you respect, hand it to you to say your words, baby, because you predicted FaZe. You went with them.
Yeah, such a tough call to make, picking the reigning champs to win the thing. Look, as far as I'm concerned, we just learned one thing in this series. Like, the entire league has just been bashing their head into the wall trying to beat FaZe at a CeeLo. Finally, someone was like, all right, let's try out Embassy. Let's just give it a shot, see how it goes. Yeah. We got our answer. That literally might be the last time that like Atlanta FaZe has to play that map all year. Because again, every single time it is a slaughter.
We're never going to see it again.
You're,
We're never gonna
I
see
mean,
it
when it
again.
comes to Search, one map is just absolutely chalked in the series against Atlanta FaZe. And honestly, dude, there's a lesson in every defeat. And I picked LA Thieves coming into this series. My lesson is I will never pick against Atlanta FaZe again. That was masterclass.
You can't. And at this point, they look like, you know, maybe one of our front runners to take the entire event, honestly, with the performance that they just had. I mean, seriously, I think that's no surprise, right? Going back-to-back would be special. Nameless, I want to ask you, though, as we go to our box score, I want to look at the overall score line, and what's really the only interesting map that we saw, right, was 250 to 239. There was a point where LA Thieves, I thought, were taking map 1, but they slipped through their fingertips.
I mean, we saw, right, it was on that final rotation, Celium just gets up in behind him. The hard points are just going to be murky with these two squads. We've seen Mercado a few times. Last time LA Thieves in the online portion of qualifying stage, they were able to take it, 250 to 180. This time around, Atlanta FaZe are just on point. Celium the guy was unkillable throughout that map.
Yep, unkillable indeed. It's something we expect from Selly. I mean, his stats were incredible too. Maybe that Mercado map, if it goes to LA Thieves, just real quickly, I don't know, Chance, do you think that changes the series at all?
It goes to game 4.
Well, okay, I mean, I think the thing for Atlanta FaZe, they've been so good at search and destroy that if you lose a single respawn, like you're cooked. That's GG. It's over. And even in control, they got 3-0'd. So no, the series, even if map 1 goes a different way, ends in the same result.
All right, well, let's start recapping today. We had 4 great series. Let's go back to series number 1. It was Toronto Ultra versus New York Subliners. This was a great one, in my opinion. It went to map 4. Toronto Ultra, though, Allie, ended up taking it all.
I mean, it was really just the edge and the fact that Scrappy, I feel like, really put his foot down here in the first series. It's kind of historically that Toronto Ultra, at least this squad, you know, at our majors, they've had some really slow starts, you know. They would have a great qualifier and come into the major, and then we wouldn't see any of the greatness that we saw previously, and I think they're trying to change that tune a little bit here. This is a big win against New York Subliners that, although fell a bit short during Major 3 qualifiers, are still Major 1 champions, are still a very viable squad. They win it in a 3-1 fashion, and Kleenex still looks as consistent as I thought he would after Major 3.
And of course, Nameless, you talk about Ultra winning on Hydro. That was very massive, you know, clearly, right? That's a big map for them to take.
Yeah, I mean, Scrappy made a huge play. He did there at the very end. You know, sitting bottom dome, finds a couple of kills. It looked like New York were clawing their way back into it. But, you know, throughout the series, we talked about in the postgame, New York just gave them way too many opportunities. Too many mistakes were made on their side today, especially in that search and destroy fortress. I thought that was a big opportunity for the New York Subliners. We saw some overchows, Kismet threw open, saw Hydra running out of bottom arch. So just not enough today versus Toronto Ultra. I mean, even on that map 1, they got outslayed by like 15 kills and still kept it within 5 points, right? So Ultra looked pretty sound strategically, right?
Moving on to our second series today, Seattle Surge versus LAG. One that went the distance, and Chance, at a certain point, I thought LAG might make the big upset.
There was always hope. I mean, you know, it's fearful for Seattle when they go to a game 5 just because, like, they're having search and destroy. Like, they're great now. They've been so much better, but it's still, like, that seed of doubt is always going to exist. But they took care of business. I know, like, it's the outbagger sort of effect of, like, you just drew offense for the final round. It's going to be like that sometimes. I just think that game 4 was, like, a statement game. And I'm like, all right, I know Exceed was piecing with the sniper, but we're just going to put him in the dirt on that map 4 and carrying that momentum. So, Seattle, they've been the better team. They just came out and showed it.
That's right. They end up, in fact, the victors. They move forward, but it was very good performance from LAG. The composure from both were incredible. And Pred went absolutely nutty, buddy. He was insane. Loved watching him get the 3-piece on the map number 5. In fact, going 11-5 as a whole. Pred, someone to absolutely fear on the battlefield, which should be no surprise to, I think, anybody who watches. Series number 3, though, it was another 3-0. OpTic Texas versus Boston Breach. Nameless, I know you were very disappointed in the performance of OpTic. Honestly, though, I think you go back and you look at the series score. I mean, it was close, 250, 212, 6-5, 3-2. It's a 3-0, but a close 3-0.
I mean, it was. When you look at those last 2 games, like, I don't know, man. It just felt like Boston Breach were sort of in the driver's seat, even when, you know, OpTic were having a little rally in the search and destroy. As soon as Beans won that 1v1, I was like, this is looking grim for them. I feel like for OpTic, man, just a lot of mistakes once again. They really do need a coach. It has not been the same.
I mean, even for the result, I think by the time we got to the map 3, it just seemed predictable of, like, they're going to complain about the map, and they're going to have 0 success on offense, even though that it's the map that OpTic chose. Like, I'm not a fan. Like, obviously, it's like 80-20 for defensive teams, but OpTic at the bottom of the league when it comes to actually playing the objective on the map. They've never had success.
They had an opportunity, though.
And they scored up again.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, but, hey, you know, case in point, though, Beans, though, right? The rookie coming out and making some magic happen. He played incredibly well. Allie, we take an overarching look of our round 1 matches done. This is what at least winners round 2 is going to be looking like, but Elim round 1's looking pretty stacked.
There's 2 polls I get from that elimination round 1. That's going to be the LAG Vegas Legion. I feel like that's an opportunity for Vegas to kind of get their get back because they were in that top 8. They were looking at winners, and LAG plays spoiler there, so that'll be a banger of a match. Then OpTic Texas versus London Royal Ravens. I think that might be one of the tougher polls you could have gotten going into the elimination bracket simply because of the way London Royal Ravens looked at the tail end of Major 3. I'm not saying they're favored, but I'm saying if there's any upset potential, it's actually in that match.
I agree with that. London Royal Ravens having a very strong finish. Tomorrow's schedule start off LAG versus Vegas Legion. That's going to be an elimination round. Los Angeles Thieves against Minnesota Rocker. OpTic Texas versus London Royal Ravens. Ali just broke that one down in the course to finish off. New York Subliners versus Florida Mutineers, and then our elimination round 2. So we will be seeing some teams runs end, unfortunately, but that's just the way it goes, Nameless, when it comes to these majors.
Yeah, and you know, thinking about tomorrow, it's going to be insane, man. A lot of these teams, they really need points. You'll get points, you're not making it into champs, and you know, a lot of these teams saw the team they're going up against 3-0 today, so it could get interesting tomorrow in front of the green wall.
Yeah, a lot of 3-0s. Allie, it was a wonderful day, though. Final thoughts before we get out of
It
here.
was a wonderful day, and I can't wait to get to tomorrow. 5 matches, so buckle in.
It's going to be a long day. Chance, what about you?
A big day. Looking forward to it. And I know LA Thieves being in losers round 1 again is a terrifying sight for everybody that's in the pit.
Well, it looks like our major number 3 has concluded for day number 1, but we still have 3 more days to get through. It's going to be a lot of fun. Join us tomorrow, starting 1:30 Eastern. We'd love to have you again.
Yeah. I was born with the story. I was born for the glory. Through the heat and the rain, can't deny and ignore me. I'm bred for commitment, signed up for